But I mean, again, he doesn't know who Gabriel is, right? Because he didn't come from an Abrahamic faith. The people of Mecca were pagan.
The Quran is mentioned, if this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are inerrant, but I certainly don't think God gave them.
That we believe without understanding.
The brother asked a very important question, that most of the scholars say that listening to music, watching movies, and most of the television programs, they're haram. So how can we have fun? Let me tell you, brother, at the outset, that having fun is permitted in Islam as long as the fun is halal fun.
That the standard narrative has holes in it.
The Prophet tells us because Satan or the devil sleeps over our nostrils. Those who oversleep and not pray Fajr on time, Satan urinates in their ears.
I really do think Jesus was crucified and that he really was dead and buried. He thought that he was a son of God in the sense that he was specially chosen by God. I think Jesus really did think he was going to be the Messiah, the future king of Israel. I mean, that is, after all, why they crucified him.
Hello everyone, and peace of Christ all of you. Please invite your friends and let us have some good halal fun. Today we have a special occasion to talk about, which is the crucifixion of Jesus, which always is a special occasion anyway. But if we ask ourselves which verse in the Bible or which chapter in the Bible describe Muhammad when he tried to fight the cross, you notice that Muhammad is so obsessed in rejecting the crucifixion of Jesus. Muhammad, he put in his aim that no cross should exist in this earth. The question is why? I mean, this guy is coming, supposedly he is sent by his God. And this God, he want to establish a religion, it's called Islam, to worship Allah, to kiss the black stone, to push your head inside the stone in the shape of a vagina, which is going to erase your sin when you kiss it, or when you lick it. But why he is so obsessed with the cross? If you remember, Muhammad, he said, that when the Messiah come back, the Messiah is going to destroy the cross. Now, we know that Muhammad, he had many phobia. As an example, he hates dogs, and dogs hate him for sure, because he's evil. But Muhammad, his phobia focus more when it's come to Christianity, on the cross, and how Jesus himself is going to destroy the cross. You know what the funny is, that the cross as a symbolic of death is already destroyed by Jesus. So what this guy is talking about? The cross for the Christian became a symbolic of life, a symbolic of resurrection. It used to be a curse. It used to be a penalty. It used to be a punishment. But with the Messiah, the cross became resurrection, become alive. So why Muhammad, he hated the cross so much? If I ask you now, which verses in the Bible you think present the situation of Muhammad? Anyone can help me? If I say, where in the Bible we have like a chapter or specific verses, those verses describe exactly how Muhammad is when it comes to the cross. If you ask me, I will say One of the, maybe the best to describe Muhammad is Philippians, or in Arabic we call it Philippi. If you go to Philippians chapter 3, you will see in an amazing way that this chapter, as if it's talking about Islam and Muhammad. And you will notice it describes exactly what will happen to Muhammad too, where he will end. The enemy of the cross, what will happen to them? Nothing but destruction. Those people who they are the enemy of a Christ and the cross of a Christ, whose end is destruction, whose God is their belly. How amazing. This is exactly Islam. A Muhammadan, he believed in Muhammad for what purpose? All his belief is connected to his belly area, where his private part, where his stomach. If we go right now in the Quran and see what exactly I will have and what I will get and what I will be if I am a person who believes in the lies of the filthy Muhammad. You will notice right away all the promises is a promises of destruction. It is sex and food. And the treasure of gold and money. It's your belly. How much I can put in my belly? A brick of gold, a brick of silver. Muhammad, he promised them in the heaven. But who want to live? Actually, even a Muslim, he will have 2 heavens. If not 4. 2 of gold, 2 of silver. And then you ask yourself, isn't it this is how destruction works? Money? Sex? Belly? Their God is nothing but a God in the belly. They are driven by temptation. They are controlled by temptation. They read based on temptation. Even their reading, even their study is nothing but a temptation. There's no belief in the belief. And actually, there's a verse more describe Muhammad even better. If you go to verse number 2, it says, be aware of dogs. Be aware of evil workers. Be aware, and you can read the rest. And be aware of those who hate the cross. Be aware of dogs. Now, for sure, here, the word dogs does not mean dogs. Dogs is just describing how low the person is. With the Messiah and those who believe in the cross of Jesus, we will be in heaven, and our heaven have nothing to do with the belly, have nothing to do with the penis, have nothing to do with gold and silver. That if it is a heaven, that is the heaven of the devil. If the devil have a heaven. We as a Christians, we are citizen. But we are citizen of heaven, not of earthly things. Muhammad is satanic man who wanted you to be an earthly thing, like a worm. You know, the worm, you put them in some composite garbage, they flourish because they are warm. This is how they are made. And Muhammad, he wanted you to be a worm. He fill up your mouth by words, and those words, you are waiting for them to be converted into currency later, which is money, literally, gold and silver, sex, and food. If we go in the Quran, you know, I never heard really of a God. He promised people, you know, fruits in heaven, and he says you will have a banana. I mean, what is that? Banana? Why? What is exactly the Quran is trying to tell us? Why I will have a banana? Do you think this is really from God? So this God, you will notice that banana is a fruit which does not exist in the Arabian Peninsula. It's not exist. Period. So this is like a big dream for Muhammadan. But this is something cheap and not a big deal if you are a person who live in Indonesia, or if you are a person who live in Philippines, or even in Africa, or even in USA. I mean, banana. Why the God, he promised me the most silly stuff, but all of them are things that really exist in the Arabian Peninsula. He is trying to tempt them by anything. What is exactly you don't have? What's exactly you dream to have? This is a chapter 56, verse number 29. There's no banana in Saudi Arabia. So he promised them banana. Why? And you will notice that when the Messiah, who is Muhammad, obviously an antichrist of the Messiah, the Bible says literally, who is the antichrist? Who is antichrist? Is the one who denied the Son and the Father. As simple as that. So when somebody, he claimed to be Christian and he say, oh, we and Muslim, we believe in the Abrahamic and all this garbage. First of all, Muslims are not Abrahamic. Secondly, the Bible is so clear. Anyone who denies that Jesus is the Son and the Father, he denied them both. Muslim deny that God our Father. Muslim deny that Jesus is the Son. He is an antichrist. Because you will notice and you will meet many of those false priests. So they are very much politically correct, which means they are satanic. And those banana priests, they are the same as the banana Muhammad. This is the religion of the banana, the republic of the banana. Even when Muhammad, he wanted to establish a state, his state is a state of a banana. When he tried to establish a fasting, it was a fasting of a banana. Today, the Muslims are fasting Ramadan. But do they fast really? They eat more. Or what they do, they switch the day with the night. And at the night, they eat like elephants, and the price of food goes so crazy. The religion of the banana Focus in the banana. Banana is a penis. Banana is a food. Banana is just what you will get. You get what you ask for. Allah will give you a banana. And then lately, we start finding that more Muslim sheikhs are really giving Muhammad a big banana. I mean, a banana he cannot even take. If you remember the video we just played yesterday by a very famous sheikh, let us see if we can find it again. Let us see here. It's a banana cult, my friend. Banana in, banana out, what you can say. In this video here, let us see if we can.
What did Allah do to make it appear? That he died. When he won.
Oh, sorry.
And my language is sometimes very harsh because that's the only language some people can understand. Don't come with this nonsense. Because it is not only pathetic nonsense, it is absolutely sinful to say that Allah, wa na'udhu billah min hadha, Allah calls someone else to take the appearance of Nabi Isa alayhi salam, and that innocent man, innocent because he never claimed to be the Messiah, he was crucified.
Here you notice that this is a Muhammadan, he is a sheikh, he is struggling. This is a form of a struggle of how stupid the author of the Quran. If you ask yourself, first of all, this guy is challenging the Muhammad and saying to them, where do you get this story that somebody he looked like Jesus was in the cross? Where do you get this from? The Muslim, they will say, well, the Quran says, Allah, he made it appear to them. He will say to them, fine. But he made it appear to them, that means he made them think that he died. But where do you get this story from that Allah, he made someone look like him? No answer. 100 millions of potato banana nation. They cannot answer. And when the sheikh is saying to them, stop your nonsense, he is trying to take it in his own logic, says, well, Allah is a God who will not do unjust. He will put someone innocent on the cross, but this is stupid of him to say, because everything in Islam is unjust. When a Muhammadan he speak about just and unjust, we die laughing. Is it just to beat your wife? Is it? Is it just that the male he have twice as the female as an inheritance? Is it just that the man can marry 4 and the woman she cannot? Is it just that the man can divorce the woman she cannot? Is it just, this is only about women. Is it just that Muhammad, he do not need to do anything like Muslims? Muslim can have only 4 wives, Muhammad have unlimited open account for sex. Is it just that he have the best of the booty? Is it just that he have the 5th of the booty? Is it just that Allah, he sent him a dish of shish kebab, he ate it, he got the power of 40 men? Why he don't send you all of you? Why only Muhammad, he got the dish of kebab to fix his penis? Islam is a banana religion. So when a Muhammadan, he tried to make his God like he looked like a God, we die laughing. Your God is a banana. Is a crooked. You cannot make him straight. If you try to make the banana straight, you will break it. And then when a Muhammadan, he try his best to present his religion to us as if it's a religion, but the fact Islam is not a religion. Islam as a religion, as a banana, it's a mix of things. There is the skin, there is the under skin, but banana is delicious, Islam is not. You can eat a banana, you cannot eat Islam. You would die. My Skype is open. And later in the second part of the broadcast, we will allow Christians to call us just to say their thought about this day and the crucifixion of Jesus and the resurrection. But not now. Later, Christians can call. If you are a Muslim and you want to present to me your case about the cross of Jesus and why you rejected, feel free. We would like to hear you. And you will see how the Muhammadan, they have no established faith in anything. It's a banana cult. It's just a banana. It's a collection of ideas and collection of interpretation, and nobody knows even what they are coming from. Like when the Muslim, he says to us, someone cloned to look like Jesus. We ask them, who is the one who said that story? Their answer is a banana. Shake banana. Like shake banana. You Muslims, where you got this story from? Any Muhammadan? You will tell me, Sheikh Banana, he said that. You don't follow even your prophet, even though he's a banana, but this is different banana. Where you get this interpretation from? Who is the one who told you the story? Is that interpretation of your prophet? If it is, show me. Very weird cult. Very silly, very stupid. Have zero base in everything. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to say anything? Same time, when the Quran says Allah, he made it appear to them, here you see the nature of the God of the Islam. It's a banana God again. He is deceiving us. I mean, they have a God who loud and clear, he say, you know what, I am a liar. He's not even ashamed. He say, I made them see it this way. Because why you made them see it this way? Oh, because he is a banana. He is the devil. It's in front of you. Allah is a certified liar. He is not trustworthy. Actually, even the Sheikh, he said, well, if we were there, which means we Muslims, thank God I'm not a Muslim, if we were there, we will believe in the same thing. Same thing what? Same thing. Same thing is that we will get the same conclusion that Jesus died on the cross. We will believe exactly in the same thing. That's what he said.
Made a mistake here.
We killed him. The Messiah, the son of Mary, the messenger of Allah, we killed him. In fact, if you and I were there, we would also come to the conclusion that he died.
Did you hear it? If you and I were there, we will get the same conclusion that he died. So what is our problem? If you and I were there, we would also come with the conclusion that Jesus, he died. Just to show you how Muslims, they answer us, and just how stupid the idea even to be a Muslim. You know, I have a strong belief that the second you become a believer in Muhammad, you lose your IQ. We have a Muhammad, his name is Muhammad Deen. Muhammad Deen is very smart. He is, I heard that he is the smartest between all the girls in his household. Look what he said. You believe the person who died. Do you see the stupidity? Okay, in your religion, he did not die. So that means we are right. We should believe in Jesus. I mean, the stupidity is amazing, man. What is excuse that we should not believe? That he died. But in your stupid idiot banana cult, Jesus did not die, so we should still believe in Jesus, because either way we are right then. We should believe in Jesus. And then we ask him, so why you don't believe and follow Jesus, yet you follow Muhammad? If you, that means you are following in the person who died. Isn't Muhammad dead? Isn't Muhammad dead? Your banana Muhammad is rotting banana into the ground, 6 foot down there. The Muslim did not bury him for 3 days, 3 nights, hoping that he will come back. Otherwise, I challenge the Muslim to tell me why you did not bury him for 3 days. Until he stink, Ibn Abbas, he said, "Idfinu sahibakum, فإنه قد أنتن كما ينتن البشر." Bury your friend. He stink like all a human. They stink. You are following a stinky prophet. We are the followers of the living Messiah. As we speak now, you idiot, the Messiah is in heaven, and as we speak now, you banana, your prophet is under my feet. What's wrong with this religion? Banana. It's a banana cult. The God who promised you a banana, obviously, you don't have something better. What the heck is banana? If I believe in Allah and I don't believe in Jesus, what I will get? A banana. I am really convinced that Allah is God now. Drink some water. Listen to me carefully. I'm going to invite you to Islam as we speak now. And I'm going to switch to Bangladesh mood. Brother, sister, the guy is named Christian Prince. And he tried to convince you that Islam is not a true religion. And this is my trend for Christian Prince. If your God is a true God, how come your God did not promise you banana? My God did not promise me banana. What I would do with the banana? Christian Prince, I will tell you what you can do with the banana. As an example, first you can squeeze it. Squeeze it? Yes. Then you can make it a juice. Okay, a juice. And in the best scenario, in the worst scenario, you can bite it. Okay. That's new. I just discovered that. Exactly. So Allah, he promised me banana. Because Allah, he think about how he will make my stomach happy. That's deep. Zakir, here it doesn't say who is going to have the banana, and I am suspecting in your case that the one who will have it is the wife of Muhammad. As you know, Muhammad, he could not have sex. His penis is not working. Christian Prince, watch your mouth. Respect yourself. Don't speak like that about the prophet. You idiot. I'm not the one who said that. Isn't it your prophet? He said, I was the most weak person between mankind, and then I invoke Allah. He sent me a dish of shish kebab. Isn't it Aisha? She said that the prophet, he imagined himself having sex. In fact, he did not. So now the wives of the Prophet, they are with the Prophet, and the Prophet cannot fulfill his duty in the bed. What they will do? They will look around. What they will find? The banana. Prove me wrong. This is Sahih al-Bukhari. It says that the Prophet continued for such and such period, imagining that he had slept, he had sexual relationship with his wives. In fact, he did not. So what the wives at that time were doing, as long as the Prophet is not doing it, who was doing it? The banana. This is religion. I mean, they brought to us a person, he have every problem in the world inside him. His penis not working, his brain not working, he forget what he is saying. He says something he don't know what he said. And then he himself, he imagined things never happen. He think they happen. And he himself, he claimed that his cousin raped him. He himself, I mean, the guy, he tried to commit suicide. I mean, name one thing for him about this person is not stupid and weird. So the banana cult is trying to fight Christ. Good luck with that. Let your banana work. You shout, you say takbir, you say jihad, we laugh at you. Islam is demolished. And you have no answer. Here we go. My Skype is open. Where's your sheikh? And look how Muhammad Deen, he explained to us why Allah promising a banana. Let me show you the explanation of Muhammad. Muhammad Deen, why you don't call me my friend? I can tell that you are a scholar. Guys, why Allah he promised us banana? Allah says give some of the heaven here in Al-Quran, like banana, pearl. What the heck? Well, potato, I challenge you to show me one thing Allah he promised you in heaven is not here already. You just said some. Is gold and silver here? Is penis here? Is vagina here? Is ass there? Is a bracelet of gold and silver? A pillow. Have you ever heard of a God he promised you a pillow? A pillow. I mean, isn't it obvious that this religion is something stupid? There's a God, brother. If you believe in him, brother, he will give you a pillow. What is that? Because those Arab, most of them, they never have one. It's not for everybody. Any Muhammadan? Pillows? What's happening with this cult? Reclining, this is the Muslim translation, chapter 55, verse number 76. Reclining on the green cushions and nice carpet. That's deep. And look, he says to you, how in the world you deny the favor of your God? Shouldn't you have it first? I mean, this guy is asking you how you deny his favor. He did not give you that favor yet. As if it's a fact. And then he promised you a woman who no man, neither a genie, did have intercourse with them and if them. I'm trying to be polite. This is religion? If this is religion, what stupidity is? There's a beautiful female, brother. They are restrained just for you, brother. There are no panty, brother. They are wearing 70 panty, by the way, brother, but you can see through and they are like wearing nothing. This is what you sold Jesus for? Banana? This is what you exchange God, the true God, for? The holy God, you exchange him for a guy. He promised you women, they are jailed. I mean, jailed? Why they are jailed? I mean, are they going to run if we open the door? Abdul, are you still afraid that your wife, she will flirt with the neighbor? Do you see the stupidity of this cult? What this Quran implying that in the heaven of Allah, everybody is a perverted person. If your wife, she go, if those women, if they call them wives, they are obviously just sex toys. If you open the door for them, they will go to the guy next door. Otherwise, I challenge you to tell me why they are restrained. What will happen if the door is open? Very filthy cult. This is why they lock the door over their wife, they lock the windows, they put bars, and then the wife is still cheat thanks to the internet. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to join us live on air? Maybe you don't agree with what we say. And you know, the Muslim, they say to us that this book, nobody can have like it. Oh, okay. I'm going to write a book and I'm going to repeat the same sentence 1,000 times because nobody can make like it. Look at this stupid religion. Look at this. What the heck is that? I mean, this God, he can repeat in the same word, the same word, the same word, the same word, the same word. What the heck? Are you out of words? What is this? The same exact line. Is that because he have a lot of wisdom to say, or this guy is just try to make a rap song and it's very stupid? No meaning. And look, brother, you will have palm date and rumman, granite, yeah. What the heck? This God, he promised me palm date and granites? Pomegranate? That's amazing. Thank you, Allah. We have a person, his name is Lut. He said, you have a talking donkey in the Bible. Well, my friend, why you don't call me and read for me the verse so we can laugh? Because maybe you do not know. A donkey in my Bible can speak but wisdom. A human in your Quran speak but he say stupid things. Secondly, you idiot, don't you know that your prophet, he claimed that he had a donkey, he stole it from a Jew, his name is Yafur, and he spoke to his donkey and the donkey spoke to him, and the prophet, he asked him, do you like females? And the donkey, he was a gay, he said no. This is how stupid they are. Muhammad, he copied a story from the Old Testament. He wanted to have the same story. So he claimed that he had a donkey and he called him Ya'fur. And the first conversation between the prophet and his donkey Ya'fur, he asked him, do you like females? I mean, look at this. The first time Muhammad speak to an animal, he asked him about his penis. I am really convinced. In the verse in the Bible, you will see that God, he made the word as if they are coming from the donkey. It's not that donkey is talking. God, he put word in his mouth. But the donkey is a donkey. But you're a prophet. You have a long conversation with the donkey. And then Yafur, he explained to him what the Jewish guy used to do to him. He used to kick him and he used to make him hungry. Because he's a Jew. I mean, what you can say? I mean, true story. A Jew makes sense, you know. I mean, what a stupid, dummy cult. And what kind of a prophet? He's still a donkey. I mean, aren't you even ashamed to mention the story? But yeah, at that time, they are not ashamed. Now they are. Now, anything we show them, they say, we don't accept it. This is not true. This is false. This is the book of Al-Bidayah and Al-Nihaya, volume number 6, Ibn Kathir. What is the name of the hadith? Hadith al-Himar. The hadith of the donkey. Oh boy. It says here, فكلم النبي الحمار فكلمه الحمار فقال ما اسمك؟ Translate to English. So the prophet, he stole from them, from the Jews, 10 ounces of gold and silver, and sandals and donkeys. Sandals, I mean, have you ever heard of somebody even stealing sandals? This reminds me of Kadyrov men in Ukraine. His men, they are stealing underwear from the drawers of the empty houses, used underwear of women. So he will take it to his wife. Trash. So the prophet, he said to the donkey, who are you, donkey? He spoke to the donkey. He said to him, what's your name? The donkey, he said, Yazid ibn Shihab, Allahu Akbar, Takbir. Even his name is Arabic name. His name is Yazid. His father, his name is Shihab. And God brought out, which means brought him, of his descendant, of his grandfather, 60 donkeys, 60 limousines, 60 Ferrari, 60 Rolls Royce made like this. They are made only for prophets. All of them were written by only a prophet, which means 60 prophet, everyone have a donkey. And this donkey is the last donkey. Makes sense. Muhammad is the last prophet. And then he said to him, from now on, I will call you Yafur. And then he says to him, do you like females? Do you like females? And by the way, the Yafur, the donkey, later he commits suicide. In case you do not know. When the prophet, he died, he came to an empty, dry well, and the donkey, he jumped inside the well and he commits suicide. True story. Very true story. Do we have any Muhammadan? Do you have any argument left to say from the banana religion? Yeah, it makes sense. The last prophet for the last donkey and the last donkey for the last prophet. What's wrong with you? I mean, the story is perfectly made. The Prophet, he asked the donkey, do you like females? The donkey, he don't like females. It's very well known that donkeys don't like females. What's wrong with you? They even have a gay club. The Muslims, why the Prophet donkey don't like females? There's a problem. So we have a banana prophet teaching us a potato religion, preach to us about his penis and how Allah he fixed it. And when we ask him for a miracle, he could not even prove that his penis is working. And he could not prove that he have any miracle. Even the Quran confirmed that he have zero miracle. The Quran says, the Quran says, not Muhammad. Remember, Allah. Muhammad is not the one who made the Quran. People keep asking Muhammad, you idiot, how come you don't have any miracles? Muhammad, you get them busted. He said to them, brother and sister, they keep asking me, why isn't that a miracle? I'm going to get them busted. Allah, he gave me that verse. Listen carefully. And nothing stop us from sending ayat, proof, evidence, signs, but the people before the narration, they deny them. Like, what the heck? So Allah, he will not send Muhammad any proof, any signs, any evidence, because former generation, they denied him? Will you liar? They don't. They don't. Don't the Christian believe in the miracle of Jesus? And they believe in every miracle done by the prophet before him? This was a very false excuse of a person who broke his teeth. I'm not talking about Zakir Naik, I'm talking about Muhammad, by the way. Because Muhammad, he lost his teeth too. Somebody threw a rock at his mouth, and Muhammad, he speaks like Zakir Naik since then. The story says, قَدْ كُسِرَتْ رُبَاعِيَّتَهُ. So they throw a rock, somebody throw a rock from far distance. Muhammad is a coward, always hide behind his wife. So they throw a rock at him, and then they broke his teeth. And you can imagine Muhammad reading Quran. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah al-Alim. What the heck? And now we understand why the Muslims, they are confused about what Muhammad said. Do we have any Muhammadan? Anyone? Do we have any Muhammadan? You know, listen to me carefully. If you do call me and you show us truth about Islam, truth, you know, because Islam is religion of truth, as you know. Huh? Do you know how many banana Allah will reward you? I mean, just think about it. A God who promised you banana. You will get a pile, a truck full of banana. By the time you finish your conversation with me, before you hang up, the banana will be covering you. We have a true God here who promised us banana. If you vote for me, I will give a banana to every citizen in my heaven. Once I was debating an atheist, and this is the only debate I lost. He asked me a question. I should thought about it carefully before I answer. He said to me, Christian Prince, do you like banana? I said, in a natural way, you know. I said, yes. He got me busted. He said, see, our origin is a monkey. And here you see a lot of similarity between atheist and Muhammadan. The Muhammadan, they want to prove to us that monkeys used to be human, and the atheists want to prove to us that a human used to be monkeys. It's like they are two opposite sides of the magnet bar. The Quran, because the Quran is a book of science, as you know, come with the details which no science can deny. That because one day, the Jews, they did fishing in Saturday. So Allah, He made them monkeys and pigs. And me, myself, I have to be honest. I used to have a neighbor, his name is Jack Shalom, Yazid ibn Shihab. He went to do fishing. In the morning I saw him leave and I said, Jack Shalom, Habibi, don't go and do fishing, Habibi. He said, why not? He said, don't you know, Habibi, that if you go to fishing, Habibi, Allah will make you a pig and a monkey, Habibi? Jack Shalom, he is stubborn and he's cheap. He don't want to buy food. He want to go and get fish for free. So he went and he did fishing on Saturday. And when he came back home, he did not even notice what's happening to him. He was transforming into a monkey. When he opened the door of his car, right away, I saw his foot. Brothers and sisters, I swear by the shin of Allah and his 4 testicles that this person, he become a monkey. Chapter 7, verse number 163. Only in Islam. If you do fishing in Saturday, Allah will make you a monkey, not a donkey. I mean, look at Zakir Naik. He's already a donkey. You cannot punish him, make him a donkey. I mean, you cannot punish the person twice. He will make you a monkey. Muslims, how come if a person, if a Jew, he did fishing in Saturday, Allah made them pigs and monkeys? I mean, there's millions of Jews now, they don't follow Saturday no more. Is that one-time deal? Did Allah broke the stick, the magic stick he used to like make it transform people from something to something? Maybe Allah, he lost his power. And the funny is, in case you do not know what the story is, Allah, he made the fish. He told them not to fish on Saturday. He told them not to fish on Saturday. But Allah is a disgusting person. He play games. He made the fish only come in Saturday. Week after week, the people, they are dying. They live in a sea. So he made the fish come only in Saturday, and not only that, openly. Look at this, openly. Like the fish, they jump over the water and they play ballet and gymnastic. Like, we are here. You cannot fish us. It is Saturday. And who is the one who made them do that? Allah. Banana God. Banana story. Your God is a banana. I mean, who is the banana when I believe in such a garbage, buddy? So the fish, they come in Saturday and they come to them openly. What does that mean? They take off their burqa? No bra? They are naked, aren't they? So I am the poor Jew standing in the beach, and the fish, they come to the beach. They walk in the beach, brother. Like, tick. You know, I am, you know, the fish. You cannot put me in the dish because today is Saturday. Just make a wish. Like, what the heck? No, this is not a smart fish. Allah, he made them come. Allah, he made them come in Sabbath. Just to show you. Chapter 7, verse 163. You guys are not smart like Muhammad. I feel sorry for you, honestly. So what happened exactly? And the question to them, Muhammad, and Muhammad is asking them, asking the Jews, hey, Jews, can you tell me what happened to those people in the, I know about them. Okay, what happened? In rebuke about the city that was by the sea, bordering the Red Sea. The Jews, they were bordering the Red Sea. And that was Eilat. Now we have a proof that Eilat belonged to the Jews. Thank you. About what befell its inhabitants, how they would transgress, violate the Sabbath, by fishing, which they had been commanded not to do on that day. And here it's telling you how the fish come to them in that day and show themselves and do belly dancing just to make them upset. When it is not Saturday, Allah, He made the fish go deep in the sea. I mean, who can deny such a beautiful story? Look, in this religion, Islam, if Muhammad, he raped children, Allah will not make him a monkey. Abdul, they raped children, Allah will not make them a monkey. But you do fishing on Saturday, if you are a Jew, Allah will make you a monkey. I'm really convinced with the punishment and the reasoning. A Muslim might say to you, well, you know what? In the Old Testament, there's a guy was killed just for collecting some wood in Saturday. He was killed. God did not make him a monkey. He broke the law. Your God here, if he is consistent, and he claimed that he is the one who sent the order for the Jews to not to do anything in Saturday, why he don't follow the order he gave to the Jews if he is the same God of the Jews? Where in the Torah, where Allah, he says to Moses, if any of your followers don't obey the Sabbath, I will make him a monkey? Nowhere. Have you ever heard of a stupid religion more than Islam? This is Ibn Kathir. May Allah give him more banana. Explain to us what happened exactly in details. Ask the Jews who they are with you, the story of their fellow Jews who they defied Allah's command. So his punishment overtook them all of the sudden for their evil action, transgression, and defense by deceit. Defiance by deceit. And also warn the Jews, O Muhammad, against hiding your description that they are finding in their book. So Muhammad now accusing them that this is a story, they are hiding it. So they do not suffer, their forefathers suffered. Okay, so why Allah did not make the Jews in the time of Muhammad pigs and monkeys? The village mentioned there, it was Ayala, on the shore of the Red Sea. Ibn Ishaq recorded from Ibn Dawood, from Ibn Potato, the son of tomato, the cousin of banana. He said, when their whale, not their fish by the way, it says in Arabic, hitanahum, whale, come to them openly in Sabbath day, visible on the top of the water. I'm telling you, those fish, they walk like over the water. According to Ad-Dahuk, who reported from Ibn Abbas, Ibn Jarir said, okay, and did not come to them in the day, had no Sabbath. Thus we made a trial for them, mean, this is how we tested them, by making the fishes swim close to the surface of the water. On the day, they were forbidden to fish. So Allah, He made the fish come only in the day of Saturday. When there is no Saturday, the fish disappear. And the fish would be hidden or hiding from them on the day when they are allowed to fish. And then the Quran complains and says that the Jews are fasiqeen. Fasiqeen mean bankrupt with ethic, you know, like bad, very bad people. But why they are bad? Because they fish on a Saturday. But you made them angry. The story just said that you made the fish disappear, and those are fishermen. They want to feed their family. But just to show you the hypocrisy of the donkey Muhammad. All of us, we knew that the Quran says you cannot eat pork, right? But the Quran says if you are hungry, you can. So how come the Jews, who they are obviously now hungry because you made the fish disappear, come only in Saturday? How come they cannot eat do fishing in Saturday? But Muslim, they can provoke the command of Allah not to eat pork and eat pork if they are hungry. Chapter 5, verse number 3. And by the way, chapter 5, verse number 3 is the most stupid chapters ever in the Quran. In this chapter, because Allah, He says, I made unlawful for you the dead animal, blah, 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 the flesh of the swine. Is it? So what about the blood? The flesh swine is okay? The flesh of the swine? And the meat of that, which blah, 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 blah. And then he says, today I completed my original, my favor for you, perfected Islam for you. I mean, the guy, he is just in the beginning of the Quran. Today, this day, brother and sisters, I have perfected your religion for you. Completed my favor upon you. Like today, my friend, this is chapter 5. There's almost more than 100 chapters left. If this day you completed Islam for them, everything is perfect. That means the rest of the Quran is a joke. It's not not from Allah. Do we have any Muhammadan? Today, Islam become perfect for you. A Muhammadan, he sent me from 2nd Thessalonians. He says that God, he sent them a powerful delusion. My God is my friend. My God, he sent you a powerful delusion that is Muhammad. Isn't it God who created Satan? So when you are not with God, you are not immune. Delusion will come upon you. Drugs, sex with kids, or you became a pervert. This is what the Bible is saying. But your God, Allah, is the one who is proud about being a deceiver. But look what you just did. You did to me, Mr. Cold Scepter. You just mentioned to us something very important. Let me take a screenshot of what he posed for us. Or let us open the verse, because this verse can help us really good to understand how our Bible exposed Muhammad and people like him. This Abdul, obviously, he do not know that what he gave us is to arm us, not the opposite. So he sent me this verse saying, well, in this verse in the chapter here, it says that your God, he sent a delusion. I will focus on this now. Look what happened. Muhammad, he claimed to be a prophet. And obviously Muhammad is a liar. Our God, he will prove to us that Muhammad is a false prophet. How? He made Muhammad fail into his own trap, which means Muhammad, he made a trap, and he made Muhammad fail into his stupidity and his lies. How? Look what happened. Muhammad, he made a promise in the Quran that if he is lying, Allah said to him, Allah will cut off his artery. So Muhammad, he have a delusion that he will never die in such a way, because it's just a fake promise. He made a fake promise. I mean, how the fake promise will come to be true? You know what I mean? In chapter 69, verse number 46, the Quran says, if Muhammad is a fabricator, if he is a liar, if he is a false prophet, if he is a banana, and then certainly we should have cut off his life artery. That was Muhammad, the delusional, making a false promise. He said, there is no way I will die in such a way. Guys, are you listening? He was a delusional. He made a lie, claiming that if he is liar, if he is fabricating Quran, his God will cut his artery. I believe strongly that Muhammad, at the end of the day, him and his God is under the feet of my Lord. And I believe this is the delusional power which God, he cursed those people with. To make an obvious lie, they think it's a lie. And later it's going to happen. Who is the one who make it happen? Is our Lord. So look what happened. Muhammad, he made a promise that his God promised him. If he is a liar, Allah will cut his artery. And this is exactly how Muhammad died. So Muhammad was a delusional. He thought, I will make a promise and no way will happen. It's like, you know, let us say, me, myself, I say, I will die in the North Pole because I will never go there. And then it happened exactly what I promise. If I am lying, I will die there. He made a promise he never thought is going to happen. So when the Bible speaks about the delusional and how God, he sent all the evil ones on you, or you are evil, or what the Bible is saying, now you have no protection from me. You lost your immune system. You don't need me. You just said, I don't want to worship you. You just said, I deny you. Okay, you are in your own. This is what the Bible is saying. And Muhammad, the filthy man, he made a promise that if he is lying, his God will cut his artery. And guess what happened? Our God, not your God, he cut the artery of Muhammad. And he made Muhammad say those words. So we as a Christian today, we will not be fooled by this liar. I mean, how more strong a proof we need? The guy, he said, if I am a liar, if I am lying, if I am fabricating, if I am making this and that, Allah will cut my artery. Do we need more proof? From the mouth of the devil. In the case of Jesus, he knew when they will crucify him. They knew who is going to deny him. He knew when they are going to even arrest him. He knew in the future. The Muslim, they will say, isn't it the Bible say that the cross is a curse? It's a curse for criminals. But Jesus never commit any crime. It's a curse. It's a penalty. It's a punishment. But as the Bible says, my friend, the enemy of the cross of Christ, whose end is destruction, whose God is their belly, whose their glory is nothing but a shame, who their mind is nothing but earthly things, that is you, Muhammadan. All your religion is between your belly and your belly, your penis. Everything attached to the belly. Penis, vagina, stomach, banana. The God who promised me a banana, he must be a banana God. Who is a Muslim would like to get a big banana and call me life? The bigger, the better, as long you know. In case you do not know, Muslims, they believe in size. That's why they say Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Akbar means bigger. Size doesn't matter. Actually, in the comment section in the previous video, I think, a Muslim, he says, not the previous, maybe the 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, he said, you believe in a man, he is like 5'6" foot tall? And if we ask the Muslim, what is the size of your God? Any Muslim can help me? What is the size of your God? If your God is so big, but yet his action is so small to the point he promised you a banana. I mean, how small is God? I can grow a banana. If I live in a warm area, I will grow a banana and the banana will say hello to me from my window. Does it make me God? Do we have any Muhammadan who believe in the God who give him banana? Actually, if you go in the Quran, you will see the Quran describe the size of Allah. But Allah is so small, and I will prove it to you. One of the most funny things about Quran describe the size of the chair of Allah. Chapter 2, verse number 225. Do you see it? The chair of Allah, you see the Muslim, they translate the chair as a throne. The fact the Quran says chair. You see, one of you, he told me about a video made by David Wood about the Bible. But the video of David Wood is absolutely wrong. Not because he's wrong, no. Because David Wood is using wrong translation. How many times we said, never trust a Muslim translation. So the video, you know, those guys they told me about, I did watch it. I understand the intention of David Wood, but he was reading a very false translation. As an example, when the Quran says, confirming what was revealed to them, the Quran was not saying that. The Quran was saying, confirming what is between their hands. There's a huge difference. You know what I mean? So this is why it's very important that when you want to learn about Islam, you learn from those who speak the native language, for they will deceive you with their false translation. So if we go here, chapter 2, verse number 97. In the Islamic translation, nowhere it says confirming what is between their hands. It says confirming what came before it. And this is what David Wood was reading. But this is not the mistake of David Wood. David Wood do not know. He don't speak Arabic. You don't know what is written here and the other side. There's a huge difference between confirming what came before it and what is between their hand. مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ. مُصَدِّقًا, not only confirming, actually. مُصَدِّقًا mean believing in. Believing in what is between his hands. The Muslim translation, confirming what came before it. And there's a huge difference. So he made a video. I mean, his videos are good. I like the short video David Wood he do. But because he is short in the knowledge when it's come to the Arabic language, he is using the false fiction translation of the Muhammadan. So if somebody know him, he can talk to him and tell him, you need to fix that. Because each time the Quran says, مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ, it doesn't mean confirming what was or came before it. It means believing in what is between his hands. And again, look how many times in the Quran it appears. Chapter 2, verse number 97. Chapter 3, verse number 3. Chapter 5, verse number 46. Chapter 5, verse number 48. Chapter 35, verse number 31. Chapter 46, verse number 30. And maybe more. He explained that. Okay, I did not watch the whole video. I watched like maybe 30 seconds. He was start reading the verses and he was saying, confirming what is between. All right, so he did. Oh, okay, I did not see that. Sorry, I thought he did not mention that. I did not watch the whole video. You know, for me, I don't really watch other people's videos. That's good. If he fixed it already, and then there's no need to tell him, because this is how they lie to us. I mean, there's a huge difference between confirming what is between their hands and what revealed before it. Why they take the word between and why they take the word hands off? Because this is embarrassment. Because this doesn't mean we Christians are right. And all if Muhammad here is saying that confirming what is between our hands, that's mean all what the Muslims they have today is a lie. That's mean maybe Muhammad at that time, he was a decent man. Maybe. He's confirming what is between our hands. Which means everything is not confirming our Bible is not from Muhammad then. Do you notice how dangerous those verses are? Because if the stupid Quran confirm what is between our hands, that means every single verse in the Quran in this agreement with the Bible about Jesus is a false verse, is a false teaching. We change the translator, all of them they are saying, confirming what was revealed before. You can take this word by yourself and you put it in Google translation. Yadayhi. Yadayhi, his hands. Ma bayna. Bayna mean between. Do you see how evil work? If those people are truthful, following the true God, Why they are doing false translation? You tell me. You see, when we speak to Jehovah's Witnesses, the first thing we notice that Jehovah's Witnesses, they fabricate or they add words into our Bible. That's why their Bible is not Bible. Why they do that? Because they knew that they are a bunch of liars. This is Google translation. I will copy in the front of your eyes. Copy. And then we go to Google translation and we paste. Live on air. Do you see it? بين يديه.
بين يديه.
Translation is not perfect, but it's okay. Between his hands.
In his hands.
You can do the same. And then if you are a Muhammadan, asking yourself, well, if the Quran says hands, and if the Quran says bain, which means between, why none of the translation using the word hands? Hangi Tato, wanna call me? Okay, my friend, you can text me in Skype, and I will call you. Just text me first. Tell me what's your name. Is it Hangi Tato too? I mean, people, they send me messages, was really weird. My friend, don't send me messages in Skype unless you are a Muslim and you want to debate me. What I would do with this one now? Are you the famous CP? Okay. The famous CP. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to explain to us the famous Muhammad lies? Anyone? Who is a Muhammadan would like to call us? Anyone? Mayday, Mayday. So as you see, their answers to Christians is a fabrication. Their translation to their own book is a fabrication. And then the funny is, they claim that you are the one who corrupt your book. But isn't it this is a corruption? Not a single translation used the word hands. How come Allah, he say, between his hands, you Muslim, you delete it? Where in the verse it says, what was revealed before? Where? Where is the word before? Where was the word revealed? They are adding words to their own false book. It's already your book is false in Arabic. Why you want to make it more false? Don't text me with silly questions, otherwise I will block you. Do we have any Muhammadan? When we spoke about the banana is a banana. It's a fruit. You don't even know what the banana mean. Even this one need interpretation. Do we have any Muhammadan? If you don't understand what the banana mean, that's mean you are Abdul. And you need now Ibn Kathir. Good luck with that. Do we have any Muhammadan? The Quran says the sun set in murky water, in a spring of water. The Muslims, they say it appear. Where is the appear? Where is the word it appeared to him? I mean, your God, he is very... And they say to us that the Quran is a perfectly made. Well, if it's perfectly made, then we should not have a perfect word to fix it missing. And obviously, you need to add those words now to fix it. So how it's perfectly made? Any Abdul? You know, the Quran supposedly is a book of God, right? And then when you read, you will find that there is no connection between the verse before it and the verse after it. If you read, like, what is that? I don't see any connection. Look at this as an example. Allah now, he is bragging about what he did. How he created you. If we go a few verses before, just to show you the stupidity of this religion, it says here, Allah, he mislead who he like or deceive who he like, and he guide who he like. What does that mean? If you go verses before, 2 verses, you will see that the shaitan is your enemy. Okay, hold on. The shaitan is our enemy for what reason? The Muslim, they say he deceive you. Okay, wonderful. We skip 1 verse, or you can read it. We read the verse after it. It says that the one who misguide us, the one who deceive us is Allah. So who is our enemy? If the one who misguide us and deceive us is Allah, so what is the job of Mr. Shaitan? Any Muslim can tell me? Any Muhammadan? If the shaitan is our enemy, why? Because he deceives us. Okay, wonderful. But as you see, it's not shaitan who deceives us. It is Allah. And here again, the false fiction lie about the translation. Look what the Arabic says. فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ يُضِلُّ مَنْ يَشَاءُ. I will copy the word yudil as it is and paste it in Google Translation. Let us do that in front of your eyes. Let us delete the previous one and post the new one. We are still copying the same word. Hold on. Look like we did not copy the highlight. Okay, now. This is Google Translation. Misled. Who is the one who misled you? Allah. So what shaitan do for living?
يضل. يضل.
I mean, the software of Google is like a woman. You are putting her inside under a truck. I mean, what her voice is like that? Yudillu. What she is saying?
يضل.
Look, what the heck? This is
يضل.
what the heck? Yudillu. What the heck? What she is saying? Don't listen to Google. Don't learn Arabic from Google. She is saying it wrong. So yudillu, Google translation means misled. My translation is to deceive. So Allah, he deceive who he wish, and he misled who he wish to, and he guide who he wish. So all of us either misled by Allah according to the Quran, or guided by Allah. So what shaitan do for a living? Any Muhammadan? Shaitan was selling banana. Allah make banana, shaitan he count them. If the one who misled and the one who guide is Allah, but there's no place for shaitan then. Because that's it. The whole world is either misled or guided. Do you see the stupidity? This is a chapter 35, and this is verse number 8. I remember once I was speaking to a Muslim and we spoke about the Quran, and I wanted to show him a verse in the Quran, so I have a book with him. So he want to give me the book. Other Abdul next to him, he said, no, no, no. He said to him, لا يمسه إلا المطهرون. What the heck? He said, nobody can touch it except the one who is circumcised. I said to him, do you want me to unzip? I mean, you give your Quran, you coward, you hypocrite, in the street to everybody in the street. And now you don't want me to hold the Quran because only those who they are circumcised. What my penis have to do with your book? Are you saying he is the one who will hold it? As I know, he don't have two hands. As I remember. What a stupid cult. And this is the holy book. All of it is about penis, banana, vagina, boobs, and blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, you cannot touch it, okay? He's a Christian. He is not circumcised, brother. Well, your prophet was not circumcised. Once one of the Muslims, he says to me, how come? I said, why your prophet would never be circumcised? He said, he's born circumcised, okay? Oops. Who ate it there? I guess the mother of Muhammad, she have a rat there. He was chewing. He was born circumcised. Where do you get this from? Do we have any Abdul? Today, because we have a special occasion, we said we will, the first part of our broadcast, we will take Muslims, but obviously there's no Muslims. So now we will take calls from Christians. So if you are a Christian, you want to share with us whatever you want to say about the crucifixion, what the crucifixion mean for you, what this occasion, what this day, what this time in the year mean to you. If you like to do so, feel free. You can call me. This is a special time, and that's why we're allowing, as you know, I don't allow Christians to call me because we want people to hear the Muslims. So it's a best comedy, you know. But as long as there's no Muhammadan, what we can do. So if you're a Christian and you'd like to call us, please text me first. You cannot call me right away. You have to text me and say I'm a Christian. Be sure you say I'm Christian, and I will call you. And be sure you want to speak about the occasion, which is the crucifixion of Jesus, what the cross mean to you, what do you understand about the cross, or if you have a question. Feel free. Yahya? Yahya, you mean the name in the Quran? You mean Yahya? Yahya, supposedly, the Muslim, they say Yahya is a word mean Yohanna. But where this Yahya coming from, we do not know. Everything they have is wrong. All the names they have is very funny. Yeshua became Isa. John became Yahya. Paul became, in Arabic they say Bulos. All the names they make their own names. Do we have any Muhammadan? And if you are a Christian, you would like to join us, feel free. It look like everybody is. Nobody there. Nobody want to talk to me. I mean, what's happening here? Man. Okay, we have an ex-Muslim. Let us see what you want to say. Yes, my friend, you are live on air.
Yeah, let me
just to mute you too, please.
Can you hear me now better?
All right, go ahead.
Yes, well, hello. My name is Muhammad, and I'm an ex-Muslim Christian now, follower of Jesus. And yeah, very happy that I found my way in the Lord Jesus Christ.
I mean to that. So Muhammad, as long you are an ex-Muslim, when you used to be a Muslim, how you used to think about the crucifixion of Jesus, how you look at it?
Before it was for me, it was horrible. It was more of a brainwash, I believe. Like, since I was young, it's an association with Allah and abomination, and it's the biggest sin that you could do. They will tell me it's better to drink, to make zina, or to do any other sin, but never do shirk. Never associate the cross or Jesus as the Son of God with Allah. You could do anything except that. And based on that, I would say, but why? And they will say, because the Bible is corrupted, they invented it. Jesus never said that, and so it was more of a brainwash than anything else. And because of my fear of not questioning the Quran, was my desire to think that I know who God is through Islam. But one day I was reading those verses that you were talking about no mabayna yadayhim, so it's what's in between their hands. So I said, well, because I speak Arabic, not that much. I speak about reading slow because I was born outside my country.
I understand.
My wife reads better Arabic, so she said, you know what, let's get a Bible. Because I was thinking about it too, like if it's bayna yadayhim, so the Bible should be true. So that's when I encouraged myself to, let's see what's this corrupt Bible about.
Did your wife and yourself see the word bayna yadayhi? Is it there, or we are making things up?
Yes.
It is
no,
there, right?
No, it is. That's the main reason why I took it, because if it was saying in Arabic that it came before, then I would not even encourage myself to get a Bible. The only reason I got the Bible is because at one point I reached to saying, you know what, I cannot follow Muhammad anymore because the hadith are very messed up. So if he's actually a prophet, I believe their enemies were creating stuff. So I will stick to the Quran alone. When you stick to the Quran alone, you find a lot of difficulties in how to make wudu, because the wudu that we used to make when Muslims is different than the way the wudu Allah says in the Quran. So the wudu of three times the hands, the way they do on the feet, it's not prescribed specifically in details in the Quran. The way we pray, it's Salat al-Dhuhr, how many ruq'at, and all of that, it's not mentioned in the Quran. So you need still the hadith. So it was confusing to me. And then when I went deeper into the Quran, I found the bayna yadayhim, which is what's confirming between their hands. And that's what encouraged me to go and get the Bible. And not just the Bible, I got the Torah as well, just to have it like a collection, because I said, if we're the people of the book, the best thing to do is to go deeper into the books of God and see. And little I know is that I ended up discovering that there's a big difference between two. So I was in a dilemma into, is it a corrupted book, the Bible, or is Islam a total false religion? So I was leaning towards atheism because I was hurt. Like I would dream to live on the days of Muhammad, the Prophet, supposedly, and be fighting next to him, you know, and that desire of spreading Islam and, you know, that brainwashing life, and to not being true anymore, to now being Jesus, the Son of God. So I said, this is nonsense. And it was very hard for me. I had a very, very difficult spiritual period of time. I was so disappointed of God, of life. I was going towards, you know, like thoughts of suicidal, being lonely more, away from my family, because it was a big deception. Like, what is this? How could God be so evil? Those are the thoughts that I came to my head. But little I know is that along the way, God was always with me, and slowly He was guiding me through my dreams. I started seeing a man that came to me, never spoke to me, had a very bright face, you know, brown hair. And when I saw that, I decided to go to a church. And I passed by that church. I speak to see if I can speak with the pastor. I meet a very, very nice, amazing pastor. I tell him my spiritual connections and what I'm seeing and all of that. And he starts helping me slowly, you know, giving me some advices. Not even anything from the Bible, you know, just like a friend, a very nice person, you know. But he knew inside that I was going towards the right path. And he used to always tell me, you know what, Muhammad, every time you leave my church and you come to my church, I always pray for you. And slowly I start seeing the same man again in my dreams. But this time he said, Muhammad, the Quran says that a man can marry more than one woman. Do not do it. That's an abomination to God. That's a very bad thing to God to do. And then the same guy came, but with Moses, and we prayed together. And then the fourth time, that person, same person, resurrected me from the tomb. I was full of light, you know, and I was extending my hand to my wife, and I told her, Jesus is the way. So that's my spiritual connection to God in my dreams. And since then, I got baptized, you know, and I've been reading the Bible. I'm so happy. I felt so light that I swear to God, when I tell that to a Muslim, they think I'm lying to them. My only desire is to make them feel what I feel right now, because my heart feels circumcised. I don't hear no music. I don't look anyone in any objective way. I'm very, 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 very happy the way I feel. I only here to worship music. I'm always close to God. You know, I'm always praying. I'm always full of love. You could come and put a nail on my feet. I would not cry. I would not hate you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't desire to fight. I don't desire to, you know, to hate, but to love, to give compassion, because I feel that love that comes from God. And I feel like I have to give it to someone so that someone can find the love of God as well. So that I never found that in Islam. In Islam, I was technically feeling like I need to force, and I never thought about it in that way, because, you know, the community, society, you're an Arab and you understand our culture is kind of, you know, effective on every way that you do. You think it's always a criticism.
Yeah.
So it prevents you from being yourself. It prevents you from being free. And now I feel so free, like literally even the chains, what the Bible says that you're free from your chains. I feel that completely, like I'm so free to think, to do whatever I want. And I'm a man. Just imagine a woman in our society. And I come from a Lebanese culture, you know, it's kind of mixed up. Just imagine a person that comes from Saudi Arabia. That's even worse, Pakistan.
Yeah.
So Muslims don't understand that we are in our communities, the religion of Islam, it is a big problem. It's no hate towards the people. It's just that we cannot deny the facts of the bad things of it. So I don't know. Like, I wish them the best. I pray for them all the time. That's my experience. I wanted to share it with you.
Well, I'm really happy to have you, my friend Muhammad. And even though look like I have nothing to do with your conversion to Christ, but I'm still very happy to hear that you become a Christian and you accept Jesus. Because usually people who call me is the one who left Islam because they listen to me. But look, obviously you are not one of them. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, well, but you know what? When I left Islam, I met you at the beginning of it. When I got baptized, I met you along the way. And since then, I've been watching you for about 7 months. And the reason I know more about the flaws of Islam is absolutely because of you. I knew the basic things of why I left Islam. I left Islam because the confusion of Allah saying that He revealed the Torah and the Gospel. You know, the basic stuffs, I knew them. But the reason I left Islam was more of a spiritual connection with God rather than an academia or like you're doing. But you absolutely helped me to understand the academic part of it, like the flaws, the actual. But the way I see it is that I live by what I believe, not by what I can see. So I converted and I found God because I believed, not just because I saw. But now I can see, not to increase my faith. And thankfully, I do see your videos just to increase my knowledge, because I plan to help my Muslim friends and family members to find the truth. And thanks to you as well, my Arabic has improved because I practice with you as well by reading when you read and when I read by myself, which is helpful, right? It's always good to have the extra knowledge as well.
Yeah. Well, what about your wife? How like your wife, she became a Christian now?
Yeah, absolutely. We're all in the family of Christians now.
Wonderful. Yeah. So the whole family, they are, they believe and they go to the church. And what about your family? I mean, the bigger family, like your parents, etc. How they think about you?
Well, we haven't technically told them completely about that, although we live outside of the country and, we're far.
Yeah.
But, we definitely know that we're not accepted. So we're just keeping it neutral. It's not because of fear, but it's because I feel like it's not the right time. My dad is not in a good situation. I don't want to increase that pain. And although I wish they could know and they could find a way, but I feel like it's not the time yet for them to know. Yeah.
Well, my friend, I'm so happy for you. If you like to read, because obviously you are very passionate about love, you can go to 1 Corinthians chapter 13, and you will see where it says that love never fails. And obviously the Bible have a special look at love. Love is not about a man and a woman loving each other, because a man, he love a female for a reason, and the female love the man for a reason. But love in the Bible is above all those reasons. Is a heavenly love. It is above. It's not the love of need. It's not the love of take. It is the love of giving. So with the Messiah, this is what the Messiah, he did in the cross. His love never failed. He give, he never take. And in the top of that, the only take he took, actually, it was an insult. Like the Muslim now, they insult him non-stop. So his love is still, when Jesus was on the cross, he said, "Forgive them, Father, they do not know what they are doing." And here you notice that with the cross, you are a new person, as you said. You don't want to fight with anyone. You don't want to argue and hate anyone. For simply love never fail, and love who made you a different person. What is Jesus?
Yeah, True, like before, I always wanted to be that wolf, you know, that fights, and you know the way Islam always portrays with the, you know, musalsals and
Yeah.
like series and stuff.
Mhm.
But now all I want to be is a sheep and waiting for Jesus to come back and be my shepherd, you know. So there's a big difference of perspectives of how you see life when you are a Muslim to what is following Jesus. So it's if Islam, if Muslim means like if they claim to be the ones that submit to Allah for real, well, they're mistaken, because to actually submit to Allah, then you give the whole will to God, and God will always fight at the day of judgment for every mistake that people did against you. In Islam, if you insult me, I have the right to kill you. If you do this, I have the right to, you know, like
No,
it's
they kill you
so.
actually, even if you don't insult, even if you do nothing. It's just because you don't accept
Yeah.
Muhammad, and this is why they kill each other. I mean, look at the Muslim countries. You know,
Yeah.
they have never stopped war, and why? Nobody even knows why they are killing each other. You know, it's just and anyone who disagree with them, they call him a kafir, even if he is a Muslim. You know.
Yeah,
So,
and you know what's funny? And they end up saying, "Well, look at the Crusaders; they did worse and blah blah blah." Okay, if for the sake of argument, I will agree with you. Crusaders did wrong or worse than Muslims, but it's not endorsed by the Bible. Jesus said, "If someone hits you on one side of the face, give the other one."
yeah,
Jesus
I
never
have a correction
commanded.
here, Muhammad. I have a correction. The
Yes.
crusade was a reaction, not an action. So
Yes.
if you come to my house and you are, let us say you used to be a Muslim, and I am a Christian, and then you come to my house and you took my house, do I have
Yeah.
the right to fight you back or not? I do. So
Yeah.
the
100%.
crusade,
Yes.
the crusade is the crusade. What they did, it was not their fault. It was for 600 years after Jesus. We never have a crusade, correct? Never.
Yes.
The crusade happened after the Muslims attack us, not before. And you, as a Christian, you say, yes, Jesus, he said, if somebody hit you in your cheek, give him the other one. But doesn't mean that somebody can take your wife from you. The Bible says,
Yeah. 100%.
the one who live by the sword shall die, which means he shall be killed. So the Bible doesn't teach us to be coward. Remember that. The Bible does not teach us to let people take our wives and our women and our life. No. The Bible says, don't be evil. Don't fight evil by being evil. So if they are attacking you to take a wife, do not attack them and take their wife. You know?
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
don't be evil like them. You know, fight them to defend yourself, yes, but not to be evil. There's a reason for the fight. And you are not the one who is making the fight. It is them. So the crusade never was an act of Christians against Muslims. It was the Muslims making their crusade, which is jihad on their side, against us, and then the Christian, they respond.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. Like jihad is to make jihad, like to attack another country or a neighbor ruler and take their land to spread the word of Allah and create justice on earth and blah 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 and all of that the Islam goes through. It's encouraging Islam to be the initiative from their side rather than being a defensive perspective. And Muslims around the world, because we live in a modern era where human rights exist, you know, and it's the social media, they say, no, we never attack anyone, we just defend ourselves.
Yeah, because they are weak now, because they are weak.
Yeah,
you know?
Because they don't want to show that. Because if they say that, it's like when the verse says "Ma bayna yadayhi," but they're saying came before us, you know. And then there's a lot of messed up stuff that when the Quran in Arabic, I never questioned, and I used to read. Like, just imagine myself. At one point I imagined myself me praying in Arabic. Reading Quran and saying that I will have 70 wives or 70 virgins on heaven. Like, how could you be praying if you're sinning at the same time by saying that I will have virgins on heaven? Like, my mind, how could be connected to God at that state when I'm praying that supposedly I'm connecting with God? If I'm talking about a pornographic scene, or you know, or a desire to have women or boys and all of that you go through, like, it doesn't make any sense. When in Christianity, all you gotta do is go to your room, sit down and pray with your heart and always give thanks to God. And like, that's all you gotta do. And despite that, before I used to think, well, how easy is to be a Christian? You know, someone died for you and blah, blah, blah. But it's a heavier burden on me, knowing that someone like Jesus died for me because he loves me. It's a bigger burden on me because Satan is all the time behind me trying to make me sin. And I will feel so ashamed and I will feel like so bad if I ever commit a sin, knowing that the Lord died for me to forgive my sins. So it's a heavier burden on us as Christians to be the true followers of Jesus, knowing that he died for us, because Satan is always around. But when I was a Muslim, I thought I was going to heaven. I thought, you know, Satan was never around me because I was on the hands of Satan already.
Right, you are already delivered to him. And you know, like you say, Bismillah, Alhamdulillah, 100 times, that's it, you are in heaven, you know?
Yeah, 100%. You know?
I mean,
or you do Shahada and that's it.
I never heard of a stupid religion. If you say a sentence 100 times, you go to heaven. What is that? I mean, so what? So I go now, I do all garbage.
You know, my grandfather, my grandmother once said, if you say Qul huwallahu ahad 10 times, it's like you read the whole Quran. And then my grandfather stood up and he told her, what, are you crazy? Then why did Allah create the rest of the Quran?
Yes.
And like if Muslims between themselves, they're, you know, debating this kind of ideology, just imagine that. You know,
stupidity. Yeah, this is stupidity. Anyway, thank you, Muhammad, for calling, and we wish you and your wife, you know, very good life, and your family, for sure, your children's good life for the Christ and good future, and for sure you are in a safe hand. It's his hands for sure.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for your videos. We'll keep watching them to get better education and, you know, and be always up to date with the new stuff they find, and we'll pray together for always help the Muslims, you know, find a way with the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. Amen, my friend.
Okay, God bless you. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, so here we heard our friend Muhammad. We have another. I will take you by order. You text me, and then the one who texts first, I will call you. Now, I guess we have a Christian. No? Let us see. We'll mute the speaker so it doesn't hurt your ears. And don't forget to subscribe to our Patreon so you can get notification when we go live on air. Okay, we're trying to call. You know, YouTube is not sending notification mostly to people trying to join us live. So if you subscribe to Patreon, the admin, they can post the link for you. You will receive notification by your email for sure. Let's call again. See if he will answer. Will look like he is not answering. Let us try now one more time. See if it works. It says he is not available, and actually it says decline. So why you says you want to call? All right. Okay, next time. Well, there's no next time, my friend. This is only the time we will give chance for the Christian to call. He's driving. Okay, he's driving. All right. Let us see here. Another person. Okay. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes, my friend, you are live on air.
Yes, praise be the Lord Jesus Christ for giving me this opportunity. I just want to make a short message really for this Easter, because Christ is Lord. He died for our sins. He rose again from the dead, and whosoever believeth in him will not perish but have eternal life.
Amen to that.
And I want to give a short testimony.
Okay.
Before I got saved. Hello?
Are you an ex-Muslim?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm a Christian.
All right.
No, Christian. Yes. I want to give a short testimony.
All right.
Before I was saved, I had this self-righteousness in my heart. I thought I was good enough. I thought God accepted me all the time. I never had this conviction that you need Christ and Him crucified. And it stayed with me for a very long time until I was confronted with the gospel. When I was watching this YouTube guy who was preaching to the other people like in the street, telling them that the only way you can receive eternal life is through faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. First of all, I ignored. I was like, nah, it can't be. Only, your righteous acts, will get there. But as time went on, I realized that, all my works are just as filthy rags, as it is written in the book of Isaiah. Filthy rags, and nothing as compared to the righteousness of Christ, who was beaten for no reason, but he rose from the dead to give us an assurance that we might be saved. And when I was watching that channel, again, of that same preacher, I said, you know what? I think I have to read the book of John. I read the book of John, and I came to the conclusion that, you know what? According to the book in John chapter 20, it says, all these things are written that ye might believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, that in believing ye might have life in his name. And it melted my heart, and I was convicted, and I turned out to God to joy and said, oh Lord, not only am I broken, but through this verse, I have found an assurance that if I put my faith in you, if I put my faith on the one who died for my sins, if I put my faith on the one who said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one cometh unto the Father but by me, if I put my faith on the one who never sinned, but he died for the unjust, so that we who are sinners may be just before God, I might have eternal life. And from that day I knelt down before God. I said, oh Lord, my self-righteousness is over. Here am I. Save me. And he did save me. I told my aunties that, you know what? I even sent them that same verse of John chapter 20, that Christ is Lord and through him we have salvation. And I want to tell everyone in the chat that Christ is Lord. Christ died for our sins. This is Good Friday, amen? He died for our sins. He rose again. And he said, I am the bread. Whosoever eateth of me shall never be hungry. In other words, if you partake of Christ, if you receive Christ, you shall have eternal life. I want to leave a verse before I leave.
Well, thank you, my friend, for your sharing. May I ask you which country you're from? Like you have an African accent, if I'm not wrong?
No, I'm from South Africa, sir.
South Africa. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yes. South Africa is it Africa? It's Africa, right?
Yes.
All right. All right, my friend. Thank you very much. God bless you, and happy to hear your voice. Take care.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, like today, usually we just talk about the garbage of Islam, so it's good to take a break from the garbage. You text me, please. Just tell me, and I will take your call one by one. We have a caller. He is an ex-Muslim from Russia. Hello? Hello?
CP?
Yes, my friend, you are live on air.
Hello, CP.
You hear me?
Oh, thank you for calling me, CP. Yes, yes.
All right.
Do you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm a Christian from Russia.
Yeah, you are an ex-Muslim, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you like to share with us, my friend?
CP, I just want to say that it's a very glorious time for all the Christians right now, because the Easter is coming, and now it is a great fasting for Orthodox Christians in the Eastern Church. So The first time I decided to dedicate this fasting to writing a Bible. I just literally buy some paper and try to write the Bible by the pen from my book, from my Bible. And now I just finished Genesis. So I would like to write an entire Bible and to look at how it will be look like, you know, how many papers it will be.
Like, does it give you like a special feeling when you do that? Like, you know, what made you think of writing the whole Bible again by your hand? What the purpose? What made you do that?
You know, when the war between Russian and Ukrainian started, I felt very sorry for my Ukrainian brothers and sisters because before the war, I subscribed to some channels, some good Christian channels. All of them were incredibly wonderful. And after war started, I just found out that all of them were Ukrainian, you know, not Russian. And they spoke in Russia, but as I found out, they live in Kiev or Lvov or etc., you know, all over in Ukraine. So I found out that Ukrainians are extremely wonderful people. You know, they are more Christians actually than Russians, because here in Russia, our preachers, our priests tell us that we Russians have the only right way to live, and our Russian civilization is will save the world, and so we need to be stronger to stand for Mr. Putin, and you know, etc., etc. And the West is bad, and all of them are gays and lesbians, and so on. But you know, Ukrainians have incredible balance between West and East. They are true Christians without any pushings, you know, pushing. And they have incredible power of Christ in their hearts, and they are really honorable people. So I felt really sorry about them, and I just wanted to cover me by the word of God, you know,
I mean,
to escape from this bad situation. You know, my heart was bleeding, you know, and I just wanted to be closer to God. So I decided to write down my Bible to the paper. So, and now I feel much more better, and I pray every day for this war will be ended one day.
Well, my friend, you know, I think you and people in Russia and Ukraine, the Christians I'm talking, you have a duty to fix the evil is done, because war is evil, and killing Christian cannot be justified anyway by anyone, doesn't matter who do it. And you can still always build the bridges with those Ukrainian. And I know that this war will create hate, a lot of hatred for sure. But evil is evil, and true Christians always condemn evil. It doesn't matter who is doing it. We will not side with the evil one no matter what. And there's nothing can be justified by invading a country, claiming that you are going to liberate the country, and then we find that you are just shooting everybody in the way. That is not from Christ. And not only that, he brings an Islamic army to invade a Christian country. That is a pure evil. So we pray that the Russian, they will see the truth, and they will not listen to such an evil man like Putin. I used to think about him highly, actually. I used to think that he is a smart person, and now I'm very convinced that he is really stupid, and he made the most stupid mistake ever in his life, in his career maybe. But the important now is to finish this war, because at the end of the day, both the one are killed and the one who, doesn't matter who killed who now, both are Christians, and this war cannot be you know, justified in any way. So the one who invade my house should leave, and he should apologize for invading the neighbor, And the one who is hating the Russian because of Putin, he should not hate them. All those soldiers, they are just doing an order, you know. None of them, if one of them he tried to run, they will shoot him, you know. We know that. And we know that this is a dictator, he controlled the whole country. And we know that many Russians, they oppose what Putin he did. And anyone who opposes him, actually, if he know them, he put them in jail. So we know what kind of evil act he is doing. So my friend, we are grateful to have you. And maybe one day, if you are going to go to Ukraine...
Just a moment, please.
Yeah.
Just a moment, please, CP. I just want to say that, you know, in Russia, all of the priests of Russian Orthodox Church, they praise Mr. Kadyrov. They praise him and his army. They say that those Chechen fighters, they are our brothers in arms, you know, they're like us, you know, they are closer to us than those Christians in the West. So now we are one nation, so we should be together and to fight against evil in Ukraine, etc. You know, but this is totally false. It's only propaganda.
Yeah,
and I'm sick
the
of
verses,
it, you know? I want to just...
Yeah, the verses Kadyrov he read in his book, it says that you as a Christian, you are evil and you should be killed. So those priests are a bunch of, you know, coward, and they are not a priest. That's why, you know, the Bible speak about them, about false teachers, be aware of them. They will come to you in the clothes of a sheep, but in fact they are wolves. So we as a Christian, we should not, this is why we should follow the Bible, not a priest. The Bible says who is the Antichrist? Is the one who denied the Son and the Father. That's it. What his name, what his color, what his ethnic is not important. Anyone who denied the Son is nothing but Antichrist. And those are the one they are praising. So they need somebody to put them in their place and to show them how filthy liar they are. They are deceiving the Christians. They are speaking politics. They are not speaking God. This is what they are doing. They are doing politics. They have a man. They are coward too. I saw a priest. Just because he used the word war, he posted in his website saying, we pray that this war will end. He did not say anything. He received a letter from the police that he is under investigation just because he used the word war. When he went there, they took him,
yes.
He went there.
Yes.
He said
it was in city Kostroma. Yes, I know this situation.
So he said, what I did, what happened? He said, you use in your website the word war. You should use a special operation. He said to them,
yes.
Well, I did not see anywhere in the Bible it says special operation. The only word I see in the Bible is war. You know? What special operation? So even if they want to control the mouth of every priest, Putin is practicing Islam in Russia. Dictatorship is Islam. Anyone don't agree with you, kill him. He's a kafir. You know? So this is a gang system. This is a gang system. This is not from God. And I hope and we pray that the Russian people like you, they will deliver the message to the Russian, and they will make them love the Ukrainian, and the Ukrainian love you too. And actually, I always speak Ukrainian. I say to them, we should not teach our children to hate the Russian, because the one who is doing this, they will go. They will go. Hell will take them, you know. The grave will take them. Putin will die. I will die. You will die. Everybody will die. But hate will stay if we don't fight it now. So we don't want to inherit hate. We don't want to give hate to our children. We are Christians, and Christian, they always forgive. And I believe the Ukrainian, I've been in Ukraine in many places, wonderful people. And maybe one day if I go there, I will let you know that I'm going there so you can meet me in Ukraine, and I'm sure they will welcome you, even though you are a Russian. Actually, there's a minister in Ukraine. He was so excited to take me to many churches, and his wife, his family, they are Russian. You know, he live in Ukraine. He's Ukrainian, and his wife is Russian. Wonderful people, you know. And I said to the wife, I said to her, well, how it feel like you are a Russian now? Because even when I was there, I mean, there's a war, but it's not like a big scale war. So I said, how it feel for you to be Russian and you live in Ukraine? He said, nobody bother me. You know, and this is defeat all the lies of Putin. Lying, saying that Russian, they are discriminated and Russian, etc. What Putin did, he used a bunch of gangs, and they said, well, we are Russian, we don't want to take a part of the land, and we make it part of Russia. And here you ask yourself, any country in the world, if, like the Chechnya one day, they tried to be independent, right? What the Russian government, they demolished the Chechnya. So how come if somebody want to take away your land from you, or you claim it's your land, maybe it's not, you go to war with them. But when the Ukrainian, you want to take their land from them, from their borders, they shall not go in war with you. So hypocrisy is big, and we are here to fight hypocrisy. Thank you, my friend, for calling.
Thank you, CP. I actually admire by you, because how you get this information, this close information about some stories about Russian priests who was kicked out of church because he said the word war. You know, you are incredibly informed person. You know, I
believe the Lord he sent me those videos. You know, yeah, the Lord he sent me. You know my interest.
Because I was watching you for a while since February to March, and I was wondering how CP living in the United States, he gets this information. Where is he gets information from? You know, it's really wonderful, CP.
Yeah,
so just do what you're doing, and God bless you. God bless you guys, and Jesus Christ be with you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, we take another caller. We are another person from Russia. We are watching live, and we would like to call after. Oh, so he's not from Russia. He's saying he will call after the Russian person. Okay, I don't know if he is a Muslim. The name sounds like a Muslim, but look like he is not a Muslim no more. I don't know. Let us see. We are trying to call you, Amir. Look like he is maybe not available. Let us call him one more time. Still not answering. Oh, when he answered, I hang up on him. He answered finally, I hang up on him by mistake. Let's try again. Maybe I have a bad connection. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, my friend, you are live on air.
1 second. Let me just put you on mute. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. Are you a Muslim?
If you say so.
No, you say so. It's you who knows a religion, not mine. You know, I mean.
No, if you say so.
No.
Can we ask a question?
Are you a Muslim or not?
Yeah.
All right. Why you are like trying to deny that you are a Muslim? Is it a problem?
No, I'm not trying to deny it at all.
Okay. So go ahead.
We just wanted to ask, who is the wisdom and knowledge of God?
Who is the wisdom and the knowledge of God?
Yeah.
What do you mean, who is the wisdom and who is the knowledge? Explain to me more the question.
I think it's a pretty simple question, like, who is the wisdom of God? Who is the secret knowledge of God and the treasure?
Well, you know, if you as a Muslim, when you speak about the treasure of God, you will find it that Jesus is the one who had the treasure of God. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so Muhammad don't have the treasure of God, correct?
It's correct.
Okay, so why you follow Muhammad then and you don't follow Jesus?
Just before we get there, so Jesus, he is the knowledge and the treasure of God.
According to your Quran, he is. And you are
and
Muslim.
According to the Bible as well.
For me, I speak with Muslims as they believe before we speak about the Bible, because when you ask me who is the knowledge and the treasure of God, and you agree that it is Jesus, then I need to know why you don't follow Jesus then. Because that's it, there's nothing left.
Well, I just wanted to ask also, is the wisdom and knowledge of God created?
Well, according to Islam, it's not, because even the word of God is not created.
Yes.
Right? And Jesus, he is the word of God. You know, like the Bible expressed that, you know, in Greek it says the logos, but the logos is simply is the will, is the like we try to explain it in a human being aspect, like the will, the thinking, the mind, the intention, the ability, the power. All of this is in the word. And Jesus in the Quran confirmed that Jesus, he can tell you what you had in your houses, you know.
Yeah.
And Muhammad, he made it clear. He said that I cannot tell you. Even he used the same word you are using. He said, I don't tell you that I know the treasure of God. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But Jesus, he can tell you what God he knows is with Jesus.
Yeah. So but is the knowledge of God created like before everything was created?
You cannot create knowledge of God, because God and his knowledge is the same thing.
But there's a few verses in the Bible that talk about, you know, the wisdom of God being Jesus, being created or made.
The wisdom of talking about Jesus is created, right? Not about the wisdom of God is created. Okay, but you know, the Quran is a very confusing book, because why? As an example, how the Quran describes how Jesus is created, he says that he is the similarity of Jesus, the same as Adam, correct? But we know that Adam, and the verse continues saying that both of them, he said to them, be, and they were. But we knew that Adam never been said to him, be, and he was. And same as Jesus, Allah, he fashioned Adam with from mud, correct? First he made mud, then he fashioned a shape of a human being, and then the third stage or fourth stage, he did breathe into him, correct?
Yeah, that's
okay.
Right.
So when Allah, he said, be before or after, what do you think?
But before we get to there, like I'm still asking, and you didn't really answer the question when I asked, is the wisdom of God created before all things were created by the Lord?
You cannot create the wisdom of the Lord, for the Lord and his wisdom is one. I answered you already. You cannot create that. No, God, you see, when I say you cannot create, I'm talking about you cannot believe it's created. For simply, in order to believe that the wisdom of God is created, then God himself must be created.
No, not necessarily, because it's of God. So God has his wisdom, but he created wisdom.
The wisdom of God is something natural. It's like saying, can we create holiness for God? Did God create himself? Like, did he create holiness, or he was holy from the beginning? So the wisdom of God,
he was holy from the beginning.
Yeah. So the wisdom of God is him being holy, because who is going to stop God from being filthy? If he wants, he can be filthy, correct?
Yeah, but
he can be evil. He can be the devil.
Think that. Yeah.
So
but we don't think that, no.
holy is his wisdom. His wisdom is holy.
Okay, but what was made or created, like before the earth was created, before the heavens were created, before everything?
Well, there's nothing but God.
Who was there?
There was God only. Yeah.
But something was created. God created something, and then through that, everything was created.
Well, you know, when somebody, he says God created something, and then through that everything created. Well, this is not true, because we as a Christian first, we don't believe that Jesus was created. You know, he's born of the Father, but he's not created. And
so he came from him, like born from him.
Exactly,
like he came from
but
him.
he is not created. There's a huge difference between this and that. So it's like saying the sun, the morning come and the sun came. So this is the birth of the
So we're in light now.
Yeah. So the light came to us, but doesn't mean the light wasn't exist. I mean, the light is there. You know, but this is
the light's there.
Yeah. So you know, the same as the Messiah. You know, that's why Jesus said, "Before Abraham, I am." And but in Islam, if we go to Islam, we will find there is a contradiction. As an example, if we ask the Muslims, is the word of God created? They will say no, correct?
Sorry, say that again.
If we ask, if I ask you as a Muslim, and you are a Muslim, did Allah created the Quran? You will say no.
No, no, he didn't create it. No.
Okay, so the Quran came from where?
From God.
Well, let us stop here. The Quran is not created from God, by God, but the Quran is eternal and not created. So it was exist before the same, or at least maybe the same as God is exist. So in your religion, you have a problem. You see, for me, when I say the word is not created, well, the word itself is God himself. Correct?
Yeah, but
okay,
we're talking about a different word. We're talking about
no, it doesn't matter. No, the same. The word is the word. You see, the word is the word. And when you say, because if it's different word, you will not say then it's not a created. If it's just a word, we say it, then it's a word created. But you are saying that the word of Allah is not a created. So the word which is not a created, where it came from, if Allah is not the one who made it?
It came from him.
Okay, how it came from him, but he is not the one who created. It's not a created. What do you mean it's come from him?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's not created. It's not created. But that's why I was asking you, like, before we go to the Quran, I was asking you about the Bible because, it says there that it's created.
What is created?
The wisdom of God. God, the Lord created the wisdom before
the wisdom,
he created anything else.
No, the wisdom we have, the design, that is, when God, he created the earth, this is wisdom, this is a creation. There's a wisdom how the sun rise. There's a wisdom how the sun set. There's a wisdom how the air is made. There's a wisdom. This is a creation, but the wisdom itself, as a thinking, is not created.
Yeah, but who was there while everything was being created by the side of God?
We believe in one God. We believe that everything
created
but who
by
was
him, there with him?
Everything created by him and for him, that is Jesus. So God is one. God is one, my friend. God is one. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. And God the Son, everything created, what the Bible says, everything created by him and for him. But doesn't mean that this is second God or third God. It's the same God.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking about first God and second God. No, none of that. I know there's one God, but here it says the Lord. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Just in Proverbs.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, wisdom calls. So here there's like maybe 6 translations that all say created and made and formed.
My friend. You see, you see the creation, the creation of wisdom. We believe everything we have is from us, but this is not God creating his own wisdom.
No, it's not.
Okay, so what the problem?
So that wisdom is Jesus, isn't that correct?
Does what?
That wisdom is Jesus. Yeah, isn't that correct?
Well, any wisdom is coming from God, and all the wisdom is the wisdom of God. For this why it's called wisdom. Foolishness is not to believe in God. Foolishness is to be deceived. Foolishness, so anything opposed foolishness is coming from God. So the source of wisdom is God, right? But if I follow Jesus, I'm following the wisdom of God. If I oppose Jesus, I become a fool and following false.
Yeah, he's the door.
He's what?
He's the door to God.
He's what? I don't understand.
He's like the door to God.
I don't know what that word. The door. You mean the door?
Yeah, the door. Yeah, the door to God.
He said, "I am the door."
Yeah.
But you see, even those, even when Jesus says, "I am the way, I am the life, I am," etc. Well, this is the wisdom he is sharing with us, but still we are allowed to refuse or to accept the wisdom. So when wisdom is coming from God, and he is wise, when we say God is wise, doesn't mean that his wisdom is a box we can carry and install somewhere. Like for you as a Muslim, your God Allah, he sent wisdom in the dishes. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct.
Are you sure?
Of course, yeah, I know. There's things that talk about it, but I didn't want to go there now.
No, we can go because we are discussing the same topic, so we have to. You just try, you know, yourself. You are trying to understand something, but in the same time, I find that you are trying to avoid something else. That your God, He made of wisdom something physical, something we can install, something we can even. We need a plastic surgery to do it. I will show you a story here in front of your eyes, and you are the one who deny, and I don't know how you deny that.
I know the story. I know the story that you're talking about.
Okay, so why?
And I'm sure your
so
viewers know it as well.
Why you said that God He sent wisdom in His dishes? You said no.
Yeah, because that's not true. But I know what you're talking about.
What do you mean not true?
I know the story that you're talking about. It's a story.
What do you mean not true?
It's made up.
Okay, made up by who?
Some people here and there, they made it up along the way.
It says that Allah Messenger, He said.
Yeah, but here it says, there it says that. Here it says the Lord created.
My friend, you see, you're trying
to
avoid the madness in your book, saying like you're trying to do your best to go around it and to avoid it. You are the one who spoke about the wisdom of creation, correct? Well, wisdom of creation.
Yeah, it says created.
Wisdom
is created.
My friend, wisdom of creation is God Himself. Everything He did is His wisdom of creation. The earth and the heaven, the sky, the water, the human is a smart design. Do you believe or not that it's a smart design?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
of course.
Is it a wise design or it's a foolish design?
Yeah, it's wise, of course.
Okay, so as long everything
something was created before all of that.
So everything is created. Even before the creation of you and me, there is still wisdom, because wisdom is the plan. He planned to design you. The plan have to exist before the creation. Like when you build a house.
Who's the plan?
The plan is the wisdom of God. Yeah, but now He says.
And that was created.
Yeah, no, the plan is with God. There's no need to create the plan. It's with God. God, He Himself.
But it says here created.
What is that?
There's 6 books. There's 6 translations here that say it's created. The Lord created me. The Lord formed me before anything was created.
Okay, so
and then if you read the whole wisdom calls, Proverbs.
Yeah.
You would see along the way when it got to a certain point, the wisdom would say, and I'll be by his side. And then, if you want, put it up on the screen.
Yeah, we can put it on the screen, but you see, you're trying to avoid that. You as a Muslim, you believe exactly what it says there, but what you believe in is more horrible, because when the Bible says that I am created before everything, it's talking about what? Do you know?
Who's I'm created.
Who's the one who's talking there, actually, first of all?
I think it's one of Solomon's letters.
Okay, and?
Yeah, and what's the saying?
No,
the Lord created.
Okay. So when the verse is saying, I am created, I was set up from the everlasting, from the beginning or ever in the earth. What the Christian interpretation for that says, as long as you are the person who's asking, I'm sure you did read the interpretation for it. Did you?
Yeah, I read the interpretation.
Okay, what the interpretation of the Christian say?
Which interpretation are you talking about?
Anyone you want.
Like which one?
Anyone.
Well, of course, you're going to say, like, I've read it. You agree that it's God, but it clearly says it's not.
What it says, it's God. Read the interpretation for me.
Well,
any interpretation. Remember, you know, you are the one who chose the topic, and you are the one who is asking the question, and you are the one who did read the interpretation. So I want to see how the question come to a conclusion. If you did read the interpretation already, are you playing games? What the interpretation saying?
Why would I want to play games? Just you tell me what is created. What does created mean?
Created mean he make it exist.
Yeah, he made it. Okay, who was that existed?
Who is the one is existed? Who is the one is talking?
Yeah, God, the Lord.
The God, he is saying I was created.
The unseen. Yeah.
No, God is saying I am created.
No.
Just
one that's saying I'm created.
They don't have to play games.
That's the wisdom.
Hold on.
That's the wisdom. The wisdom's the one that's saying I'm created.
Obviously, this is a metaphorical.
Yeah.
This is a metaphorical. It's not a person who is a created.
It's as clear as day. It's created.
Is it a person?
No, it's not a person.
So why you are saying it's a created?
I'm not talking about
so why
Jesus
you are making it as a created then?
Because it says it's created.
No, okay, so let us focus together.
It says they're created.
I asked you, is it a person? Is it a person?
No, it's not a person.
Okay, and
like a person like me and you. Okay,
like it's not a person. So before the foundation of the earth, everything is already created. What is that? The word of God is his decision. The word of God is his order. The word of God is his plan. The word of God is, even the Bible says, like, he chose us, we did not choose him. But this is not a destiny. This is God knowledge about who is the one who fit for my mission to be. So before the creation of the earth and the heaven, we are exist in the mind of God, and we have a plan for us. Yeah. And?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so
and now let us focus together. Let us focus together. So here, this is the metaphorical meaning. Here in the Muslim belief, we have a person whose name is Muhammad, claiming that his God, he sent him food wisdom, and you are trying to deny it, and you are trying to say it's a fabrication. So are you saying to me that you believe that the Bible is saying the truth and Muhammad is a liar?
No, but are you telling me that the wisdom, which is Jesus, not in the flesh, is created?
Well, Jesus as a flesh, okay.
Not as a flesh.
Okay, hold on. Before Jesus come to this earth, hold on. Where Jesus, he come to the earth, when Jesus come to the earth, this is the time he is born in the flesh, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, but before his birth...
Yes, I'm not talking about that.
Hold on. Before his birth, was Jesus exist?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
He was.
So,
it says here.
Okay.
He was created.
All right. No, where it says he was created. You're a liar. Where it says that?
No, I'll tell. I gave it to you.
No, you did not. No, you did not. You did not. You did not. You did not.
Proverbs 8:22.
Okay, my friend.
Proverbs 8:22. Put it on.
What?
Proverbs 8:22.
Okay.
I can tell you six different translations that say it.
All right. It says Jesus is created.
Yeah.
It says
the Lord created me. He's the wisdom. You said yes.
But where it says, okay, hold on.
He was before everything.
I mean, people, you see, Mr. Abdul, the one who believed that God, he sent wisdom as a dishes. Where it says that Jesus says God created me. Where Jesus said God created me.
Here it says the Lord created me.
Where it says that this is about Jesus being created. Can you show me?
Well, isn't Jesus the wisdom of God, the secret knowledge?
We just told you from the beginning. We just told you from the beginning. Hold on. You see, you are being silly now. So you are a person who make a statement. No, you are. Okay, so do the Christian believe that Jesus is a created?
Of course not. But they
refuse
this. They translate it wrong.
So why you are lying? And where in the translation
I'm not lying. I'm saying it says it there. I'm saying it says it there. I told you. Is Jesus the wisdom of God? You said yes. He was before everything.
This is the verse in front of you.
Proverbs 8:22.
Where it says that Jesus saying, I am created there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is he the wisdom? Yes or no?
Zero interpretation for the verse, as you said. Zero understanding for the Christians, as you said. And you are fabricating things. And now when I show you that in Islam...
I'm not fabricating. It says it there. I can give you six different translations where it says it.
You are not giving me read any of them. Doesn't say Jesus. You are a liar.
But he's the wisdom. Isn't he?
Listen. The wisdom of God is God himself.
Not here. It says it's created by.
I told you there's the wisdom of God Is the earth plan? Is the earth a creation? It's wise. It's a smart.
No, it's not.
It's a
It's
genius.
before that. It's
so you
before
are
that.
fabricating. Now let us go.
I'm not. Just put it on the screen.
We put it on the screen. People saw it. People saw it. People are laughing at you. You're lying.
They're not. They're not
okay,
laughing.
Can you show me
put the amplified version,
Christian,
common English
okay,
version,
my friend. When I
new
debate
revised
Muslims,
version,
Muhammad,
New Living version.
Hold on. New Living version.
Just put one of them up.
Which one you want? You know what?
Which one do you want?
I'm going to show all translation. Put them in one page. Hold on.
Put the common English Bible.
Go ahead. I will put them all in one page. All right. This is all the translation. Do you see the screen?
Yeah, I'm on the page, but let me refresh.
Okay. What translation you want? Look, this is all what they have.
1 sec.
What translation you want?
I can't see anything on the screen. You can put the Common English translation, the New Living translation.
New Living translation.
Yeah, any of them. Any of them.
Okay, here we go. New Living translation. It's in front of you.
He possessed me. He created me.
Okay.
He made
Who
me.
is the one who's talking?
Yani the one that wrote it.
I don't
Solomon.
know. What is your education? What Solomon? What are you talking about?
Solomon wrote it.
Hold on. You know, what is your education? Do you know how to write,
I
how to
don't
read, or
education.
you're like your prophet? Look, I will go
Not
with
really.
you. I will go with you. When Allah created the heaven and the earth, there was nothing before that?
Before you go with me, we have to go with you first. Here, look, you got it on the screen. The Lord formed
before
me.
God
What
created,
does formed mean?
Before, is it possible that this is
the Lord?
Is it possible that this is an angel talking?
So the Lord.
Listen,
so the angels
listen,
of wisdom. Is the angel of the wisdom?
Listen.
Is the angel of the wisdom? Yes or no?
Everything is coming from the wisdom of God. I'm asking you.
But everything's coming from the wisdom.
I'm asking you. Be honest with me.
Yalla.
Yalla, astaghfirullah. Mr. Dishes and wisdom in the dishes. So listen, you Muslims, you fabricate things. You try to make things look something, and it's not. But when you debate people,
it's not. It's isn't there.
When
you got on the screen.
When you debate people, it's in the screen. You're a liar. It doesn't say anything about Jesus.
The Lord formed me from the beginning.
Where it says that this is Jesus being created.
Well, isn't he the wisdom?
Where it says that Jesus was created.
Go search Google. Is Jesus the wisdom in Proverbs?
My friend, you see,
search.
You are a hypocrite. You are a hypocrite man. The wisdom of God.
No, but
let us go back to zero. I said to you from the beginning, the wisdom of God is God. You said I agree. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the wisdom of God is God, then we cannot create God because God is not created. Do you agree?
But here it says it's created.
No. This is, you see, when a person, everything is created by God is his wisdom, but this is not the wisdom itself as a created. Wisdom is not an object, is not a physical object. So there's the there's the creation. Hold on, there's the creation, and there is the creator. The creator himself is wise, and he is the wisdom itself. There's no wisdom in heaven or in earth with God wisdom. So the source of all wise decision, wise act, wise design is coming from God. And now we go back to zero. Why you rejected?
Yeah, but who was formed?
Hold on. You're trying to play game. You are not a decent. You're not decent.
No, but who was formed there? The Lord, he formed. What was formed?
It's the angels are formed by the Lord.
They were formed before the beginning, and they were with him. They're the wisdom.
Okay, well, if we go and we read, hold on. You know, listen.
Exactly.
I
understand what you're saying.
When God, as an example, in the book of Psalm, verse number 104, it says, "How many are your work, O Lord? In wisdom you have made them all the earth full of your creatures." Does it say that?
Yeah.
Okay. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You tell me what it means. Go.
It means that you are Abdul. You are a person. You are a person who try to fool yourself, fabricate a meaning. God created everything.
I'm not. It says there
before the creation. You know, when the Muslims, we know, we asked them, What was before Allah created the earth and the heaven? What the Muslims say?
They say, what do they say?
You tell me. You are a
Whatever you
Muslim.
want, they say.
You tell
No,
me.
you tell me.
No, you tell me. You are the Muslim.
No, you tell me.
If I tell you, you will tell me it's a lie. If I tell you, you will say it's a lie. If I tell you,
what was possessed?
If I tell you, do you accept?
Go tell me.
Do you accept?
How could you accept something before you know what it is?
Okay, I showed you that Allah, He sent wisdom in dishes. You refused.
Mm.
Are you
yeah, before you even showed me, I already told you that.
Why you? How you say to me, I refuse? It's a lie. Based on what?
Based on the same idea that you say nothing was formed and nothing was created there.
Hold on. No, this is your fiction. I'm asking you now. When Allah,
it's not my fiction.
Hold on. You see here, you see the hypocrisy. If we read for you the interpretation of the Bible, you refuse it. If we read for you your prophet interpretation,
you didn't read it. I told you to read it. You didn't read it.
I did. I showed it to you on the screen.
Why did I refuse?
I showed it to you on the screen. Yeah, you are a liar.
No.
So let me ask you again. Let me ask you again. Did your God Allah send wisdom in dishes and He installed it in the nerves of Muhammad, in the vein of Muhammad? He hang up. See how they play games? Where there it says Jesus was created, they love to lie. And not only that, just to show you how the Bible exposed Muhammad. And as long you are the one who agreed, and everybody heard you, and you are the one who agreed that Jesus is the wisdom of God. You said that. Muhammad is not. Wisdom of God is Jesus. That means Jesus is a pure, perfect person. Because the wisdom itself is perfect and God is perfect. Your prophet is not and Allah is not. Look how Muhammad, he explained how he received his wisdom. Try not to laugh. Hold on, please. Hold on. Don't call. Don't call. Let us show you this hadith. Okay. This is your God sending 2 dishes of gold full of faith and wisdom. They open wide the chest of Muhammad and they install wisdom. That only, those things happen only in Islam. And this is Sahih. They filled his heart with wisdom and knowledge. So when you as a coward, you refuse to accept, you say it's a lie. When your scholars say it's true, well, obviously you feel the weakness. But here, look what happened. As long as we accept that Jesus is the wisdom, that means your prophet needed Jesus. He have 0 wisdom. And your God was so foolish to the point he needed plastic surgery. And what the Muhammadan he tried to do? Well, okay, let us see what this verse is saying. It says, you formed me, you created me. Well, this is really about creating a physical wisdom? In Christianity, we don't have something called physical wisdom. The wisdom of God is his thought. The wisdom of God is his thinking. The wisdom of God is everything about him. Our God is a spirit. Your God is physical. Our God, he humbled himself and he became in the flesh of a man. So he exists before the flesh. Do you see how they play games and how they lie? Actually, different hadith, it says, Let me show you the hadith. Very funny, very stupid religion. Let us see. They go far in the details. Muhammad, he go far in the details, and he claimed that they opened his chest and then they stuffed his vein. Here we go. Read and laugh. And you, because you are ashamed of your stupidity and your stupid prophet, you said, I don't accept it. But who are you to say? This is your prophet speaking. The two angels came to Muhammad. They cut his chest all the way to his testicles. And then they wash it with the water of Zamzam. With the hand of the angels, physically. This is physical surgery. And they cleanse inside his body. And then a golden tray, a golden bowl, full of belief and wisdom was brought. And then Gabriel stuffed his chest and the throat with the blood vessels. This is why you hang up. Let me call you back so we can laugh. Yeah, read any translation you want to read. Any translation. None of the translation you are saying. And by the way, I don't go by translation because I can make a translation too. Yusuf Ali translation, Muhammad etc. translation. If you go to the chapter, you will see that the wisdom itself is speaking. This is metaphorical. Do the wisdom really speak? Do the wisdom talk? Do the wisdom, is the wisdom is a person? Stupidity is amazing. This is metaphorical. Wisdom is talking. It's a metaphorical. What is the wisdom saying? We have another Abdul, I think. Hello?
Hello. Hello, my friend.
Yes. Are you a Muslim?
Yes.
All right. What do you think about your prophet get wisdom by a dish?
Well, I was waiting to ask you a question about the Bible, if you think that's okay.
Well, we are talking about the Bible now. We were mentioning the wisdom.
I mean, I was waiting so long, man.
No problem. Here we go. This is about the Bible. God, a Muslim before you, he called me, and he says that God, wisdom is created, and the wisdom, that wisdom is Jesus. What do you think? Do you agree?
But I had a different question.
Why you don't go with the same question? What's the problem?
I just don't like the question.
Okay. Well, I don't like your answer then. What do you think about your prophet receiving a dish of wisdom as a Muslim? And then I will take your question. No problem. Can you tell me, what do you think about your God needed plastic surgery to fix his wisdom?
What's wrong with that?
Well, that's mean Muhammad, he have a problem in his wisdom. He's a fool. Because if somebody need to insert, let us say, to do heart surgery for him, that's mean his heart have a problem, correct? Need to be fixed.
No, Allah says whatever Muhammad says comes from inspiration.
This is not a question. I'm not asking you what Muhammad said. I'm asking you now, why Allah, he needed to send him a dish of wisdom, and then he stuffed the belief and the wisdom in his chest and his blood vessels. Is wisdom in Islam something physical?
No.
So Muhammad did lie?
What do you mean he lied?
Well, how it says, Allah, he sent him a dish of gold full of wisdom and belief. And then he stuffed that wisdom inside his chest and his throat blood.
It can be something spiritual. That it's something meant to...
Something spiritual, something spiritual come in dishes.
What's your point?
It's your point. I don't know. You are the Muslim. I'm the Christian. I'm learning from you.
Yeah, okay. We Muslims believe in this. No problem. What's the problem?
So you believe that wisdom come in dishes?
No.
What do you mean no? You just said yes.
When the angels came to Muhammad, yes.
Okay, they brought wisdom with them in a dish, correct?
Yes.
How many kilos?
Can I please ask the question?
Okay, how big the dish, do you know?
No, I don't know.
Is it heavy?
I don't know, man.
Okay, so guys, notice here with me, this Muslim, he accepted the story. The other Muslim was way more hypocrite. He refused it. Can you tell me why your previous Muslim, he said this is a lie? The one who called me before you, and you were listening.
I don't know, man. He was probably focused on the topic that about the Bible.
Well, this is the topic. This is the topic. No, if you are focused on the topic, you do not need to say that your prophet is lying.
Yeah, but he was focusing on the Bible. He didn't want to answer questions
but
about
he said this story is made up. Is it made up in Sahih al-Bukhari?
No, it's not.
Okay, so your prophet, he said the truth, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the guy who called me before you is a liar.
Well, I didn't hear him say that it's not true.
No, he said it's made up. You can watch it. It's there. People will cut this video now. We'll post it everywhere, and people will laugh.
Well,
right.
If he said it, then it's not true.
Okay, so he's a liar. Now go, give me your question. Go ahead.
Okay, in the Bible, in Deuteronomy chapter 13, verse 6 to 9, it says, if your daughter or your son or your brother or your sister or your wife or your friend tells you to worship other gods other than Jesus, then you need to kill them by your hand. Do you think this is moral?
And okay, so are you against that?
Well, I'm asking you.
Well, I'm asking you, are you against it first? You just said to me, do you think it's a moral? That's mean you don't agree. Is it moral for you or not?
No, because you Christians always say Muhammad is kill this,
okay,
kill that.
No, I'm asking you, is it good moral for you or it's a bad moral? What happened?
I don't know, my friend. It's acceptable.
So how come you know the question? It is you gave me a question saying it's not moral. This is what the question means. Do you think this is moral? This is what you said to me.
No, like you Christians always say Muhammad is killer.
First of all, we are the Christians. First of all, we are the Christians. They are the Jews. The Jews are not only a religion. The Jews are ethnic. They are tribal. And if any one of them betray them, there's Allah, the one who betrayed us. He is not one of us. As simple as that. And hold on. So, and you Muslims, your prophet, he tried to follow the Jews. So he tried to be a Jew like the Jew, but he's a failure. So if a person, he leave Islam, what is the punishment in Islam for him?
Execution.
Execution. Where Muhammad he got that from?
From the God of the Jews.
Okay, so Muhammad did not follow Allah.
No, the God of we Muslims believe the God of the Jews.
Okay, can you show me the verse? Can you show me the verse in the Quran says that if one of your brothers or your sisters or your family, etc., leave the religion, kill him? Where it says that in the Quran?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. So Muhammad is stealing from the Jews. So you Muslims complain about what the Jews believe, and then we find that Muhammad himself is a thief. He's trying to follow the Jews. He's trying to be a Jew, but he is not a Jew. Shouldn't you Muslim follow? Should you Muslim follow the book of Moses or the book of Muhammad?
Yeah, but whatever Muhammad says comes from inspiration from God.
Okay, so whatever Muhammad he said is coming from God. So it looked like Muhammad is God because his God never said to Muhammad, if somebody of your children leave, kill him.
No, but he said whoever leaves Islam, kill him.
Okay, he said, but he's copying the Jews. You are laughing at your prophet, I agree. Your prophet is laughable.
I'm laughing at you, man. What's your point?
What my point is, my point is that your prophet is a counterfeit prophet. He is trying to copy whatever the Jews they say. He is not a Jew. You don't have that in his book. So where he got it from?
No, he tried to be different from the
where
Jews.
He got? You said to me, Muhammad said, right? But shouldn't Muhammad say what his God said?
Yes, but Muhammad is was a ruler as well.
What does that mean? What does it have to do with the topic? Muhammad, he is a prophet. He say what Allah told him, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, the guy who called me before, is he next to you? He's talking to you?
No.
Okay, so listen, Listen, Abdul. So when Muhammad, he said, whoever leave his religion, kill him. Where he get this from? You said, not me. You said from
the God of the Jews.
You said, oh, exactly, from the God of the Jews, but that is in the Torah.
No problem.
Okay, so, but that's mean the Torah is perfect, the Torah is correct, and the Quran is not to follow, because obviously your prophet himself is not following the Quran. He's following the Torah.
But where in the Quran it says the opposite?
Where in the Quran says the opposite? Well,
yeah, that you cannot do that.
You see, the Quran, when the Quran never mentions such a thing, then you should not mention it, because never mention. Isn't it everything Allah, he said to Muhammad, is in the Quran?
No, Allah said, obey me and obey my messenger.
Okay, so Muhammad, now he can fabricate as he wish, and that's it. Whatever Muhammad, he say, he's God himself, so he is the source of wisdom now.
Yes, him and Allah.
Him and Allah. So you Muslims are mushrikeen, because you associate a man with God. Whatever Muhammad say, whatever Allah say, we obey. What if Muhammad say something against Allah say? Which one you follow?
Then that hadith is fabricated.
Okay. Allah, he said, Allah, he said, you do muta. Muhammad said, don't do muta. That's mean muta is what you should follow.
No, well, Muhammad allowed it, but then he allowed it 2
times. See, you just say it. I ask you, if the Quran say something and the hadith and Muhammad say something, which one you follow? You said Allah, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Quran says you do muta, chapter 4, verse 24. Muhammad, he said, don't do more muta. Which one you follow? You said you follow Muhammad.
Because Allah commanded Muhammad to forbid muta.
Show me the verse.
No, it's in a hadith.
How Muhammad received the command? Isn't it Allah, he speak to him by Quran?
Also from Jibril. Jibril could have told him
without Jibril, you have to give him command of Allah. Command of Allah is Quran.
Doesn't have to necessarily be that way. It can be
so now you
ways.
Are saying to me that we Muslim, we have Quran in the Quran and we have Quran in the Hadith.
Quran is revelation, my friend.
My friend, I know, revelation. Well, revelation from Jibril anyway. Quran is from Jibril and Hadith, according to you now, from Jibril. So everything is coming from Jibril. So how come the command of Allah, which is to Muhammad, not to do mut'ah no more? We cannot find it. Okay, can you show me where Allah, he said to Muhammad, don't do mut'ah no more? From the Hadith.
No problem.
From the Hadith.
Okay.
Okay.
It's in Sahih Muslim. I'll find it.
Okay. No, I know the Hadith you are talking about. You are just a fool. The Hadith says the Prophet, he says, don't do that. Where Allah, he said to him, no. Can you show me where it says that Allah, he gave me this verse, or he gave me this command. Don't do no more mut'ah.
Muhammad said, but now Allah has forbidden it until the day of resurrection.
Exactly. So if Allah forbidden it, then we should have a Quran, because Allah is the one who forbid it. What is the Quran?
It doesn't have to be in the Quran. It can be from the...
Who said so? That's mean everything doesn't have to be in the Quran. All the teaching of Islam does not have to be in the Quran.
The Quran says it. It says, obey me and my messenger.
Okay. Okay.
And it says what
you obey who first, Muhammad or Allah?
If we obey Muhammad, we obey Allah.
Exactly. So Muhammad is Allah.
No, for example, if we obey Jesus,
which one is more important, Allah or Muhammad to obey?
Allah says whatever Muhammad says comes from inspiration from him.
Muhammad, he says, I'm going to forbid myself from having sex with a slave because his wife got him busted. Was he right or wrong?
Are you talking about Hafsa?
That doesn't matter. You said, Allah, he says, obey Allah, obey the Prophet, and whoever obey the Prophet, he obey Allah, correct?
Yes.
In order to say such a thing, then we have to have a person who is perfect and he don't do mistakes, especially in religion. Okay.
No, people are, the prophets are sinners.
The prophet what?
The prophets are sinners.
So how he says to you, obey Allah and obey the prophet, is the prophet himself is a sinner.
But what does that have to do with him commending Muslims for a specific command from Allah?
Because simply Allah, who order you to obey a sinner, the sinner is teaching you to do sin. And this is the proven in front of you. This is the proven in front of you. Chapter 66, chapter 66, verse number 1. Allah supposed to speaking to Muhammad saying, "O Prophet, why holdest thou to be forbidden?" Muhammad, he forbid something, right?
Yes.
Allah saying to him, why you forbid it? Correct?
But he was talking about himself.
Doesn't matter.
Something he.
What about himself? Are you saying this verse Allah saying or Muhammad saying?
Allah.
Allah. So Allah is giving Muhammad a spank, saying to him, who allow you to forbid something I did not forbid, correct?
No, Muhammad was wrong. Allah said, I'm not going to have
okay, exactly. So
girl.
Muhammad was
and
wrong.
Then,
so how you can obey Muhammad blindly? If Muhammad, he make stupid mistakes, even Allah complain about his stupid mistake.
Because the mistake was for himself, not for the Muslims.
No, this is for the Muslim, because the Muslim claim here in the tafsir, no, the Muslim, they claim that we are Sunnah, and whatever Muhammad he do, we measure that to our life and we follow. Muhammad, he wash his penis, he shake it 3 times, we shake it 3 times. Muhammad, he divorce, we divorce. Muhammad, he fast, we fast. Muhammad, he forbid, we forbid.
This is talking about Hafsa, my friend. When he
doesn't matter. Here, this is not about Hafsa. If she found him sleeping with Mary the cook, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hafsa, she entered the house. Muhammad in the top of her. Mary the cook, her legs is up. She found him. She said, "Shame on you, fi yomi wa ala sariri, in my day, on my bed. Shame on you." Muhammad, he was afraid from her father, so he said to her, "Listen, don't tell anybody. Between me and you, I'm not going to do it anymore. Okay, I promise." Muhammad later, he missed having sex with this woman, so in order, as usual, to get into it back, he said, "Allah told me why you forbid it yourself." Otherwise, if Muhammad is the one who is forbidden and he is not doing it from Allah, that means Muhammad disobey Allah, or he forbid something he should not forbid.
No, but he didn't know it was halal.
Okay, everybody heard you saying you do not know that it was halal. So why the verse says which Allah made lawful for you?
Oh, Prophet. Then why the Prophet said he's not going to sleep with the slave girl?
My friend, Allah, it says here, Allah, he made it lawful to thee. Made in the past, correct? Which Allah...
if we have to take it literally, then yes.
It's not up to you. This is what it is. So he made it already lawful. So the question is, I made it lawful for you. Why you disobey me, correct?
No, it doesn't say why you disobey me.
Well, obviously he is complaining. He's asking him why you do that. How you forbid what is not forbidden.
Can I ask another question, my friend?
You can ask, but let's stop here. So you're a prophet, is a person who created verses, claiming Allah, he spoke to him, and Allah told him, why you forbid yourself from sleeping around? Obviously, this is the Satan Muhammad creating this story. Go ahead, what the second question?
It's in 1 Samuel 15. You know the story of when God ordered men to kill babies and mass babies and stuff. Do you agree with that?
Are you against that yourself?
Killing babies?
Are you against that?
Of course.
Okay. Did your God Allah destroy Sodom and Gomorrah?
No, but he's telling men to kill them.
Okay. Did your prophet kill children too?
No, but how traumatizing can it be for a man to kill a child?
Did your prophet kill children too?
He didn't kill babies, no.
Okay, let's see. Here we go.
We're talking about babies.
You start laughing right away. Right? You know what will happen, right? Here we go. You're laughing at your prophet. Here we go. They came to your prophet and he says, we are killing the children when we are attacking those people. Is that okay? He said, so what? They are from them.
But I was talking about babies.
They are babies too.
No, they're not. It's just children.
Not only that, you're a prophet, Al-Khadr. He found a child playing in the street. He cut his throat. And he claimed that Allah told him to kill him. Is that correct?
But are you against 1 Samuel, though, 15?
You're against that? 1 Samuel is in your Quran, and you are a fool. Don't you know that?
Nowhere does Allah mention the name Samuel.
Okay, what if I show you what you will do? Yeah, we know that the Quran never mentioned the name Samuel, but the story is about Samuel.
No, but where does it say killed babies?
Allah, He support him. Allah support him in the Quran. If I show you, do you accept what is going to see?
Show me.
Okay, are you going then to apologize for being stupid?
Yes, I will.
All right. Here we go. What interpretation you like to read for the Quran?
I don't care about interpretation. Just show me from Quran.
Oh, you are a person who can do interpretation by himself. You're a genius.
Just show me where Allah says kill children or babies.
Okay, here we go. Your God Allah, He praised Samuel, and he was cursing and condemning the Jews for not killing the babies. Here we go. This website is stupid. You have your Quran with you?
Yes.
All right. Let us read together. And we will see. Do you see my screen?
Yes, I do.
All right. Okay, let's read this verse. Chapter 2, verse number 246. What this verse is talking about. What translation you like to read?
I don't care. Just Yusuf Ali or something.
Okay, go ahead. Read.
Hast thou not turned thy vision to the chiefs of the children of Israel after the time of Moses? They said to the prophet among them, appoint for us a king that we may fight in the cause of Allah. He said, it is not possible. If you were commanded to fight, that you will not fight. They said, how could we refuse to fight in the cause of Allah, seeing that we turned out?
Continue.
Is that it?
Yeah, continue.
So can you scroll down?
Right.
How could we refuse to fight in the cause of Allah, seeing that we turned out of our homes and our families? But when they were commanded to fight, they turned back, except a small bench among them, a band among them. But Allah is full of knowledge of those who do wrong.
Okay, so what happened here, do you know? As long as you are a person who do not need interpretation, this is about what?
Invading the tribe.
In what?
It's about jihad, my friend. What's
okay, so
what is it?
So Allah, He ordering the Jews to do jihad, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and why they are going to do jihad? Because those people, they killed their children and they took out their family and they enslaved them. Is that correct?
Seeing that we were turned out of our homes and our families, yes.
Okay, so the Jews, they are attacking the one who attacked them. This is what the story of Samuel was saying. So the Quran defended. Let us go and read Ibn Kathir. Do you like Ibn Kathir? You want to laugh at
No
Ibn
problem.
Kathir?
Show me.
Okay, this is Ibn Kathir. This is the chapter of the Hindu, chapter of the cow. And this is the verse. It says here, and by the way, Ibn Kathir in English is not the same as in Arabic. Do you read Arabic?
No.
Why you don't read? How you pray to Allah in Arabic but you do not know Arabic?
I understand Arabic a little, 20%. I'm learning.
Oh, okay. Well, if you read Ibn Kathir in Arabic, you will see that those people, hold on, those people, the people, they killed them. They killed the Jews. They took all their families, their children, and there's only one female left from the descendant of the Prophet, and she was going to deliver a child. So they hide her. This is how many of them they killed. So the Jews, they were practicing eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. They killed our children. They killed our nation. They enslaved them. We killed them. Read with me. Here we go. And you said this is not about Samuel, right?
No, I said there's no killing in babies or children.
Okay. No,
or
you
women
said this is
involved.
not, no, you said there's no Samuel in the Quran.
Yeah, there's no Samuel in the
Okay.
Quran.
Well, this is about Samuel.
No problem. But the name Samuel isn't in the Quran.
Doesn't matter.
That's my point.
Because your prophet is a stupid prophet. You do not know how to pronounce the name, so he avoided. Correct?
No.
What no? So why he did not say the name? If he knew the name. Why the name is exist in the interpretation, but the name does not exist in the Quran? If this is about Samuel, why the name is not there?
But in Islam, it's forbidden to kill a child or a woman.
It's not. It's not. Here we go. So your God,
But Muhammad,
your God,
but Muhammad
your
said
God,
that.
your God actually is cursing them, saying they are bad because they refuse to obey. And this was the story there in the story of Samuel. They did not kill. Samuel even himself did not kill. They did not kill the children. Did they?
They didn't?
They did not. Read the verses after. You are a fool or what?
But your God commanded to.
You see? Okay, no problem. Did they or they did not? They did not. So here you will see that the Muslims are a bunch of hypocrites. They have the same story in their books. And Allah is cursing the Jews, calling them evil. Why? Because they refuse to kill the children of the enemies. He told them to kill them all. So the war will stop. Because their children will grow. They will seek revenge. Then they will kill your children. Then your children will fight them back. And then this will be over. Obviously, those are evil people. They will never stop. Kill them all. So the Quran copy the story, but he don't give details because always Muhammad hijacked the books. Your prophet
But
is
can't you...
My friend, does it say in front of you? Does it say there in front of you, Samuel?
Wait, but can't you just...
Does it say?
Children...
Does it say in front of you, Samuel?
Why do you interrupt me so many times?
Because I want the answer. Does it say there, Samuel?
Yes.
Okay, where the name Samuel coming from? As long as it's in the Quran. Where you Muslim brought it from?
The Bible.
Exactly. So you Muslims are a bunch of liars. You claim that our stories are fake, and then when you want to explain your Quran, you go to our Bible.
So now you're saying the Quran confirms the book of Samuel?
You are copying our stories, can't you notice? I just asked you where the name of Samuel coming from. You said from the Bible. Your prophet never mentioned it. Your God never mentioned it. What Muslims they do? They try to find the solution in our book. But if our book is a bad book and you are asking me a question about my book claiming it's a bad book, so why the stupid you accept the story in a book you think it's a stupid and bad? Why the Muslim could not find the name of Samuel in... Did Allah drop his name? Did Allah forget his name?
What's your point though?
My point is that if Allah never says Samuel, how you Muslim come to the conclusion that this is about Samuel?
Because it's in the only source we have is of the Bible.
Exactly. So Quran is not a source of religion. Quran is not the source of God. You have to go to our Bible. You have nothing. Your God, he gave you a stupid book. And the Quran says this is a book we explain in details. And now we understand why Allah need to send a dish full of wisdom to Muhammad, because he's a fool.
No problem, but do you agree with the story of Samuel?
I agree with every single verse in the Bible. We are not the same as listen. We are not the same as the Abdul who try to defend by lying. This is a weak hadith. This is da'if hadith. No, I agree. This is what God he ordered them, and they should obey God.
So let's say your God ordered you to kill many thousands of babies. Would you do it?
If
yourself?
my God he ordered me to kill all mankind, I will do. I'm not hypocrite like you.
No problem. That was just my question.
No problem. But you are a coward.
Why?
Yes, because you deny what is in your book. Your God, Allah, he ordered you to kill babies. You say no. Your God, Allah, hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. Isn't it the Quran says fight and kill whoever don't believe in Allah?
Yes, but if he reached puberty.
Okay, when I show you the hadith, your prophet says, and they ask him about killing children. Children is babies. We are killing children when we attacking them. Is that okay? He said they are from them. You said
No, but it's not the babies, it's the children.
They are babies. This is why they are asking if they are growing. We will not question the question. Anyone who can carry a sword, obviously he is ready to fight. But children's, is it okay to kill them? Children is children's.
But Muhammad forbade the killing of children.
Where he forbade that?
It's like
okay. Listen.
Woman,
what is the age? What is the age of a child in Islam? What when we say a child? Aisha, she was 6 years old, and Muhammad he married her. Was she a child or she was mature?
So you're changing topic now.
I am not. I'm trying to find out what is the baby for you. Aisha, she was 6 years. When a person Aisha, she was 6 years old, and she married a man. He is 54. Was she a baby at the age of 6, according to your understanding, or she was mature woman?
If a person reached puberty, then he has become
Aisha,
a woman of man.
Let me repeat the question again. First, she never
reached
she never reached the puberty. I can show you the hadith. Even Aisha, she said that. Even all the scholars, they say that. Muslims, you are a bunch of liars. It was even she was 14. 14, still she don't have her puberty. So let me ask you now.
No,
a child, listen, focus with me. Focus, Abdul. A child, she is 6 years old. Is she a baby or she is mature adult?
Why are you changing topic?
I am not, because I'm trying to find out what is the age we can kill in Islam. So
because I gave you the answer. I gave you the answer. When a person reaches puberty.
You said we are not allowed to kill babies, so I want to find out what is babies. Was Aisha at the age of 6 a baby?
Muhammad said if a child has pubic hair, then kill him. So
thank you very much,
puberty,
guys. If a child he have little pubic hair, we kill him, correct?
Yes.
Well,
that's the age.
Middle Eastern, they have a pubic hair. Some of them even since they are born. I mean, we are very hairy people. You know, Middle Eastern, they are born like monkeys. I am a Middle Eastern. What are you talking about? So, as a person, don't tell me you're my friend. Listen. So, Aisha, was Aisha a baby at the age of 6 or not? Why you don't want to answer? Because I want to know. I want to know if I can kill Aisha or not. I don't want to kill babies now with you. Here we go. I'm going to go with you. Was Aisha a baby at the age of 6, or what is the age of baby in Islam?
Why are you changing topic, my friend?
I'm not.
You are.
I'm not.
No, because now you're from the age of consent.
I'm trying to find the answer. What is the age of a baby in Islam?
What does that have to do with anything?
Did your prophet, he engaged himself, or he asked for the hand of a little child? She was an infant?
He had 11 wives. One of them was
not the question.
minor. But
no.
But in that time,
this is not the question. Did your prophet, he ask for a woman? She was he asked for her to be his wife. He asked for her when she was an infant. She is just born.
No.
What if I show you the reference? What you would do?
He said if she grows up.
Guys. So she's an infant now. She's 1 day old. The guy, he looked at her ass. He liked it. He said when she grows, she will be... You tell me why Muhammad want to have sex with this child? She is an infant. What make him decide to ask for her hand? She is just born.
If she's gonna grow, to take care of her.
Grow until what age? Grow until what age? 6?
Allah, maybe. I don't know, my friend.
So your prophet is horny. Even he's a pedophile, obviously. Otherwise, why a person he look at a child? She's an infant, and she said when she grow, I'm going to f her. And here we go. Aisha, she grow. She is 6 years old now. So what is the age of baby in Islam?
The age of, you can only have intercourse with them when they reach maturity.
Aisha, she was mature at the age of 6.
The vast majority of intercourse. I'm talking about intercourse.
Okay, so what was your prophet doing from when she was 6, not 9? He was touching her, molesting her.
He took care of her like a child. What do you mean?
Like
his own daughter.
Look what you just said. He took her like a child.
No, like his own daughter.
Oh,
he took care of her.
She was his daughter. She's his daughter wife. My friend, now I know why the Muslims, they think that the wisdom of God is created.
But isn't it in the Bible where it's in Numbers 31 that it says keep the little girls for yourselves? The little children?
Yeah, keep them, you take them, but you don't sleep with them. Does it say there you sleep with them?
No, but you can marry them later on.
When they are like 18, 19, 20? So?
Can you show me the age of consent in the Bible?
Can you show me yourself? You are the one who's quoting the verse. You are the one who's quoting the verse. Can you show me where it says that marry the children, marry the babies? Nowhere it says that.
No, but in the book of Deuteronomy, it
okay,
gives the
as long as you are
that...
reading that book, did you read the whole book or no?
No, I didn't read all of it.
Okay, go now to Google and find me where in the Bible it says you can marry children. But we have a proof now that your prophet is a child molester.
Okay, hold on. Can you show me proof that marrying a child in the Bible is wrong?
Well, Jesus says, for those who heard the little ones, it's better for them to put a milestone in their neck and throw themselves in the deep ocean. And everybody knows that if you have a sex with, you cannot marry a child. How you can marry a child? You have to be sick. So listen, listen.
Boy, I have one more argument.
God, he says, the man and the women, they will leave their parents and they will be one. Man and the women, she have to be a woman, not a child. A woman.
Yeah, but in Islam it says woman too. But that's what I'm asking.
No,
what is the age?
Here we go. You see,
what is the age?
You are the person who said that in Islam we can marry, have intercourse with a person after she have her period, correct?
Yes.
Can you show me the reference?
But that's why the Prophet waited 3 years. What do you think he waited 3 years?
Can you show me the reference? No, your Prophet did not wait for 3 years. Because because she will die. He was molesting her. He did not wait for a day.
Prove it.
Well, she's his wife already, correct?
No, but it says he consummated the marriage with me when I was 9.
No, he did intercourse.
Prove it. Yeah.
Okay. So what he was doing before that day? Not intercourse. Everything intercourse when she was 9.
Nothing.
Intercourse when she was 9.
No problem.
Okay,
but
before the 9, what was Muhammad doing with his wife?
Nothing. He just took care of her. That's it.
Why she don't have parents? Why he don't let her, marry her when she is 9?
Because back in the days, even in the Bible, it was a common practice to marry your children to give your children of marriage. It was a common practice.
But she is a child. She is not ready for marriage. You give your child in marriage before she is ready for marriage. Don't you Muslim say that the women the female she have to agree for the marriage, otherwise it's not valid?
Yes.
Okay, did Aisha agree?
Aisha loved Muhammad very much. She never complained.
My friend, she is 6 years old. Did Aisha agree to marry Muhammad?
Yes, because in Islam it's forbidden to marry off consent.
Okay, let's see. Was Aisha playing with the swine when her mother she took her without even telling her why, and she sent her to Muhammad?
What does that have to do with this?
Well, shouldn't you show me where Aisha, they asked her, do you like to marry Muhammad? Aisha, she said yes. Do you understand what marriage she is? 6 years. By the way, she is 5. Because 6 years old in your Islamic calendar, she is 5 in your calendar.
Well, the hadith says she was 6 or 7.
Well, 6 in your calendar. Correct?
Or 7.
No,
yeah.
not 7. She was.
The hadith says 6 or 7. Some say 7.
What do you mean 6? Where it says 6 or 7? Where it says that 7? Where it says 7?
There's many hadiths which say 6 or 7.
Where?
Okay, hold on, let me see. While I'm searching for it, isn't it true that historical sources like authentic apocryphas of church fathers say that Mary was 12 when she married Joseph at the age of 90?
This is what they say? But you just said those are not accepted book. And even though Mary, she gave birth without husband.
Yeah, but I'm talking about marriage, not intercourse.
I'm talking about how she gave. So in order to give birth, she have to be a woman, correct? Right? You Muslim believe, listen, you Muslim believe that Mary, she was virgin, correct? We Christian, we believe that Mary, she was virgin. Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, but so, I'm talking about, how old was, because historians say that Mary was,
my friend, she have to be a woman, even if she is even 30, even if she is 1 day old, she's still a virgin. There's no marriage yet. In order for a female to give birth, she have to be a female. I
mean, in the Bible it says. In the Bible it says.
Don't you know? Are you listening? Are you listening? So when Mary, she gave birth to Jesus, can a child give birth?
No, but that was later on.
What later on?
Grew up, obviously.
Her friend, she's a virgin. Are you an idiot? What later on? She was a virgin when she gave birth.
Yes.
Okay, so she is already a grown female, a mature female. Otherwise, she cannot have a baby.
I know.
Okay, and
so the historians say that she was 12.
What historian? We don't care for historian. Even if she was, I just told you, even if she was 1 day old.
Okay, hold on. Let me read out this hadith. Sunan Abi Dawud, the Messenger of Allah married me when I was 7 years old.
It says, and the narrators, it says 7 years old?
Yes.
Okay, let me find the hadith. Hold on.
It says Sunan Abi Dawud 21:21. And it says the narrator Sulaiman said, or 6 years old.
Or 6, he's trying to correct?
Yes, it's okay. 6 or 7, I don't know. And there's a difference of opinion that Aisha was a lot older because of a specific reference.
Okay, so a lot older too.
Yes.
All right. Well, and you said that Aisha at the age of 9, she had her period, right?
I didn't say that. When she reached puberty, yeah, that's most likely the case.
When she reached her period.
Because why do you think the Prophet waited 3 years?
I'm asking you when she reached her period.
Okay, so what do you think the Prophet was thinking? And what do you?
Because if he slept with her, she will die. He will rip her apart. She is just a little baby, 6 years old. Do you know what 6 years old mean? A baby.
Yeah, but there's a study done that people back in the day, they matured differently.
Okay. You see, so this is why maybe in the Bible it says kill the babies, because they mature early. Like, look like at that time, when the Bible says kill the babies, he means somebody, like in 2 days they will become 18. What do you think? I'm just using your logic now. Is that what you mean? They mature very fast? No. Listen.
So how old?
So what was the old of a baby to be a baby in Islam? Can you tell me?
I don't know.
Why you do not know? How come you are expert in the Bible, but you don't know anything about your religion?
So how old was Rebecca when she got married? I want you to read. Isaac?
Will you tell me what was the age of Rebecca? You Muslims are a bunch of jokers. Banana religion. Can you show me where it says that? Okay, listen. Aisha, she said he did F me at the age of 9. He married me at the age of 6. Can you show me where it says Rebecca, he did this to me and that to me? Go ahead. Potatoes.
Can you show it to me? Can you show it to me from the Quran why Muhammad married with Aisha? Your logic. You show me from the book 2. You show me from the book 200 years later.
We don't have a hadith. We don't have a hadith. You Muslim have hadith, and you have to follow it. Isn't it you who said we have to obey the Prophet? You forgot?
Yes, of course.
Okay, this is the hadith. In order for a prophet to make order, you have to make hadith.
But even
listen,
when we
can you read for me this hadith in front of you?
let me read. I used to play with dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girls also used to play with me. When Allah's messenger used to enter the building, they used to hide themselves, but the Prophet would call them to join and play with me. But it was allowed for Aisha at the time, as she was a little girl, not reached the age of puberty. Yeah, and Fath al-Bari is
why you did lie to me?
Because scholars can be wrong. This is said by Ibn Hajar from Fath al-Bari.
This is al-Bukhari, my friend.
Yeah, but it's in brackets. That one it says, but it was allowed for Aisha at the time.
No, this is addition. They are just giving you more reference. It says Fath al-Bari.
No. Look. It says the playing with the dolls, and it's in brackets. That brackets was from.
Okay, yeah, no problem. But this is Fath al-Bari. Ibn Hajar is a liar.
No, but he can be wrong sometimes.
Oh, you can be wrong too.
No problem. But why do you think?
Look like all of you Muslims are wrong. Okay, but look at what happened now. This is Muhammad after marrying Aisha many years after. She is 14 years old. And yet, she is
14?
not having her period yet. Is that correct?
Can you show me where it says that?
All right, let us see. What was the age of Aisha at the time of Tabuk?
What do you mean?
At the time of the attack of Tabuk, what was the age of Aisha?
I have no idea, man.
Okay, go check, calculate the numbers, you will find the numbers. Because the Muslim, they claim, not me, that this has happened at the time of Ghazwat Tabuk. And this is many years. Almost Muhammad is dead. I mean, come on, this is Tabuk. This is when Muhammad, he attacked the Roman.
But there's an argument based on that.
This is the end of Muhammad's life, and still Aisha, she don't have her period.
Yeah, but there's an argument to show like that as well. When
what argument?
The argument.
I mean, this is your book.
The argument.
This is your book.
The argument basically says that. Yeah, but the argument basically says that Aisha was a lot older when she got married to Muhammad.
Who is the one? No problem.
The reference
you can make any argument. All of them, they are stupid, because then you have to support it with reference. Do you have reference that says that she was older? It's a lie.
I can tell you the reference, but
no, there's no reference. You know, I will shave my 25 long beard meter. If you can show me the reference, go ahead.
No, because the reference is based on calculation.
No, this is false. This is fiction, my friend. Muhammad, when Aisha, she died, when Muhammad died, she was 18. She was going in the 18.
Yeah, but there's a difference of opinion.
There's no difference. This is only the fabrication of the Muhammadan in the internet.
No problem.
How many years Muhammad did live with Aisha?
Well, I myself follow the opinion that she was 6 when she got married to him.
Okay, so we don't have need. We don't. But anyway, Aisha, she said that she did live with Muhammad 9 years, right?
After she had intercourse with him, yeah.
No, she did live with him 9 years.
No, yeah, after she was 6, and then she
did live with him 9 years. She did live with him 9 years. Okay, so
no, 12.
No, hold on.
But
okay, even if listen.
When she died,
Aisha,
he was 18.
Okay, she was 12, right? She was 12. So Aisha, you are saying she was 12. So how she aimed to be less than 18 by age if she did live with him 9 years?
No, I said she lived with him for 12 years.
No, she lived with him 9 years.
Well, when he died, she was 18, right?
Yeah.
And she got married to him when she was 6. So that's 12.
What do you mean? How
when she was 6.
Listen. Okay, hold on. So 9 plus 6, what is that will be?
15.
15. How many years she lived with Muhammad? As a full-time wife. 12 plus 9 is 18.
No, but the calculation of 9 years is done after she had intercourse with him, which was when she was
okay,
9.
but that means she is not 18.
She was 18 when he died.
Okay, but okay, you are just saying to me, my friend, I don't know how you Muslims you think. You are saying to me that, okay, what was the age of Aisha when he died? She was going in her 18. She's not even 18 yet, right?
Sorry?
She was 18 when Muhammad he died. She was going in the 18, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. If Muhammad was 18, oh sorry, Aisha was 18, and she lived with him for 9 years, that means she is calculating the number since he did intercourse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the total 9 plus 9 when she was having intercourse, and 9 after years, she lived with him as a wife. He sleep with her already, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how those articles are made saying that she was over 18? Muhammad was dead at that time.
But like I said, they don't believe in that specific hadith, in those hadith.
But there's a million hadith, all of them are sahih.
No problem, my friend. But the majority says that she was 6.
Okay.
The minority.
When I asked you, do the female in Islam have to agree? You said yes, correct? Otherwise, it's not valid, right?
Yes, the Prophet said that.
Okay. So how your Prophet did marry Aisha without her permission?
Where it says he married her without her permission.
Well, she took her to the house of Muhammad right away.
Yeah.
Read it.
But how do you know that she didn't agree with it?
She's 6 years old.
If she didn't.
She's 6 years old.
If she didn't.
She's 6 years old.
But she never complained about Muhammad marrying her to a young age.
Did Muhammad beat Aisha?
Well, Aisha said he never hit any of his wives.
Did he hit her in her chest?
He gave her a shove on the chest. Yeah.
He gave her a shove. Okay. Did the Quran says that Aisha she have a strike against Muhammad?
What does that mean?
You said they never complain about Muhammad.
Are you talking? No, Hafsa and Aisha one time complained.
Doesn't matter. You are the one who said Aisha she never complained about Muhammad.
No. Oh, yeah, but about the marriage thing. That
this is about the marriage. They are wives. Loved him. Those are about marriage. The wives are complaining.
No, but I'm talking about him marrying her to a young age.
How we know? It's you Muslim who wrote the history. And you Muslim, you filter the history, and you Muslim, you write as you wish, and you keep as you wish, and you delete as you wish. But the Quran says clearly that the wives of Muhammad, all of them, they were unhappy with Muhammad.
Where it says that?
Chapter 66, verse number 4.
This is talking about Hafsa and Aisha.
No, speaking about all the wives. Hafsa and Aisha, they are the leaders. They are Democrat and Republican.
No, read the hadith. It's talking about when he slept with married the Coptic.
Okay.
And Muhammad got angry.
Okay.
And Muhammad got angry, so he used to stay away from
let us read this hadith then. Let us see. Are you sure this is, the wives are not fighting against Muhammad, all of them?
No, I'm sure, because Hafsa went to Aisha after that, and then they went to Muhammad. That's it.
Well, let us see. Let us read this in front of us, and then you tell me. This is a Sahih hadith. Can you read for me? It says here, the wives of the Prophet got together and sent Fatima to the Prophet. They told her to say, your wives, and then asking you to treat them equitable in the regard of the matter of the daughter of Abu Quhafa. Is it true that the wives are asking Muhammad to be fair and just, and Muhammad refusing?
Let me read. The wives of the Prophet got together and sent Fatima to the Prophet. They told her, your wives, and he said something else to the effect that they are urging you to be equitable with regard to the matter of the daughter of Abu Quhayfa. She said, so she entered upon the Prophet when he was with Aisha under her cover. She said to him, your wives have sent me, and they are urging you to be equitable with regard to the matter of the daughter. The Prophet said to her, do you love me? She said, yes. He said, then love her. So she went back. So what is this?
What is this?
The Prophet was
They
always...
are asking Muhammad, and Muhammad reject to treat them equally. Is that correct?
No, Muhammad always treated his wives equally.
It's in front of you. They are asking him to treat them equally. Why you are being liar now? Come on. Does it say treat us, arguing to be equitable with regarding of the matter of the daughter of Abu Quhafa? So they are asking him, can you treat us equally? Muhammad, he disapproved.
Wait, hold on. Wait, but who's the... Can you tell me who's the daughter of Abu Quhafa? Is that
You do not
Hafsa?
know Abu Quhafa? This is the father of Aisha.
You mean Abu Bakr?
Yeah. They make fun of him. They call him Quhafa because he was filthy.
Yeah, but maybe because Muhammad got angry at Aisha and Hafsa.
Well, hold on.
Because that's what the verse was about.
All the wives are asking Muhammad to be just between them. I thought you Muslim claim the Quran says that if you cannot, like go on F2 and 3 and 4, and if you cannot be just with them, then only one, correct?
Yes.
All right. So why your prophet himself, he having all those women, but he cannot be just with any of them?
To the matter of the daughter. So this is talking about him saying he dealt unjustly with Aisha only.
No, he got dealt unjustly with all the wives. He was taking the side of Aisha here.
Oh. I'm gonna study this hadith more.
You need a year?
No, but I need to eat iftar now, my friend. And
okay.
I'm gonna look into this hadith more.
All right, when you are done, let me know. Okay, we will take you. Thank you for calling.
No problem. Thank you.
Anyway, let us take another person. All right, we have a person. We will call you now, those who want to share. We got two Muslim, one after one. Okay, we're trying to call. Let us mute this. Well, he is not answering. This is the first one, is not answering. Let us see another person. we are calling those who text they'd like to speak. Yes, my friend, you are live on air. Hello, are you Christian? Yes, all right. What do you want to say to us? Go ahead. Huh?
I want to congratulate you for the work you do.
Thank you very much.
You are very swift and very, very knowledgeable in Islam, my friend. And it's a couple of years that I follow you
all right.
in YouTube.
Well, I hope
and
you
I've
did learn
tried to
something
speak
good.
to you many times, but huh?
Well, we don't take calls from the Christians because we want Muslims to call us so people they can hear the two sides of the story, you know?
I know, but
today because it's special, you know, it's
bear with me. There is questions on Islam that we Christians have, you know, following your videos.
All right.
The information that you share. There's a lot of questions that we, for example, I have a lot of questions about Islam, the way you describe Islam, and there is I could say there's two avenues that I can see Islam now through your knowledge, that the knowledge that you share with people, but I'm not certain which one you're onto, which one you'd say is the right one. For example, let me give you an example. I would say I read Quran in 1992. I read Quran then, I was an atheist, and I was hearing people talking about God, and okay, I decided to give it a go. You know, I was 16 at the time, 15, turning 16.
All right.
And the book was so messy, you know. It just had been translated in Albanian, and it was so messy, so messy. But I couldn't decide. I couldn't decide on that. And you can see that the verses, all the verses of Quran, they are disconnected from each other. If you want to know about Adam, you have to read the whole book many, many times and pick the verses that talk about Adam. So it's a book of confusion, you know. But then I decided to read the Bible. The New Testament had just been translated to Albanian, and I read that, you know. And I got mesmerized by the book of Matthew. I just couldn't jump onto Mark. I couldn't jump onto Mark. Couldn't go further. And after 9 or 10 times reading Matthew, I found myself in the middle of a debate and saying, that's what the Lord says. And I was asked, publicly, I was asked in the middle of the class, well, do you believe that? How do you know that? I said, I'm a Christian. And something that, you know, I've confessed my Lord in front of many, many people in 1992. And from then, you know, I stuck with Jesus. And every day, there was a way for him to show himself, you know. There was a way he tried to show himself into your life and the life of people that surrounded you, to make himself known. It's not just a feeling. But my friend, in the Quran, because it's very hard when you speak to Muslims. I don't know Muslims. I never met a Muslim in my life, you know. I never met a Muslim in my life. They take back everything they say. They take them back in 5 minutes in the conversation. They refer to the Bible, and then they want to object the Bible, and then
they play games.
You know what I mean?
The
They
Muslim
play the
don't share.
taqiyya, like you say.
Yeah, Muslim, they don't share their religion. They share their lies. The same as the guy who called me speaking about the wisdom, and you notice here the taqiyya. He tried to agree with me when I said, "Is Jesus is the wisdom?" I said in the Quran, Jesus is the wisdom. He agreed because
may
he
I
was
say
hoping.
something about that conversation?
Yeah, go
because
ahead.
You promised the guy that you would show that Samuel was in Quran, and then you told the guy that he should apologize if you found that, and he did not apologize, and you found that, and still he went off undecided whether it's cool to kill the children or not. First of all, because that's why he called you. That's why he quoted the book of Samuel. If you agree on that, killing children or not. But then when you asked him the same question, he never said so. If he agreed to that, you know.
Yeah.
So there was a problem there. You let him slip.
Well, it's okay, you know. Like we
should have apologized.
We got them
found
busted.
Samuel, and I said, my God, this Christian prince gonna find Samuel there.
The point is to get them busted. The point is to get them busted. Same time, the Christian, they learn how to answer. So now, if a Muslim, he said to you, Samuel, first of all, we Christian, we are not the same as Muslims who deny what is written there. We are not people who are ashamed of our book. They are. As you see, each time we try to show them something, they try to deny it. We don't. You know, a true believer, he will not say, I am ashamed. Either you believe or you don't. If you're ashamed, then why you believe? You know?
It's true. It's true. Yeah. It's true. This is you are pledging. It's not just a belief, but you're pledging your life for your eternity. It's your whole eternity is hanging on it. It's not just information about how motors work or how a car works. It's your eternity depending on it. It's not an easy thing to take. You know, it's so easy. But Muslims, I don't know, Christian Prince, I don't know how it works. For example, I have a question about this. You studied for Sharia law, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you cannot say that you were the most intelligent guy in your school or in the Middle East. Many other people who are Muslims, they go and study the same thing like you do. And many of them have studied maybe 50 years. Can they not see the information you share with us?
So you see,
how can they still remain in Islam? I don't understand this.
Yeah. in order to share information, you have to provide freedom. In a place, it's like going to a laboratory, and in the laboratory it says, you cannot tell the result of your study. This is what Islam is. So how people they will tell, how people they will say, how people they can speak out if nobody's allowed. So you are a question when there's no question is allowed. So this is why, and me myself, if I'm still in the Islamic laboratory, I will not be able to say a word of what I'm saying now because they will kill me right away. All right? Anyway, my friend, thank you very much for calling, and I apologize. We have to take more calls, if you don't mind.
Sorry, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I commend you for your job.
Thank you.
God
Take
bless you.
Care.
God
Bless.
bless your business.
All right. You know, they see, but what they can say, I mean, no, nobody there to speak. Okay, let's see if there is people want to talk. Even if you are a Muslim, you like to call, feel free. As you see, we are taking call from Christians and Muslims. We are trying to call whoever texts us. Today, only today, and maybe next coming Sunday, we will take calls from Christians, and then after that, we go back to normal, where only Muslims can call. We are trying to call this gentleman. It's not working. Please be sure that you add me to your list in order to be able to call you, because maybe many of you don't have, you know, like you have your own setting, don't allow somebody to call you. Let us see. Hello? 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 Well, we have no sound from your side. Are you there? Okay, well, we have to hang up. And we will try to call you again. Yeah, let me give you some time to fix it, and I will call you back. We are trying to call you guys, but nobody is answering. So I'm not sure why you guys text me, says call, and you are not ready. If you are not ready, don't text me, says call me. Okay, let's try one more time. Let's see this person here. If I call you 3 times and you did not answer, I will block you. Hello? Hello. Not sure why you guys text me, says call, and you are not ready. Please mute you too. Mute you too.
Hello, Mr. Christian Prince.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm okay. What would you like to say to us? Are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
All right. What do you like to share with us?
I'm just very impressed with your work, and I'm following you from 20 years, and I'm a big fan of yours. I also want to work like you are doing, but you know, I'm living in a country where I'm not allowed that.
Well, don't worry about it. We are doing the job, and maybe one day you will have a freedom so you can do what you need to do.
Yes.
All right. Anything else you want to add to us?
Thank you. No, nothing, but I wish I will talk to you someday, and the wish comes true. And I'm following you all guys, Sheikh Umar, David Wood, and I'm very impressed with your work.
Thank you, our friend. God bless you.
And I will pray for you every day. My English is not good.
You're doing fine. Don't worry about it.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, my friend. Thank you very much for calling, and may the Lord bless you and your family too.
Thank you.
Take care. We are just trying to take more calls. If you are a Muslim and you are smart, call us. Because that is a real currency. Smart Muslim. Be sure you add me to your list before you ask me to call you. Because most of your settings don't allow people to call you unless they are in your list. Okay, you see, I'm calling, there's nobody answering. But I have to block you then, sorry. I just called you more than once. Add me to your list before you ask me to call you so my call can go through. Let's try this person here. Don't forget to add me to your list. Yes, my friend, you are live on air.
Yeah, hello, Christian Prince.
Hello, are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
All right.
And I want to share with you. I need just 1 minute to park my car.
Don't park your car. Just let the car drive. Just say, Inshallah, the car will go wherever Allah wish. You know.
I drive already without hands. You know. Yes, I will share you my story. No story. I don't want to take many time. I want just say my personal miracle happened on the Resurrection Day.
Okay.
And I hope you can help me a little with my English, because I speak a little Greek English,
right.
Not so good. So
don't worry.
I was 13 years old, and we was preparing for the Saturday when we go to church, and on the evening we go to church to pray and to wait. It becomes midnight to celebrate the resurrection. On this day, my mother, I was 13 years old. She told me, my son, let's go with me. We was on a village. She say, if I can go with her to a big city to buy some shoes, some wear, so I can be good for the church. And I don't want. And she becomes angry. She say, no, son, come please with me. I say, no, I want to play with my friends. I was by a skateboard and I was enjoyed to ride skateboard, you know. And she becomes really angry. It was first time she have tears in her eyes and say, no, my son, you have to come with me. I don't feel good today. But I say, no, mama, I want to go with my friend. And you know, Greek mamas, you can't make joke with them. She punched me then and say, but not, you know, not like you punch so many.
I understand.
Like, I don't know how it's in Arab, but come with me. I say, no. And then I go with my friend. I was in the village. I don't know the word, sidewalk, where people can walk, sidewalk. Is this correct word?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yes, on the left side is cars, and I'm on a hill on the sidewalk, and I ride my skateboard, but I was not standing, but like a bed, you know. I'm up the skateboard like I'm sleeping. And I go the sidewalk, but then the sidewalk was stopping, and there was a cars crossing. And I cross the street, I don't stop it, and was a car go up me, how I can say in English, up me. And the car stopped it, and the car, I remember, moved forward back because later he told me he think that he is up potatoes or something like this. but it was me. And then 12 or 15 people come, take up the car, and take me out from the car. And my dent was broken, my back was burned from the car, and my leg was broken. My left feet was on my left side from my head. I was like spaghetti, you know. And then I don't remember. I was in don't know the word in English. Emergency room. Is it correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Special care.
And after the emergency room, they take me in this special place where you can't have people can't visit you. Only mother, only one. It's don't know how I say in English. And I remember I wake up in the night and I hear a radio station.
Mm-hmm.
And I was here. It was a evangelical church. I don't know. Some priest was talking, and the voice say from this radio station, say, my son, sometimes your father is talking to you through friends, through strangers, or through your mother. Won't help you, won't warn you, but you have to keep to follow them, you know, to listen to this voice.
Mm-hmm.
But it was for me a radio. I don't care. I was continuous sleep. I was full pain. And after some weeks, when I come out from this special room, I come to the normal hospital room where are many people, many children. And it was the first day I was out. And my mother is coming. And I said to my mom, Mama, can you please bring this radio from the room? Well, she say, which radio, my son? I say, this radio. Every day I hear the radio. The voice speak to me. She said, no, it's forbidden. There was no radio. Maybe I was imagination, maybe from pain, but I hear this radio every day. This was a voice. It was talking to me. And this happened on the second day on the resurrection. And this was for me my special miracle. I was 13 years old, and then when I becomes older, Christian Prince, sometimes I became doubt in my life because I was sin. I was you drink alcohol, you don't care, you don't listen to your mother, and I was feel if you don't believe to God, you don't have this burden on your shoulder. But then always in my life, I remember was this day on the resurrection. And this was bring me always back to Jesus Christ. And now I'm more than 30 years ago. I never leave Jesus. I believe more than before, and I try always to be a good children of our family from Jesus Christ. Thank you, Christian Prince.
Well, thank you, my friend. And maybe one day if I go to Greece, I will meet you then.
Sure, you will not meet me because, but I hope you will meet some good Greek oil, some good melon. I hope you can dance very good in Greece. You know,
right.
You know, we Greek people are like a little bit like Arab, so you will feel really good in Greece.
That is not a good thing to be like us. Don't be like an Arab. I know that will make you very corrupt. Be careful. Anyway,
we are corrupt too. Okay, so
yeah.
okay.
Anyway, we are happy to hear your story, my friend. And each one of us actually, he have a point where he's go down, and sometime, as they say, like always, God he opened doors, and when we find ourselves like we are drowning and we can't breathe no more, and then suddenly all the oxygen come, and this is how the Lord worked. When you ask Him, He said, "Knock at my door, and I will open for you." So obviously, you know, you were in your heart waiting for something to happen, and that's why it happened to you.
Maybe, Christian Prince, maybe.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for your testimony, and we pray for you and your family to have a good future with the Lord.
Christian Prince, can I say just something you don't like to hear?
Go ahead.
You do a really good job, my friend. Ciao, ciao.
All right.
Bye,
thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I do my best. I mean, I do whatever I can do. Sometimes it can be good. Sometimes maybe it's not. But, you know, we do our best. Let us see here. We have a missed call. Let us see this person. I'm putting the speaker down when I call so it doesn't bother you. Don't forget to add me to your list before I call you, so my call will go through. Well, obviously, this person is not serious. Let me block him, Mr. John. I called you more than 6 times and you never answer. Okay, let us... okay. Let's see this person here. Remember, please, to add me before you ask me to call you. And this ring of Skype, I wish I can change it. I mean, it's the most annoying ring ever. Hello? Yes, my friend, you are live on air. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I just want to ask you a quick question.
Are you a Muslim?
Yes, I'm a Muslim, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, it's about Jesus.
Yeah.
I just want to
who is
understand...
who is Jesus?
Who is Jesus? According to Muslims, he's a prophet of God.
Where it says that? Where it says that?
Okay, no, but I thought you said what's my question, so I want
to... Yeah, because I want to know you are talking about whom. You said Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus.
Who is Jesus?
So Jesus. Who is Jesus? Jesus is Isa.
So how Jesus become Isa?
Okay, that's not my question. Can I ask the question?
But you see, I'm trying to find out if we're talking about the same person. Is Isa the same as Jesus?
Okay. So that's my belief. So I want to know what your belief.
Maybe later you can help me to find out how Yeshua became Isa. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, sure. Okay, if you want to know that the actual Aramaic, the first letter of the Aramaic is it doesn't, from when they translate it to Hebrew, it's not supposed to have the Y translation. So it goes with the Ain translation. So when they match it up,
this is in the Latin. This is not in the Hebrew.
No, but from the original Aramaic, because Aramaic, that's the original scripture.
Aramaic, they have the equal letters, my friend. The Aramaic have the equal letter, the same as the Hebrew. Actually, the Hebrew itself and the Arabic is born out of the Aramaic. So they have exactly the same letters. So we have the Ain.
It's not with a Y, so it's basically with the Ain, if you know what I mean. So that's where we get the Isa from.
No, it says with the Y, but there's no Y actually.
No.
It is Yeshua.
No. It's been translated to Y, but in actual, it's an Ain. It's an Ain in Arabic.
Where do you get that? Where do you get that from?
If you search it up yourself, if you look at the first letter of the Aramaic, and if you look at it on the abjad,
what is the first letter in Aramaic? Pronounce it to me in Aramaic.
In the Aramaic, it's that sign letter. I can't really pronounce it, but if you go on it,
so how you know? I mean, how you cannot pronounce it? So you are reading it in Latin letters then?
How's that the Latin when it's in Aramaic?
Anyway, so you see, you are confusing yourself. Obviously, your prophet, he did not know what he's talking about, and you know, to prove that, Muhammad, he mentioned that Isa is the nephew of Aaron, and Aaron is the brother of Maryam. Is that correct?
I've come to ask something else. So
yeah. Just to show you, just to show you that your prophet himself is the last one who can tell you about Jesus, because you are talking about a man who think that the Jesus you are talking about, he is the nephew of Aaron, and his mother, her name is Maryam, and she is the daughter of Amran. But Amran is the father of Moses, correct?
Okay, this conversation is going somewhere else. I actually want to just ask a simple question.
Okay, what is the question? Go ahead. Obviously, you don't want to, you know, this conversation going nowhere because you have no answer anywhere. Yeah.
You told me to ask you the question
go ahead. What the question? Go ahead.
But you don't give me a chance to ask. Okay, so I'm gonna. So you believe in Jesus as God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So my question to the Christian is, if Jesus is God, that means he would know everything, isn't it? According to your belief.
According to your belief, Jesus is God in the Quran too, because he knows everything.
No. Okay, no, but I'm asking the Christian. If Jesus is God to you, that means he would know everything, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm asking you a question here. On chapter Mark 13:32, it says here, no one knows, not even the angels in the heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father knows the hour. Can you explain that?
Very easy. Did he say my Father?
He said, no one knows the hour, not even the angels, not the Son, only the Father.
Okay,
so how do you...
Did he say the Father?
He said, No one knows, only
Okay,
the
did
Father.
he say the Father? Did he say the Father?
He said no one knows,
Okay, my
not
friend,
even the Son,
why you don't
not
confirm,
the angels.
why you don't confirm
Yeah.
with me the sentence? Did he say the Father?
But only the Father.
Okay, did
only
he say,
the
did he
Father,
say
yeah.
the Father?
He said only the Father.
Okay, so he is the Son. The Trinity is.
No,
let me answer you.
but
You
he
ask me
said,
the question,
yeah,
my friend.
but he said no.
Yeah.
He said no, the Son.
No problem.
So you can't put this.
No
but
problem.
Yeah, okay.
No problem. You see,
okay.
there's the knowledge. There's the knowledge of the future, and Jesus, he have it, because Jesus, in the same chapter, if you read it, you will see when this thing and this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened. When then the Son will come with the glory of his angels, then he will come. Okay, so Jesus already, he knew about all those things. So what Jesus is saying, that God the Father, that's why he called him the Father. You know, we say the Father, even in language. When I say my Father, is that somebody have authority?
Okay, wait. So you're saying to me
when I say the Father, when you
yeah,
say,
yeah.
If I say to you, okay, is that your house? You say my house. But you are living in the house of your father. Does that mean you're lying or you're telling the truth?
If I'm staying in my father's house, that means I'm staying in his house. Is that my house?
Yes.
No,
Is it your house or it's not your house?
No, it's not my house.
It's not your house. How come?
No, because it doesn't belong to me. It belongs to my dad.
All right. Well, Jesus, he said, everything belong to the Father, belong to me.
Oh, okay. But
okay,
so,
hold on. So let me continue.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything is given to me, from the Father, and everything I have is coming from the Father, and everything the Father do, I do. The same as the Father work, the Son work. Hold on. So here you see, when Jesus speak about the Father, he is saying us, the reason he's called the Father, because simply he is born of the Father. So it's very normal that the Father is the one who will announce the day of judgment. Otherwise, hold on. Otherwise, Jesus will not be doing what he's supposed to do, because the Son, he do a work, and the Father, he do work. It is for the Father to announce the day of judgment. It is for the Son to do the judgment over the flesh in the day of judgment. Does it say in the same chapter you mentioned to me? What chapter you said?
Mark 13:32.
Okay, did you read the chapter or you did read two letters?
I've read the chapter, yeah.
Okay,
I've actually
does it say in that chapter that Jesus have the authority to judge the flesh?
Okay, but
no,
on which
don't
one?
tell me, don't tell me. It's okay, not okay. I'm saying you said you did read.
Can't see it.
You said you did read. Yeah, you said you did read. You said
I can't see it on my screen here.
Huh?
I can't see it on my screen here.
Yeah, I don't have it in the screen yet, you know. But I'm asking you, did you read the whole chapter, or you are only copy and paste a verse from somewhere?
No. I've taken the whole thing in context. But my question, but my question was regarding this.
Hold on, my friend.
No. Listen, I've let you speak. Please let me speak. Yeah. So basically, can you say to me that Jesus knows the day of the hour, the day and the hour of judgment?
Well, Jesus, Jesus, he said it clear. This is to the Father. For a very simple reason. First of all, for us as a Christians, we don't believe. Hold on, my friend. We believe in the Trinity. You see, this will be a problem. If this will be the problem, if we believe that Jesus is the Father, he is the same person. We don't believe in that. So God the Father is the one who will do the decision. God the Son is going to do the decision. So if you are confused about what the Trinity is, like your prophet who think that the Christian, they think that the Father is the same as the Son, that means you are doomed like your prophet. Let me ask you again. Do you believe that the Messiah is the Father?
Do I believe that the Messiah is the Father? No, I don't believe the Messiah is the Father.
So how your God, he think that the Christian believe that the Messiah is the Father?
It's you lot that's doing that, isn't it? You put in the Holy Spirit, the Son,
I'm asking you,
and the Father into one.
How come we as a Christian, we don't believe that the Messiah, the same person as the Father? And you agreed, correct?
Is that not what the Trinity is? The Son, the Spirit, and whatever the Father.
Yeah, it's not the same person. The Son is a person. The Father is a person, the Holy Spirit is a person. So let me ask you again. You are trying to ignore. You already answered actually, but you are trying to bite your tongue. Is the Messiah is the same as the Father as a person? Is he the same person?
Is the Messiah the Father? No, the Messiah is not the Father.
Okay, so how your God, he think that the Trinity is that the Messiah is the Father?
I'm getting confused by your question. How does
For sure you
our
are
God
confused.
think?
You are a Muslim. Chapter 5, verse number 17, it says that the Christian, they think that Allah is the Christ.
Okay, so don't you think that Jesus Christ is God?
But this is not what it says. It says Allah. Allah is not a word. My
I'm
friend,
not talking about Allah.
hold on.
We're not talking
Hold
about
on.
You're getting caught out here,
Allah
mate.
is
Mate,
Allah
is
Allah a word mean God, or Allah is a name of this God?
Okay, Allah means a God, but that's not. I'm not going to say that
Allah does not mean God. Allah is a name of the God.
Allah is the name of a God. Allah means
Okay.
God. Okay, so what does? Okay, so what does Allah mean in your Christian Bible?
Okay, if
What does
I
Allah mean
ask you now, let's make it
What does
simple.
Allah mean
Let
in
us
your
make it
Christian
simple.
Bible?
Let us make it simple. Let us make it simple. Me and you. If Islam understand the Trinity, and you claim that your God understand the Trinity, where we can find the Trinity in the Quran? I'm listening. Go ahead. Tell me what the Trinity according to the Quran.
When you call Jesus God,
I'm asking you, what is the Trinity? Give me the name of the first person, the second person, and the third person.
it doesn't. The Quran doesn't mention Trinity.
You are a liar.
It says Trinity.
Are you lying to me, or you are ignorant?
I'm not. No, I'm saying it says Trinity, but it doesn't mention who the first person is, who the second person
No, it
is.
says, here we go. Okay, here we go. This is you see, the Muslims, they've tried to fool themselves. Did Allah, he says that the Christian, they worship Jesus and Mary as God?
If you're gonna bring in, okay, that one, yeah, okay. So when Jesus will say, did you worship me and my mother as a God? He will turn around and say, no, yeah. So if you're referring
so the
to
Quran,
that,
the Quran imply that the Christians, they believe in the Trinity, which is contained that Jesus is God, Mary is God, and Allah is God. Is that correct?
Well, there could be some. I mean, there's different groups of Christianity. I'm not sure.
The Quran never mentions anything except this. Don't tell me different version of Christianity.
Okay.
Okay. So your God, if your God is God, how your God he think that we Christian worship Mary? Mary become the wife of God. She gave birth to a son, and that son is the son of God. How Allah he come to such a conclusion that this is a Christianity?
Okay, I'll have to look into that verse into more context.
You can look for it right now. You know, there's no need to make an excuse to say I need to look. Look. Do you know what verse we are talking about, or you have no idea?
No, that's the thing. I don't have my device with me. So
no problem. You have your device for the Bible. You don't have device for the Quran. Chapter 5, verse 116.
As I said to you, I need to look at it properly.
Chapter 5. Take your time. I will stay with you until tomorrow. Chapter 5, verse 116.
Yeah, as I just explained it to you, there
my friend, I'm staying with you until tomorrow. No problem. Explain. Chapter 5, verse 116.
So I'm explaining it to you. So there could be some groups that probably believe that.
My friend, nowhere it says some group. Isa, he said to the Christians. Isa, he said to the Christians. To the people, all the people, not exception, not some, not two, not five, all the people. Allah, he said to Isa.
Are you sure there's no group? Are you sure there's no group?
Show me. Read it.
If you go, go to Ibn Abi Hatim.
Yeah? Read the Quran. We will go to Ibn Hatim. We will go to Ibn Sansur. We will go to Ibn Murrah.
Go there.
My friend,
go to
my friend. But this is a fabrication. Okay, well, hold on.
Under the same verse.
Okay. So are you saying to me that the tafsir is trying to correct the Quran?
The tafsir is trying to correct the Quran.
Yeah.
Well, there's a correct understanding to it, so that's what we do.
I am asking you, where in the verse it says, did Allah put in the verse there is a group, or Allah, he said to Isa, did you tell the people, all the people?
There's a few verses that actually refer to the Trinity. I'm not going to stick to one.
My friend, I'm asking you simply for the 100th time.
Okay.
Does the verse says anywhere a group of people, or you Muslims trying to fix it?
It says the Trinity. There are a few verses that mention
the Trinity. I'm asking you, chapter 5, verse 116. Is it a group of people or all the people? Can you show me the word group?
Okay, look, I've told you I don't have my device, but
I don't care. Here we go. I have the verse for you on the screen. Did you say into men? Did you say into the people? Did you say to the people? أَأَنْتَ قُلْتَ لِلنَّاسِ. Do you know what that means? أَأَنْتَ قُلْتَ لِلنَّاسِ. Did you speak to the people saying? He didn't say.
What's it? Number 5, what?
Chapter 5, verse 116.
Yeah.
Okay. Does it say some people there?
To the people, yeah.
Does it say some people, a group of people, or you are making things up?
Linnas, Linnas, it says people, yeah.
Okay.
To the people.
All the people. All the people. If we search the same word, the nas, we will find it exists in the Quran. It's mean all mankind.
Do you want to go there what the word really means? Because you know the word. If I'm telling you the word means
what nas
to
mean?
The people.
Okay. To the people. What people he's talking about?
To the people. So it must have been. As I told you, it's going to take me some time to study. I can't just look at it right off the top of my head and give you an answer.
You have time to study a verse in Mark, but you don't have time to study the Quran. How come?
Well, I don't have time.
Okay, no problem. I'm giving you the time.
Yeah,
I'm giving you the time. Here we go. How and who is the one who
worship?
But
you're still going to answer.
So okay, let me fix it. Let me fix it. Let me fix it. Do you have other verse? Give other side of the story. Like, do you have other verse in the Quran says the Trinity is the Son, the Father, the Holy Spirit, or this is all what you have?
No, I'm sure it said somewhere that there's those who don't stop believing that you should stop saying the Trinity, or there'll be a great.
The Trinity is a word. The Trinity is not even exist in the Bible as a word. The same as Tawheed. I'm asking you now, where we can find the Christian Trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. As you see, your God, even not only that, your God, he kept repeating the same thing. He claimed, okay, how Allah he wanted to defeat the Trinity. Do you know?
No, go on. Let me hear you.
Is it true that your God, he says that the Messiah and his mother, they eat food?
But they're not human.
They eat food.
Well, they're not human. That's what I'm asking you.
This is another question. Did Allah, he says in different verse. I'm showing you how the Quran understands the Trinity. So does the Quran says, trying to prove to us that Mary is not God by saying, and Jesus is not God by saying that they are eating food?
Yeah, that. I mean.
Okay, why Allah he add the name of Mary there again? What's wrong with this God? If Allah understand the Trinity, shouldn't Allah he knew that Mary is not part of the Trinity? Look at this God. He keeps saying, well, Mary and the Messiah and Mary, what they do? They eat food.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but
if you want to prove that Christ only is God, is not God, he will say, well, the Messiah, he eat food. But as you see, he inserted Mary with him. Why Mary is there?
Why Mary is there? He put Mary there, so Mary is there. I've got no.
Why? What she have to do with the Trinity? What Mary she have to do with the Trinity? He's trying to prove that we believe in the wrong Trinity. How? Well, they eat food, according to the verse. This is the logic. Okay, so the Christ, the Son of Mary, and Mary, both of them, they eat food, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Why he is talking about Mary if he want to prove only that Jesus is not God? Obviously, because the Quran again confirmed that the Trinity Allah he understand is Jesus, is the son of Mary, and Mary is the wife of Allah.
Yeah, I did explain that to you. There could have been some people who have that belief.
You failed, because here we go. You are the one who said to me, open Tafsir Ibn Abu Hatim.
No, Abi Hatim, yeah.
Read Ibn Abu Hatim and laugh. Read Ibn Kathir and laugh.
Okay.
So the Christian, obviously this God, he do not know what Islam is talking about. This God, you think that we Christian believe in the Father and Mary and Jesus as God.
Yeah, you do.
God, he marry Miriam. Let me show you.
You see?
Hold on. What is the proof? What is the proof that Mary is not the wife of God?
Okay, until you answer my question, I'm not going to answer any of yours. So is that fair?
I'm not asking you questions. We are trying to show you.
No.
I'm not asking you questions. I'm not asking you questions. As you see, I am
to derail.
In order to give you a question, my friend. In order to give a question.
You can't answer. No. You can't answer my question.
I did answer you already. I answered you already. I said that God the Son, my friend. We have the Trinity. We believe not God. My friend, let me repeat my answer, because you said I did not answer you. You are a liar. I said we believe in the Trinity. Listen. You are the one who's running away. I said that we believe in the Trinity. So the Son have a job, the Father have a job, the Holy Spirit have a job. Each one is doing a job. And Jesus, he said, only my Father, because he is the Father. So Jesus, he have the authority over the flesh to judge all mankind. For he is God, he is divine. This is my job. It is for the Father to announce the day of judgment. It's not for me. It is for the Father. So as long as we believe in the Trinity, that will not be a problem. But if we have a God who claims to be only one person, hold on. As long as hold on. Listen.
So if Jesus saying only Father knows, how is he the God?
First of all,
if only the Father knows,
you are asking how. Are you sure? You can ask the question how.
He is not the God. If only the Father knows the time.
You said how God can, correct?
Okay, so if Jesus was God,
friend,
he would know when the hour would be.
I want you to focus. Well, he knew. Okay, can you read for me? Can you read for me, Mark?
He knows the hour.
Can you read for me, Mark? Mark,
I've told you several times.
Can you read for me Mark chapter 13? Everybody will laugh at you.
I'm not reading because I don't have my device.
Here we go. I mean, how come you pause for me a verse? Each time I say to you read, you say I don't have a device. What do you have then?
Yeah, well, mate, you know what? I'm calling you when I'm.
You will see. You will see that Jesus, my friend. You will see that Jesus. He is saying there clearly that the sun will go dark, the moon will not give any reflect light, the stars will fail, the system of the universe will collapse, and then hold on. Verse number 26. It says, then the Son of the Man, which is mean Jesus, he will come with the cloud, with the power of his glory.
Wait, one simple question.
Hold on. Does it say that? Does it say that or not? So obviously Jesus.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say when is the day and the hour of judgment. It doesn't say that.
Okay, I will go with you. It doesn't say that. So can you read for me the chapter of Inshaq al-Qamar?
Now you want to go to the Quran?
Exactly, to get you busted.
Well,
because,
why?
Because
no. I'm talking about your Bible,
because we can get you busted. Faith. You see, last time you called me, we made fun of you and we gave you a dollar. Okay,
yeah, and
Allah is talking. Allah is talking. He will go. Do Allah know?
No. Stick to your Bible.
No, we are sticking. You see, I am sticking.
Does Jesus know?
I'm sticking a big stick in your hole now. The whole of Allah. So do Allah know the judgment day? Listen.
No.
Do Allah knew the judgment day?
The question is the Bible. Does Jesus know the hour? No. Is he the Father?
You see?
No.
Okay.
Jesus God? No.
You don't want me to talk.
No, Jesus is not God.
You don't let me talk.
I'm not going to let you talk because you don't answer my question. Okay. Does Jesus know the hour and the day?
Allah, Jesus, who knows more about the judgment day, Jesus or Allah?
Allah knows better, but I'm looking at only your Bible.
No. Then read for me. You just said. You just said. No, I don't forget the Quran. I don't forget the Quran. We need to laugh.
Okay, you believe Jesus is God.
We need to laugh.
You believe Jesus is God.
You believe that Allah is God. And you believe that Allah is God.
Yeah, and only Allah knows that.
How come Allah do not know the judgment? How come Allah do not know the judgment day?
Only Allah knows the judgment day. I'm just telling you that. Only Allah knows the judgment day.
We'll read it. And not only that. Okay, let me play for you. Let me play for you this video where your scholars agree that Jesus, he knew the judgment day. Do you want to hear it?
I'm not that scholar.
Okay.
I'm not that scholar.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to hang up on you and I will play the video. This is your scholars. Let me play it for you. I will call you right away. And you will see that the Muslims, they understood clearly that Jesus, he knew the day of judgment. And this is Quran confirming that. Let us read. Let us listen. Let us laugh. This is your Sheikh, Mr. Fort.
You will hear him say, according to his misunderstanding of an ayah in the Quran, Surah number 43, ayah number 61, وَإِنَّهُ لَعِلْمٌ لِسَاعَةٍ, according to his misunderstanding, where he believes that if you recite it like that, it would mean that Isa has the knowledge of the hour.
Let me call you back, the one who don't want to talk about the Quran. Because the Quran got you busted. Did you hear the video?
I heard a little bit.
Okay. Does the Sheikh say that Jesus, he knew the hour?
No, he doesn't say that.
Okay, let me play it for you again. Let me hang up on you. He's a turtle. What you can say? He did not say that. I mean, turtle, you are talking to turtles. Let us play it again. You are a liar, you are a coward, and you are what you are. And you know, you need a lot of glue, my friend, to fix your broken glass. Listen carefully. Who doesn't say that?
And you will hear him say, according to his misunderstanding of an ayah in the Quran, Surah number 43, ayah number 61, وَإِنَّهُ لَعِلْمٌ لِسَاعَةٍ, according to his misunderstanding, where he believes that if you recite it like that, it would mean that Isa alayhi salam has the knowledge of the hour.
He will say to me, no, he did not say that. Let us talk him again. Howard. Did you hear it or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I heard it,
Did he say, does it say in the Quran that Jesus, he knew the hour?
No, basically what that sheikh is saying is that the other sheikh is making a mistake of his translation.
Okay, hold on.
You know what he's saying.
Okay, okay. So you are saying that you Muslims are confused even about your Quran.
No, that guy who you put the beard picture
What
on,
guy?
he's confused.
Do you see how this guy,
Yeah.
who are you? This guy is a big sheikh. Who are you? You're a potato.
Oh yeah, I'm a potato. Those are bigger potatoes.
So
and you're even bigger potatoes.
is Sheikh Umran, is he a sheikh or he is no one?
Who? Sheikh Imran.
Uh-huh.
He portrays a fallacy, which is fake.
Oh, so he's a fallacy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So is Muhammad is a fallacy too?
Muhammad.
Uh-huh.
Wait, are you referencing the Prophet?
Yes. If I show you that your prophet said that Jesus, he knew the hour, what you would do?
I mean, look, you got all your crazy ideas, yeah?
This is not
Muhammad.
my crazy idea.
Yeah.
I show you reference and you are refusing to read them because you are ashamed of your book. Do Jesus, he knew?
No, yeah.
Okay, what is stopping somebody from knowing the unseen, the future? Can you tell me?
Look, my only question is, you seem
your
to
only
believe
question,
that...
I answer you, you are a coward, you are a potato, you have no dignity. When we show you the Quran, you refuse to read it. Because for me as a Christian, and you know that, in order to get you busted, I have to use the Quran. Because whatever I say to you about the Bible, you don't agree. We know the game. We know the game. It's not because it's convincing or not. It's just because your God says to you, well, don't believe in the Trinity. That's it. You don't believe in Trinity. If your God says believe in Trinity, you believe in Trinity. If your God Muhammad says so, why Muslims don't make fun of Jesus is born of a virgin? They don't do that. Why? Because the Quran says so. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Why Jesus is born of a virgin? It doesn't make sense in Islam. It doesn't make sense. It makes sense only in Christianity. For Jesus is the son of no man. Do we understand, people? When the Quran says Jesus is born of a virgin, what the Quran trying to prove? Nothing. Stupid statement there. Because there's no point. I mean, this is a miracle. Nobody can prove or disapprove. I can say now, my mother, she gave birth to me, and she was a virgin. Nobody can prove me wrong. Nobody can prove me right. People will laugh. That's all. But there's no way to prove it or disapprove it. For already it's done, and the woman, she is not virgin no more. So the story of the Virgin Mary makes sense only in the Bible. For Jesus is the son of no man. That's why Jesus says, I am from above, or from below. And we as a Christians, when the Christians say, well, God the Father, obviously there's a Father. Why do we call him the Father? Who is let us say, everything is coming from him. The Father, Jesus himself is coming from the Father. So it's very normal that the Father who started everything is the one who will announce the end of everything. My Father sent me. Everything I have is given to me from my Father, Jesus said. The Muslims, because they are hypocrite, you need to convince them by agreeing with them, not by refuting them. Because they are hypocrite. How come this person did not see in the same chapter the same story, by the way, mentioned like twice in Matthew and Luke? How come they did not see that Jesus will come in the glory of God in the cloud with his angels, and then he will elect all mankind? Who is going to do that? Jesus. Is that an act of a prophet? Is that an act of a man? He will collect people to go to heaven. He will collect them. and he will send his angels. He will send who? His angels. The Muslim, they play blind. It doesn't say that, CP. So the Muslim, they look in the Bible, they find, oh, Jesus says only my Father. That is a problem. It's a problem for you because you are dumb and you are silly and you are stupid. It's not for us. We believe in the Trinity. But when we have a God, he claimed to be God, and then he tell Muhammad that this child will not grow old before the judgment day will come, and nothing happened. When Muhammad, he said that this little child, before he grow old, the hour will come, the judgment day. And then nothing happened. Where Muhammad, he got his and the Muslim, they try to fix it. Look what they add between bracket. Muhammad, he was speaking to a bunch of Abdul, potatoes. No shape, no form, no face, no ass. They are very flexible, taqiyya. Anas reported that the person asked Allah Messenger as to whom the last hour would come. He had in his presence a young boy of Al-Ansar who was called Muhammad. Who was called, come here. So Muhammad said, this young boy lives, he might not grow very old till you see the last hour coming to you. Do you see it? People, do you see it? Can Muhammad say, well, I am the son, I do not know the hour, I was making things up? Jesus, he made it clear. I do work, my Father work. He gave me the power over the flesh. I will be the judge. My Father. It is for the Father. What is for the Father? The Son, he do what the Son do, the Father do what the Father do. If the Son is the same as the Father, then we do not need to call them Son and Father. It's the same person then. But we don't believe in such a thing. And then you will see that Jesus, and here you see the hypocrisy, how they skip all the chapter, which is amazingly showing us the divine nature of the Messiah. They skip all of this. And they go to one verse. And they don't want you to read verses before it or even verses after it. All of this is about the future. Do you see it? Jesus is talking about the judgment day. All of this is about judgment day. When those things happen, and this happened, and that happened, those things, all of them, they have to happen. Who's talking? The Messiah. And this is what? It might take millions of years. It might take thousands of years. We do not know. If the Messiah do not know, then the Messiah do not know this too. For this is the future. If the point is saying that if Jesus is God, he should know the future, well, the whole chapter is about Jesus knowing the future. If the point is to prove that Jesus is not God, well, here it says that the Messiah, when he comes, he is coming in the cloud with the great power of a glory. And then he will send his angels. How Jesus is not God, or he's trying to tell you he is not God, but yet he says his angels. Those are the angels of Jesus. Here you see how cowardly they refuse to read their books because their books get them busted. So the God of Islam do not understand the Trinity. When we ask him, what is the Trinity in Islam, he refused to tell us. He says some people believe that Mary is God. That's absolutely false. It doesn't say some people. And the Muslims, they say that the Quran is a perfect Arabic. This is why you see the stupid Muhammad in the Quran, he says, how Allah can have a son if you don't have a girlfriend? Why Allah is trying to say such a thing? If we Christians don't believe that God have a son from Mary, why he is saying how Allah can have a son and he don't have a girlfriend? Chapter 6, verse 101. Simply because he's a stupid fool. He thinks that the God of the Christians, as they believe, he married from Mary. Mary, she become a wife. The wife, she deliver a son. And here this is showing us that Muhammad is a fraud. And if you want to say to me that this was for some people who believe in this, okay, where Allah he talk about us then? You know what I mean, guys? If this was for some people, where the Quran speak about us? Another Muslim saying, was Jesus praying? Yes, Jesus speak to the Father. Was Allah praying? Jesus, when he pray, he speak to the Father, praying to the Father. Allah, he pray to who? Mimi Hijab, he said, and I quote, this is why the translation says he pray for, not to. So you see, we don't have a problem because we believe in a Trinity. So when Jesus, he pray, you should ask, okay, who Jesus pray to? To the Father. Isn't it Jesus, he says, Father, forgive them, they do not know what they are doing. Father, Allah, he is asking another God to forgive Muhammad. Read and laugh. So when Jesus says to the Father, forgive them, Father, do not know what they are doing. He's not even saying may. He says forgive them. Not I wish you forgive them. Look what your God says. This is the stupid Quran. And this is why the Muslims, they refuse to read it when we show them. And look at this funny translation. May Allah, Allah saying, may Allah forgive your sin. The Quran says, who can forgive sin beside Allah? Jesus forgives sin. Allah cannot. Because if Allah can forgive sin, he will not say, may Allah forgive your sin. Obviously, the one who made this verse is making a prayer, asking Allah to forgive. This cannot be Allah if it's God talking. So the stupid Muhammad, he made this verse, claiming that his God told him this verse. But by doing that, he got himself busted, because how Allah is God, and Allah making a wish. And what is the wish? To forgive the sin of Muhammad. So look what we see. The Bible says that Jesus forgives sin. The Muslim ignore that. The Quran says, who can forgive sin beside Allah? The Muslim ignore that. And they say to you, where Jesus says, I'm God. Read this verse and laugh. Madness is stupidity. Actually, I believe strongly that the Quran is trying to copy Jesus in everything. Chapter 48, verse number 2, Allah making a wish to forgive the sin of Muhammad. But in different verse, Allah confirming that who forgives sin beside Allah? Anyone else? If there is anyone else Muslims? Yes, Jesus. Nobody forgives sin except Allah. Who forgives sin beside Allah? Nobody, Quran says. So how come the Muslim did not notice that Jesus will forgive sin? They notice only that he said only the Father knew the day of judgment. But I don't blame them. A bunch of fool following a foolish man, his name is Muhammad, who promised them endless penis. And you will notice right away, when a Muslim, you try to show him from his book that his God cannot be God, and we are not changing the topic, he refused to read, because that will get him busted. And not only that, in the Quran, and again, the verse in front of us, this is chapter 3, verse 135, confirm that nobody forgives sin beside Allah, anyone. And we have tons of verses in the Bible says that Jesus, he forgives sin. In the top of that, Jesus, he can tell you what you had in your houses. How he can do that? Muhammad, he cannot. And the Quran confirmed that. Why Jesus can tell you what you hide in your houses, and Muhammad, he cannot? Any Muslim can explain? If Jesus is a prophet, Muhammad is a prophet, why this prophet he can, that prophet he cannot? But isn't it the Quran says, only God knows the unseen? Look what the stupid Quran says. And by the way, when I quote the Quran, stupid, I'm just giving it a good rank. Chapter 3, verse number 49. And chapter 5, verse 110. It says here that Jesus, he can tell you what you hide in your houses. He can tell you even what you ate. And this is a sign so you might believe. Believe in what? To believe in him. Muslims, am I saying the truth? That all those signs is to believe in Jesus or to believe in Allah? Who want to get me busted? Are they those signs is to believe in Jesus or to believe in Allah? Why Jesus have those signs? If you want to say to me, to believe in Allah, we laugh. Because I will show you something will make you cry. Let us see this Muslim here.
Oh.
Hello?
How you doing?
I'm fine, my friend. You are a Muslim?
Yeah, I'm the same guy. You know, the kid from Medina? Called you like
okay,
2 days ago?
Sorry, I don't look at people. All right. Okay.
Why not? Yeah, I joined. I have a small conversation with you.
All right.
On your live. Well, if it's okay.
Sure. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
How you doing, sir?
I'm fine. What do you like to say to us? Go ahead.
Regarding all those people that's joining you with no backings of their own stories, or whatever they claim, don't you think they should
not be joining the debate at the beginning if they don't have
No,
any
you see,
evidence
this is not
to
my friend. This is not a debate. We're not debating Muslims. We get them busted. You know, in order to debate somebody,
Yeah.
you have to speak to somebody is decent and honest. Honesty is the let us say the fuel of the debate. So if you want to debate a liar, you are not debating. You know, you're a liar. He can say whatever he wants, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's one more thing about that though as well. I mean, don't you think what's it called? A person judging a person by saying a liar because he cannot prove it, that means the person does not have the actual knowledge from the beginning.
No, there's a
Like he never
there's a
studied.
difference between saying a liar for his not knowing. You don't say that to a person liar if you really do not know. But there's no way the Muslim, let us say, you call me to say to me, Mark 13 said that, right?
Mark 13. Oh, okay.
He's talking about the Judgment Day. So I said to him, okay, did you read the whole chapter or only that verse you copy paste? He said the whole chapter. And then when I said to him,
yeah, that's a lie.
Yeah, he refused to say. He said, well, it says that. Obviously, he did not read the chapter, so he's lying.
That is a lie.
The
Yes,
same as the
that's a lie.
Quran. The same as the Quran. When he said it says a group of people, okay, we ask him where it says that the group of people. You know, does it say that
And
really, or you are making things up?
considered-
So they
That
lie.
is considered lie,
Yeah,
just to
they-
prove their point. Yeah, that I understand.
Exactly.
But
So lying is the way.
I'm seeing a little bit of a exaggeration. I'm seeing a lot of exaggeration. Yeah, I know these people call you, try to defend, right?
It's good.
Try to defend
I'm
without
not-
even having.
I'm not against them to
Having
defend.
a claim.
I want them to call me to defend, but be honest in your belief. You see, when you say to me the Bible says that, I say yes, I don't deny. When you say to them the Quran says that, they deny. You know?
That is the correct way. That is the correct way.
This is telling you who is ashamed of his book, who is not. We know we don't say, okay, Jesus he
Oh,
says the
no.
Father. Jesus he said the Father.
Yeah.
Okay, but is that if you're trying to prove to me that Jesus is not God, but he just said the Father. You know? So if Jesus is the Son of God, he is saying that my Father. So you try to escape one thing, that how Jesus can be God, but the same verse says that Jesus, he said, I am the Son of God, and the one who will do that work is my Father. So what is the problem?
Yeah, well, the thing is, would that be like, it will be like extremely easy for all the peoples, like just to Google the word Trinity, what does it means, and what is the word Trinity stands for, the meaning of, and how the word came out through Bible, and what does Quran say about Trinity. It will be like very easy, instead of calling them Jesus is not God, Spirit is not God, the Father is not God. Just instead of claiming or coming to a conclusion without even knowing, that is like a little bit of a hypocrisy, even though they try to defend without any evidence,
No, my
right?
friend, trust me, they knew what Christian believe. They knew. There's no way.
I'm sorry. Yeah, let's not say that they knew. Let's just say some of them knew, but not.
When you used to be a Muslim, did you know that the Trinity is the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit?
Sir, I am still, I think I already told you, right?
Oh, you are still a Muslim.
Well, I have to be.
Your mic is. Don't move your mic, please, because your mic is making noise. So you still a Muslim now?
Yes, I think I already told you that. Like,
Okay.
I don't want to mention it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, because people, they call me, I don't know. I mean, people, they say things and then they change their mind, or they, or maybe I am mixed about the people, because there's many people call me. So let me ask you again. Are you, as a Muslim now, you are a Muslim, do you know what the Trinity is, or you do not know?
The Trinity. I have not searched about it. Did not even for Trinity itself.
You have a problem with the microphone, my friend. Can you fix your microphone? Okay, I will give you some time. I don't know, your microphone making noise. I will give you some time to fix it. I will call you. Just give me one when you are done. Your voice is cutting off badly.
Even right now?
Okay, now it's better. Go ahead.
Okay, I just pulled off the mic, the headset. I'm
All
just
right.
using the phone.
Okay,
plain.
Perfect. All right. So you as a Muslim, when you say I do not know what the Trinity is, so how you can debate me about the Trinity if you do not know what the Trinity in Christian believe?
No, yeah, you just what we are talking about is people who does not know the Trinity, and
do you
they
know,
still claim that.
Do you know the Trinity yourself?
What my understanding? I'm not talking about my understanding or my knowledge.
Uh-huh.
I'm just talking about the claims that people make about the Trinity.
Yeah, but you are a Muslim like them. So when a Muslim, I'm trying to understand how Muslim they make their claims. So you as a Muslim, how you learn about the Trinity? Do you learn about it from the Quran or from my book?
Actually, from your videos, to be honest.
So the Quran failed to tell you what we believe in, correct?
Which part? First of all, let's not tell that the Quran says that or that did that.
Why not?
We can,
I'm asking you.
yeah.
Okay, I'm asking you the direct question. Because if the Quran can tell you what the Trinity is, then you do not need my videos.
Is that the full concept of the question? I mean, there should be like additional.
Okay, my friend. If Allah, the Quran is the book of guidance, isn't it?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So when Allah He speaks to the Christians about the Trinity, shouldn't Allah knew what the Trinity is?
Allah should, of course, because.
Okay. So you as a Muslim, in order to understand the topic which Allah is speaking about in the Quran, shouldn't He explain to you too? Or He care only to explain to the Christians?
Sir, you are correct. You are correct about that. The explaining the Trinity is not should be the job of the prophets, right? Why the Trinity? For example, if Jesus is telling to their disciples about the Trinity, I mean, yes, it should be mentioned in the books, right? At least or translated in the books. So, for example, like you told me to read the Bible, and I did.
Right.
So I downloaded the Audible because I'm dyslexic. Yeah, my visions gets blurry. So yeah, I downloaded the Audible. So I did have some choices on choosing. So I did search through Google to download how to download and how to start. So yeah, the Old Testament, the verbal. What's it called? Audible of the Old Testament.
Let us focus on the question, my friend. Let us focus on the question. The Trinity. How you learn about the Trinity? Can you learn about it from the Quran?
If I make search, I may. Yes.
Okay, I will give you 1,000 years to give me the answer from the Quran. The challenge between friendly challenge between me. You know what do you mean? You said if you may. Yes, do it. Show me where the Trinity in the Quran and how the Trinity work and what is the Trinity. You will find that I don't know if you were listening. I just showed a guy that the Trinity in the Quran, it is Jesus, Mary, and Allah. But we don't believe in such a thing.
Oh, okay. So
what is our Trinity? You know, if Allah is saying to the Christian, don't believe in the Trinity, shouldn't he first knows what the Trinity is?
Yeah, I mean, for example, like in the Bible, let me translate that from Arabic to English. It goes like, "O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord." That is in the Bible itself, and I think there is one more. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. So. In these scriptures, like also there's another one saying, and your God is one God, there is no God but He. That is in the Quran, I think. Yeah, I got that.
Muhammad is trying to copy from the Bible, but my friend, the word is used in the Bible. It says echad. Echad is not one as a person. It's a unity. This is why the same word is used while speaking about the women and the man get married. So when the man and the woman they get married, they become echad. But the man and the women, they will not become one as a person, right? Still, the man is a man and the woman is a woman. Do you understand?
Sir, I was saying something and you started to add on it. I got confused. I couldn't.
You were saying
understand.
to me. No, you were saying to me that the Bible says the word echad And the echad.
No, hold on. I did not say. I did not even. I don't think I came to that part yet.
No, you came to that part. You said to me the Bible says God is one, right?
Oh yeah, hear, O Israel, the Lord.
So I'm explaining to you
one.
what the word one there. The word one. This is the English translation. The echad is a word mean unity, not one person.
So in the Bible in the Mark 12:29, so the one Lord means echad.
It is unity when you speak. As an example, if we go to the book of Deuteronomy, chapter number 6, read from verse number 4 to 7, you will see that the man. This is the same verse you're reading. Actually, this is the same verse you're reading. You know, you will see here it says, "Your Lord is one." You know, chapter 6, verse number 4 and 7 to 7. Your God is one, right?
It says, "O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord."
Exactly. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will find that the same word used to speak about the man and the women getting married. So the man and the women, when they get married, they will become echad. They are two. They are not one.
It's just like the word ahad. Is that what you're saying?
No, ahad does not even mean that, because ahad is the wrong word, because ahad is one of.
Uhadi, yani singular.
No, uhadi is, yeah. But when you say ahad, you speak Arabic, you have to say ahad of what? Ahad al-tullab, ahad al-asatiza, ahad al-hamir, ahad al-majanin, ahad al-abaqira. So ahad is one of. Right?
And yes.
Okay. So when we go, when we see the word echad in the Hebrew, we will find this word does not mean one, the same as a number. It is a unity. If we go to Genesis chapter 2, verse number 24, we will find that it says that the man and the women, the man, he will leave his father and his mother, and he is going to unite with his wife. What is the word unite there? Is echad.
Genesis, sorry.
Genesis 2, chapter 2, Genesis, verse number 24.
Verse 24. I'm just doing it through the Google, if you don't mind, because
problem.
I'd like to read it in Arabic. So I'm mostly understanding in the Arabic.
No problem.
I'm sorry. If I'm taking too long or wasting your time, I just want to apologize.
No, it's all right. You can take the reference for later if you want. So anyway, the man and the women, they will become echad. This is the exact same word. You can go check it check the word in the Hebrew Old Testament, which is the Jewish. I mean a Jewish print. This is not a Christian print. Go and find it even in a Jewish print. So it is echad. And obviously, echad does not mean one as a one person, because the wife is a woman, the man is a man, and they are not one person. But when they get married, they become echad. What does that mean? There's a unity.
Oh, okay. So it says here, the chapter, verses 24. لذلك يترك الرجل أباه وأمه ليلصق بامرأته يكون جسدا واحدا.
Exactly. And this is exactly mentioned the same in chapter 19, verse number 5 in Matthew. So in Matthew, it's copying what? Copying what the Old Testament says. Exactly the same. So the person, and the same in Mark, so they become one person, but one unity, but not one person, because simply the woman is a woman, the man is a man. We are not octopus, like we became one body, have 4 legs. You know what I mean?
You don't have to explain it that in that dumb way.
Not necessarily to you. I mean, there's people listening too, right? So obviously echad, as long as it's the same word is used, obviously echad, it doesn't mean one person. It means more than one. It is a unity. So why God he chose to use echad when he can choose different word?
Yep. Yeah, that is correct.
All right.
Here, I mean, it's mentioned.
Now, even in Arabic, now let us go to the Arabic. If I ask you what is the oneness of God in Arabic, what Muslim they say? Tell me.
For that question, Imagine if I
they
asked
say
just
they say
everyone else.
they say tawheed, right?
Yes, they would. I'm not gonna say that they would say tawheed, but should they say tawheed? Have they have any clue about the
All right,
answer
but
exactly?
isn't tawheed mean unification?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Tawheed,
So if the Muslim they don't believe that God is more than one person, why they are using the word tawheed?
Hold on. Hold on. Now you're just coming to a conclusion. Where does how did that came to, like, the question that you asked?
My
I
friend,
need
you just
extra.
agreed that the word tawheed mean unification.
Yes, I agreed on the translation of the word.
No, not translation. I want you as an Arab tell me what the word mean. Tawheed mean unification. Tawheed الدول العربية, to unify, to unite the Arabian countries. Correct? Okay. So
الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
exactly. Okay.
I know.
So Tawheed is not the same as Muttahida. Muttahida is in the past. Tawheed is now. We are, processing. We are unifying. So Tawheed mean unifying. So if Allah is one, how we can unify Allah if He's already one?
Yes, that is a question that kind of needs additional details.
Why
Can you
every
add?
Muslim I speak to him, he says to me, I need additional, I mean, so what we are doing here, you speak Arabic, you have no excuse. I speak Arabic, I have no excuse. And you agree, Tawheed mean unification. So if Allah is one, why the Muslim use the word Tawheed? You should not use the word Tawheed.
Sir, yeah, you pull up like a lot of things just to say the word Tawheed. Can you explain me where does the word Tawheed generated and also related to Allah and the Quran?
Well, this is a question you ask to the Muslims. It's the Muslims who keep saying Tawheed, Tawheed, Tawheed. And then we find that the Tawheed does not even exist.
Like sir, like I said, I am dyslexic. Can you take it slow to me? It's slow on me, let's not.
Okay.
Yeah, my
friend,
question that I just asked was
when I speak to a Muslim, they give us headache with the Tawheed.
Okay.
Okay. Then the second we ask, what is the word Tawheed mean? They say mean the oneness of Allah. But this is a lie, because Tawheed mean unification. If Allah is one already, then we do not need to use such a word. They have to agree then they are using wrong word, because Tawheed is to put together something is not together.
Like IKEA furniture.
Yeah. And then you will see Muhammad in the Quran, in the Hadith, he says, إِدْعَهُمْ إِلَىٰ أَنْ يُوَحِّدُوا اللَّهِ. Ask them to unify Allah. But how you can unify Allah if it's Allah one?
Yes, that is a question. Okay, look at the question. So that's the question, right? Say that again. إِدْعُوا
إِدْعَهُمْ أَنْ يُوَحِّدُوا اللَّهِ.
أدعوهم, يعني that means
ask them to unify Allah. How you can unify Allah if Allah is one?
أدعوهم. Sorry, say it again one more time.
أن يوحدوا الله. يوحدوا.
أدعوهم.
يوحدوا.
أن يوحدوا الله.
What يوحدوا mean? يوحدوا is the same unification.
So La ilaha illallah and Ibn Baz. So
this is the hadith in front of you in Arabic. This is Al-Bukhari.
Okay, let me open YouTube then.
It says,
1 second.
It says,
I'm barely.
Yeah, take your time. Go ahead.
1 second. I don't know how to mute. 1 second. I just need to mute the YouTube. Yes.
No problem.
I don't know how to mute the YouTube when I'm communicating with you.
No problem.
So I'm just gonna go to the website. Yes, Rasul sallallahu alayhi Ibn Baz. So let me open this link. What does it say? I
did not give you a link. This is maybe from previous conversation. Maybe now I'm showing you on the screen.
If I turn on the screen,
it's on the screen. It's on the screen. Okay, I will read for you. Okay.
The screen.
Okay. فليكن أول ما تدعوهم إلى أن يوحدوا الله. The first thing I want you to do, ask them to unify Allah. How Allah is one, and he says, Yuwahidullah.
Huh?
You see the word Tawheed? This is where the word Tawheed coming from. This is Muhammad. Muhammad is the one who fabricated this word. He added in the hadith. It's not in the Quran.
So, yes. So you just made. So you just saw the ayah in the Quran, and you just take the literal understand the literal translation and what it means that unify to Allah. Can you tell me? I'm sorry if I'm being a little bit slow. Could you tell me that the verse and the name of the surah?
This is not Quran, my friend. This is in the Quran. Does not exist. The word Tawheed does not exist. But here, this is hadith. This is hadith, Sahih al-Bukhari, hadith number 7372. And this is very sahih. This is very sahih. So we find the Tawheed in the hadith. We don't find it in the stupid Quran. So here we ask ourselves, if Muslims, if Muhammad, he knew Arabic very well, and if Muhammad, he speak Arabic very well, how in the world he used the word Tawheed when Allah is already one?
Can you give me the number of hadith if you don't mind?
Hadith number 7372. Sahih al-Bukhari.
3732. Okay. الرسول الرسمية فإن الشيطان لا يفتح ورقا ولا الباب. I'm just searching for it if you don't mind holding on.
Well, you know, you need to search in English because English numbers is not the same as Arabic numbers. Just take a note of that. So search in English. Huh?
Okay, I'll search it in English. That will be easier.
Open sunnah.com. Open sunnah.com. Okay. And just to try to copy the same sentence, like be the Tawheed of Allah. Okay. Just copy the same sentence, put it in the search engine, you will find the hadith.
The Tawheed Allah. Yeah, I searched it on Google. Yeah, here's the sunnah.com. Teaching of the Prophet.
And the chapter name is Prophet SAWS inviting his followers to Tawheed of Allah. Well, if Allah is one, how we use the word Tawheed? Because Tawheed Tawheed is not even Ikhad. You see, Ikhad is one as unity. Tawheed, we need to fix him. That means Allah is broken pieces. We have to put him together.
Don't you think that there's a little bit of understanding to do? Like, for example, unless if it means on the translation, don't you think that it means and yuwahidu ila Allah, they become one to Allah?
But my friend, Tawheed, how many times we need to repeat? Tawheed is the wrong word. Because if you are going to say Allah is one, you should not use the word Tawheed. You should say Allah is one.
So let's just say
that's Wahid, Allah Wahid, that's it. Tawheed is an act, is an action to unify things are not together. You have to put them together. So Tawheed, something is divided and or something is not the same person or it's not the same object. We want to make them one object. This is what Tawheed is. So if Allah is one, how we can use the word Tawheed? This is the point. Allah is one already, supposedly. So the word Tawheed is wrong.
The correct word should have been used was an yuwahidu ila Allah. Right?
Wahid. Not yuwahidu. No, not yuwahidu. Wahid. Udu'uhum ila Allah al-wahid. That's it. Okay. Because yuwahidu, what yuwahidu mean? This is very funny. I mean, how in the world you say yuwahidu?
So I'm just telling from my knowledge.
Okay. But anyway, we will go with this. Listen, is Allah is one or two?
I mean, you already know the answer, but I'm not sure why you try.
I want your answer.
Sir, Inna Allah wahidul ahad. Okay.
How Allah is wahid and he is ahad in the same time?
Okay, exactly. In this sentence, wahid al-ahad, the one and only.
No.
Yes.
No. Ahad. If I type the word ahad now in the Quran, we will find that every single verse will take me to say one of.
I'm gonna type exactly the same thing.
Okay, here we go. I just typed the word ahad. You can do the same. Go to quranwow.com. Type the word ahad. Look how many times I see it. All of them, choose any verse. It says one off. One off.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. If I mean, we're just taking one word. That's it. We should take the entire
My
thing.
friend,
So let's
all of them, they have word after them and word after them, before them, right? This is how the word can be used. So all of them, they have word after it. So how come all of them, they mean one off? All of them, they have words after it.
The question that you're asking is just like the way that you explain it to everyone. It's like not the correct question.
Why?
It's like Zakir Naik said in his videos, the way he's like, can you take left and right?
Yeah, Zakir Naik, he said that somebody says to him, who created God? And Zakir Naik, he wanted to refute the atheist. He said, it's like saying that John, he said, I went to the hospital and I gave birth. But this is silly, because
yeah,
but this is silly answer. He's still asking you how God came to existence. What John cannot give birth have to do with the answer? Well, John cannot give birth. Does that mean Allah cannot give? Allah cannot, the same as John. That means John and Allah are not God, because John cannot, for he is not God. But God, he can. I mean, we call him Almighty because he is the only person who can do anything. John cannot do. This is why he is John. He is not a God. So the Muslim, they have a very funny logic about what God do. As an example, when can Allah have a son? Muhammad?
Sorry.
Muhammad, can Allah have a son? Muhammad.
Hold on. We are just opening multiple subjects without even focusing on the same thing.
No, we are talking about the same thing, because if Allah can be one,
go back. Let's go back.
Can Allah be one? No. Can Allah be one, or he is one?
Sir, what I was saying is he did not complete as what you were saying was ahad, and I said the complete sentence is wahid al-ahad.
Where?
And when
where
can you where does what is where?
Go to chapter 112, verse number 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and love. It says here, قل هو الله أحد.
Sir, hold on 1 second. We were talking about Allah is one. Is it one or two? Was your question, and I replied by and Allah wahid ahad. Okay. What does that mean? Wahid al-ahad. But you took the translation of ahad.
He is one, united one.
Okay, hold on. You just took the word ahad without taking the inna Allah wahid al-ahad.
I just put them together. Are you listening?
Fardu samad, I am listening, but I'm just trying to get you the answer that you're looking for, because what I'm trying to.
Do you know what the word samad mean?
Hold on. There is multiple translations of the word samad.
I don't care about translation. You speak Arabic. Do you know what samad mean?
Yes, but there is multiple answers to samad. Because
do you know what the word samad mean? I don't care what multiple. What's wrong with this religion? Is your God Allah using correct or easy word to describe himself, or he's a foolish man? He decided to choose words. Nobody knows what they mean, so everybody give his own interpretation. What else? Have you ever heard of the word masmuda?
Sir, how come the
have you ever heard of the word masmuda?
Yeah.
Okay, what masmuda mean?
The saving box,
saving
where we
box,
put
exactly. So Allah is a samad. Allah is a collection. We put them in one whole. Allah is ahad, who was samad. So Allah is a collection of God. All together, they make wahid. They make united God. So Allahu samad. قل هو أحد. قل هو الله أحد. Allahu samad. So he is one of many united.
Sir, so the word samad, you got you translated the word and you explained it. So there is another meaning of the word samad. Can you also do that?
False meaning. This is all is false. Where do you get this? First of all, the word samad is not even Arabic. This is Aramaic. So in order to understand it, we have only to go by the Aramaic. Look what the Muslim they say. Allahu samad means self-sufficient. Where do they get this from? In which language?
you just jumped the answer.
No,
like I
this
said,
this is not Arabic. As-Samad is an Aramaic word. So how it became self-sufficient? I just asked you what masmuda mean. You said to me, the box where we collect the money, there's a hole in it. You push your coin inside, and then one day when you want to collect the money, you break it. It's a collector. It's a collection. So Allah is a collection.
That is masmud.
Masmud. Okay, let me ask you. There was an idol. His name is God. His name is Masmud.
Idol. Idol by the name of Masmud. I think you have the answer for that. I believe you're the one who researched it. So I think you know the answer.
So I'm asking you, is it true?
How can I answer that without having the knowledge?
Why you don't have the knowledge?
I don't know if there was or is sculpture or anything that was named Samad.
Well, let us see what Ibn Kathir, and you know the funny is that the Muslims, when they try to fix their Quran and their stupidity of the tafsir of the Quran, they have to delete things. Look with me in the screen. I don't know if you can see the screen.
I can't. If I turn
this is Ibn Kathir. This is a photocopy of Ibn Kathir. كانوا يعبدون أصناما وصنم يقال له صداء وآخر يقال له صمود. Do you see it?
I'm hearing you. I cannot see it. If I turn on the YouTube on the same mobile,
okay, later you can look for it. But if we go to Ibn Kathir, the one published in the internet, they took it off. What they have now, let me show you what they have. You know, look at this here. This is here different version. Here it says, فَصَنَمْ يُقَالُ لَهُ صَمَادٌ. Sanam. It's an idol. It's a Samad, yeah. So this is what it says in front of your eyes. This is Ibn Kathir in Arabic. What the Muslim they do? They delete it, but too late. I mean, millions of people have the books already in Arabic.
Okay. Yes, that is correct. I don't want to be brain scattered again. So we were talking about Samad, right? And
so Samad and Samud, both of them, they are idols. What this idol is, he is a hole, he is a box. People, they put donation inside him. Why? Because he is the collector of gods. All gods are inside. So Allah who is Ahad, Ahad is one of the idols. As-Samad, he is the collector of all gods. They are going to be inside him. He did not give birth, for he was an idol. And nobody is equal for him. There was nothing like this God. Why nothing like him? But this is the only idol they have. No, nothing like it.
Okay, so you give me the name Samad was used as a to describe what
As-Samad. I'm showing you what the Samad is. This is Ibn Kathir saying. Ibn Kathir saying there is an idol, God idol, a pagan god statues around the Kaaba. One of them is called Samad. The other one is called Samud. And I show you the reference. And this is the tafsir. This is Ibn Kathir. This is the tafsir for the same verse, chapter 112.
But Mr. CP, we were talking about the word Samad, and you started to add on different things to Samad.
I'm not adding, my friend. This is what the word means. What's wrong with you? I'm showing you what the word means. Samad does not mean what they say, the self-sufficient.
Hold on, boss. Sorry. We were saying, first of all, let me say this once again. I am dyslexic, so when there was like multiple things coming onto my head, my brain just...
I gave you enough information for today. I want you to review the video again, search all the reference I gave you, think about it, study it more, and then you call me maybe tomorrow. What do you think?
No, I will open the video and yes, take everything and I will explain it to you. So before we end this conversation, sorry.
All right.
Kalimat Samad, I think you are also, you understand Arabic. Can you tell me the different versions of the word Samad?
There's only this is not. There's no version of it. This is Arabic. This is not Arabic word. This is Aramaic, and samad mean the collector, the collection, or the collector. So it have to be a collection of things where you put them together. This is what Masmuda coming from. Coming from the Aramaic language, there's no other meaning. And when the Muslim now trying to fix it, they're trying to find the meaning because this is a word. Like as an example, if I say to you, Yasin, what Yasin mean?
That is a different question. Now you're adding different things.
I'm not adding. Just to give you an example, how Muslims desperately, they do not know what their God is about. What Yasin mean?
Sir, help me, please.
I'm helping you.
Help me.
I'm asking you now. What Yasin mean? Do you know?
Hold on. We are still on the subject of...
We are in the subject. We are showing you that this is all Aramaic. Muhammad is a fraud. Read. This is Ibn Abbas. This is Ibn Abbas. It says from the narration of the authority of Ibn Abbas, he said, upon the interpretation of Allah saying, Yasin, he said, Yasin mean a human being in the Syriac language. What the heck? If we open, hold on, my friend, you just listen to me on YouTube. If we open the Aramaic dictionary, we will laugh. The Muslim, they understood very well that this is a pure Aramaic. They don't know what it means. If Allah is speaking to the Arab, why he is speaking in Aramaic? If it's meaning human, can't Allah use the word human in Arabic? Why he is using Aramaic? Because Muhammad is a fraud. He is copying from a book. He do not know what the word mean. You change the translator. Let us see the interpretation. This is a Jalalain. A Jalalain. He say nobody knows what they mean. This is the interpretation. Nobody knows what they mean. And the same for As-Samad. They don't know. They are just guessing. Every potato Abdul, he gave his own guessing. It's like somebody in the old days, they want to wash clothes, and I can do better. Let me show you. He grabbed the trouser or the underwear. It's full of poo-poo. Squeeze it more. Oh, you did not do good. I will do better. Let me show you. Yasin, Ya is a word meaning God. Sin is the name of the God. And the word sin is until now used in the Latin and English. That's why we say this is sin. Sin is the name of the moon god, pagan. So when they start saying this is sin, using the word sin, they mean pagan. Sin is the moon god. Ya is a word meaning God. Your God is the moon god. What Yasin is? Yeah. Go search it in Google right now. Is Ya mean the word God? Yes. Sin is the name of the God. Which God is Sin? Is moon god. Where we can find the temple is in Yemen. If we go right now and check the Kaaba, we will find there's a corner. It's called the Yemeni corner. Why it's called the Yemeni corner? Because there is a stones. They brought them from the moon god temple in Yemen to build the Kaaba. People, the original temple was in Yemen. People, they go all the way there. The people of Mecca, they decided to open a branch. And not only them, there was more than 16 Kaaba. More than 16. So what they do, they bring some stones from the temple of Al-Makkah, as it's called today in English. Al-Makkah. You can search it in Google. And they put it in the corner of the Kaaba. And Muhammad later, he says, if you touch it, it erases your sin. Because that's what the Arab believe. So if we go here, let us do this. Let me show you some pictures. Guys, are you getting tired? Are you getting tired? Maybe I should stop for now. You guys may be getting tired for long. This is the Yemeni corner. The Kaaba have holes, vaginas, many vagina. There's a vagina for the black stone, openings and zipper. And there's a vagina here. This is the Yemeni corner. If you look with me here, you will see there's a stones. They have different color from the other stones. Why? Because supposedly they are not local. They are brought all the way from Yemen. And the Muslims, they fight over it to touch it. For Muhammad, he says, if you touch it, it erases your sin. That's why they have this opening in the skirt of the Kaaba. Because the Kaaba is a woman. And the Kaaba have two vagina. One is the black stone, is the front door. And one is the back door, it is the Yemeni corner. Pagan. Islam is nothing but pagan religion. And they bow down around it and they worship it. The Muslim, they will say to you, we don't worship this. If you don't, then how those stones erase your sin? And why you touch them? Ask any Muslim, why you touch this? He called me. Yes, Muhammad.
Sir, oh?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I apologized earlier. I definitely do want to apologize. Yes, you are correct. Like I said, I am studying Bible. Also one of the things that I desperately wanted to ask you, where should I start? Because let's just say a person who's trying to get into a new knowledge, what would you recommend? Like my starting point to start reading.
Before you start reading, you have to first deny Islam, leave Islam, and then you start reading. Before that, you are wasting your time. So, you know, study your religion, see if it's true or not, and then when you come to the conclusion, you start reading the Bible.
You know, yeah, 1 second. So, like, you already read the Quran without turning to Islam. Don't you think that I should also do the same thing? Like, at least let me try to read.
No, I did not start reading the Quran when I am ignorant about my belief. I start reading the Quran after I became a person who knows what is my belief. Then I start reading the Quran, and then I found that it is funny, stupid, written by an idiot.
Okay, that is your claim.
No, that's not my claim. I prove it. Here we go. Can you refute any of my claim?
1 second. Like I said, sir, I am dyslexic.
My friend. You just said this is my claim. Can you refute a single claim I said?
Yeah, you just claim that you said like book is stupid or stupid another.
Okay,
no,
okay, here we go. I'm going to give you an example. If I ask you, who is the thunder? Who is the thunder?
Thunder?
Yeah.
Thunder.
The thunder, yeah. Is the thunder is an angel?
No, sender means what? Mursal.
No, thunder, a rod, thunder, thunderbolt.
Thunder, yes, that is thunder. Okay.
In your religion, the thunder is an angel.
Right. Yes. What about rod?
It's an angel.
Sir.
Sir, the thunder is an angel.
Oh my! I'm sorry. I just need to. I've been pressing things. Yeah, I know that you don't have too much time for me. So can we? Can you help me with the first question that I asked?
What is the first question?
That I asked on the second call. I said, "What would you recommend me to start reading?" Because when I made the research, it was a little bit confusing because I couldn't find the beginners. The beginner's guide.
My friend, I just answer you. You are repeating the same question. If you want to read about Christianity, before you start reading about Christianity, you should learn about your religion first. Is your religion a good religion or it's a bad religion? Then you make decision. You say, oh, my religion is good. Now I'm going to read the Christianity. I want to laugh at it. No problem. But first you need to be sure if you believe in the true God or not. So I advise you.
A lot of hate.
Huh?
It seems like that you have a lot of hate because you're not. I mean, you're not recommending me the start point. For example, yes.
What do you mean? I have a lot of hate. If I have a hate, I will hang up on you. I mean, you are giving me headache since we are talking for the last hour, and you keep saying to me, I don't understand, and I'm slow, and I'm etc., and I keep repeating. So if I hate you, I will hang up on you.
I mean, you already did, but that's why I came back
no, you
and
agreed.
started
You said,
apologizing.
okay, I'm going to search and etc.
Yes, I am. I was literally searching, but
okay.
like,
so what do you want me to do exactly? This is my opinion. You asked me for my opinion. I told you my opinion. Before you read about Christianity, you better decide if Islam is a good religion or not. If it's a good religion, you should know your religion, and then you talk about Christianity and you learn about it after you know your religion. And if you want to learn about the Christianity, then if you want to be honest, and you want to say, I'm a Muslim, then you should not look at Christianity from the eyes of a Muslim. Because what the Muslim they do, they are not reading the Bible to understand the Christianity. They are reading the Bible to think it is bad, to laugh at it. So if you want to read the Bible, you have to be clean from all assumption. Don't assume. Don't make false fiction. Don't go by what they told you. This is what I'm trying to say to you. The Quran told you that Christians are liars. Are we?
First of all,
the Quran says to you, the Muslim, they say we corrupt the book. So are we? The Muslim, they says to you that Bible is full of garbage. Does it? So before you read, you need to finish first with the garbage you have. So if you agree that the Quran is a book of garbage and everything they say to you about Christianity is false, then you can understand the Bible very well, because now you are not making an assumption. But if you go and read the Bible as a Muslim, you have already a pre-made decision about what the Bible is.
So how can I prove that? Like, to prove it, I should read it, right?
I'm talking about okay. Listen. So when you read the Bible, do you agree with the Quran that Jesus is not the Son of God?
Sorry, sir. Like I said, let's just say my book said the occurring corruptions in the Bible, okay, and the Bible is a lie. For example, I don't know,
okay, no problem.
But this is what you saying. So what I'm saying is, how can I prove that is correct?
That's why I said to you.
How can I prove that is? How can I research that?
This is the question. You see, here now you start getting smarter. We have a stupid guy. His name is Muhammad. He came 600 years after Jesus. How he knew that this book is corrupt or not? He was not there.
How?
He wasn't there.
Okay, he wasn't there.
Okay.
So
do he have original? Do he have original copy to compare it?
Let's just say, let's just say. I'm just a regular guy, and I want to prove.
My friend, you are a regular guy or regular an elephant. If we want to compare between two things, one is original and one is not original, we should have the original, so we can compare it. So
and we can, yeah.
So do Muhammad have the original?
How do I know that the Prophet has the original?
That's why I say to you, read your Quran, because in your stupid Quran you will see that Muhammad agree with the book we have, but he don't have anything. Look what the Quran says. Hold on. You see, if you watch from the beginning, it says that the Quran confirm what is between our hand. All right. So that's why I said to you, read your Quran. What is between our hands? The Muslim in the translation, and because you speak Arabic, they cannot fool you. Chapter 2, verse number 66, it says. Actually, forget about this one. Chapter 2, verse number 97, it says, مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ believing in what is between his hands. If you go to the stupid translation, you will see they took it off. So, in order to see if we have a book corrupted or not, then you have to read the Quran and see if this is true or not, because this is your book. This is where you take information from. The Quran says, believing in what he have between his hands. Okay, that's mean that there is a book and it is between his hands and he believe in it. But look at the Muslim translation. They say confirming what came before it. But the Quran doesn't
I
say
will
that.
watch the video.
Okay, so that's what I'm
why did the
saying to
voice
you, my
disappear again?
friend. You are making me lose my patience with you. So in order to discover who is the liar, we need to discover. We need to study the document. This is a fraud, because if Muhammad, hold on, if Muhammad he have a book between his hands, and he is confirming the book between his hand, and the book between his hands says what Muhammad said the Christian believe, that they believe that Jesus is God. So how he confirm it?
Sir. Sir.
Call me tomorrow. I am done with you. Sorry, I cannot take you no more. At least for today. When somebody says the book is corrupted, and then the stupid book says confirming what is between his hand, and the liar, the Muhammadan, they change the translator. So who is the one is a fabricator? It's not us who take the words and will replace them with different meaning. There's nowhere in the verse says confirming what went before it, came before it. There's no came before it. There's no such a thing. The Arabic is so clear. Musaddiqan mean believe. Lima to which. Baina mean between. Yadayhi his hands. So he believed in a book, which is the book of the Christians, which is between his hands. Then when a dummy he says that we must then believe that the Quran say clearly that the Quran, the Bible is corrupted, we laugh. Then there's a different verse the Muslim they will mention to you. It says يُحَرِّفُونَ الْكَلِمَ عَنْ مَوَاضِعِهِ. Let's read and love together. The verse is not about corruption. It's about they put their finger in the top of a word, which means they change. But it's stupid, by the way, because if I put my finger over a line in the book, I did not change the book. And this is how you know that the Quran made by a stupid idiot. He don't even speak with Arabic. In chapter 4, verse number 46, it says, those Jews who displace words from their right places. You go and read the story, you will see the guy, the Jewish guy, he put his finger over it. That's it. And this is in the authentic hadith of Muhammad. The guy, he put his finger over the verse that says, stoned them to death. So how the book is corrupted? And how the words are displaced? Because if I put my fingers over something, I'm not displacing words. Then if we check if this is the scale for corruption, that means the whole Quran is corrupt. Because it says here, those who display the words from their places. Well, the whole Quran is displaced. You ask the Muslims, what is the first chapter that Muhammad he received? They say to you, the one who Allah squeezed him with. Read. Okay, where we can find this chapter? They say to you, 96. How number 1 become 96? This is displacing the words from their locations. If you ask the Muslims, where in the Quran it says, today I completed Islam for you, perfected Islam for you. They say to you, this is in the beginning of the Quran, chapter 5, verse number 3. But that means we have more than 100 chapters after this. But this verse here, chapter 5, verse number 3, it says, today, this day, I chosen Islam for you. I perfected this religion for you. This day, even he used the word completed. So Islam is complete. But that does not make any sense. For this verse to be accurate, it should be the end, like when in the old days in the movie, because people, they used to be slow, and they hope that the movie continue. So in the cinema, they used to put the end. So people, hey, bye-bye, we're done. Otherwise, people will wait. And there's another reason for sure, not because it's slow, because like in the old days, like they have to change the tape, so they take a break, like 10 minutes, etc. So now there's no more change of tapes. That's at the end. So if this is the end of the movie, shouldn't be at the end of the movie? Because it says, today I completed. Today. This day. So this verse, in order to be accurate, it have to be the last verse in the Quran. Let's see if we can take more calls. There's people they want to call. Any woman, she sent me a message. She want to talk to me in private. I will block you. Anyway, go, let me block you. Can you have a private conversation with me? Go on, convert to Islam. You fit there. All right. Let us see this person here.
Good morning, CP. This is Christian speaking. How are you going?
I'm fine, my friend. What do you like to share with us?
Yes. Hello.
Yes, I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. I would like to add your elaboration about the Jesus says, as the Son, he doesn't know the hour, but only the Father. It has been discussed. I heard that it has been discussed, and you have already explained to them, but they still can't catch it. First, we have to find out why Jesus says that his disciples wanted to know when the hour is, and Jesus did not allow them to let them know, because in his capacity as a man, not as God, in his capacity as a man, yes, that's true. He doesn't know the hour in his capacity. For example, when it happens today is our, what do you call this, Good Friday. Before he was crucified, Jesus prayed to the Father. Even when he was praying, his blood was like, his sweat was like blood.
His what?
He was his sweat when he was praying, and then his sweat, he was sweating like blood for dropping to the ground. And then this is in his capacity as a man, because he knows what would happen to him, and that's why he prayed. Even in this way, he knows what would happen to him. That's why he really, really wanted his Father to take this cup. Because in his capacity as a man, yes, he was very, very afraid. Even he felt in agony or something. Yes.
No, but where it says he was afraid, how you come to this? Afraid?
He was afraid, but he felt. Don't you remember that?
No, my friend. You see, this is actually to refute the Muslims when they say that your God commits suicide. Jesus, he spoke to the Father, he prayed to the Father, and then he knew what the Father want, and he says, "Let your will be done."
Yes.
So Jesus, he don't want the cross, you know.
Exactly.
But not because he's afraid, but because he knew this is not really fit for him. But if this is what it's going to take, I will do whatever it's going to take. This is not about afraid. You are using, because remember, people, they are listening, and people will use what you said against what you said, you know. Jesus
Yeah,
never been
okay.
afraid, you know, because if Jesus is
No.
afraid, he will run. He knew.
That's right.
He knew when
Yeah.
they will come. He knew who is going to deny him. He knew what hour they will be there. So imagine, I know, I'm wanted by the police, and I know like 5 p.m. they will come here. Well, I will leave. You know, that's it.
Yes.
You know, at that time, there's no ID, there's no fingerprint, and I go. I look like everybody. So Jesus never was afraid, but Jesus, he don't want to be humiliated, but yet, if this is what is going to happen, this is what's going to take to save the world, I will take it. I will let it happen. And that's why Jesus said, nobody can take my life from me, but I lay down myself. Correct?
Yes.
So the cross
yeah.
never was a problem, and nobody can take the life of Jesus from him unless Jesus is accepting that. So when you say the human being capacity, that's not true. Because here we go, Jesus is in the human being capacity, and he is saying, I lay down myself, and nobody can take it from me. Right?
When Jesus talks, he talks in two capacities: in his capacity as a man, and in his capacity
Yeah, but
as
you see,
God.
okay, can you kill a man or you cannot?
Yes, we can kill a man.
So when Jesus said, no, nobody can take my soul, I lay down myself. Was Jesus speaking as a man or as God?
As God.
As God. So Jesus is still the same. It's the same. God and the man is the same. Jesus the God is the same as Jesus the man. So
exactly,
there's no need for all of this, my friend. You know, this is will make it like we're trying to make it like what the Muslim they do. Let us go around the thing. Jesus, he made it so clear. It is not for the Son, because simply, first of all, it's not for anyone to know about Judgment Day, for it's going to be a surprise. And that will not happen, and nobody will know about it. It's not for Jesus, the Son, to tell anyone about it. And when Jesus, he go to the heaven, then Jesus in the heaven, he and the Father, they are there, and they knew what they will do next, when it's going to be done. The Father, he will send the Son. So imagine the Father will send the Son, but the Son, he do not know what is the mission. He knew the mission. He knew what he would do.
Exactly. He does. It doesn't mean that he doesn't know the hour.
Yeah.
But because to prevent, this is the prevention that people will.
From knowing the day.
Yes.
Exactly.
Just like nowadays.
Because the Lord will come. Yeah, the Lord will come like a thief in the middle of the night.
That's right.
Because if people they knew, if all of us we knew that tomorrow is the day of judgment, all of us will repent, all of us will become saints.
Yes, that's right. That's why I say in his capacity as a man, because he talked to people, to mankind. That's why.
Yeah, but you see, the word they are using, Muslim, they can use it in the wrong way. I understand what you are trying to say, but I believe it's the wrong way to explain it to the Muslims, because this is not in his capacity as a man. This is as is a duty as a man in earth. As his duty as a man in the earth is to
what
tell...
I mean, man in here is the Son.
Let us focus. Isn't it Jesus, he said, everything I have is from my Father?
Exactly.
Okay.
As God.
This is what the Father told Jesus, and Jesus, he tell what the Father told him. As simple as that. Jesus the Son, he have knowledge we have no, we don't have it. And Jesus the Son, he is sharing with us what the Father, he wanted the Son to tell. Not everything.
Yeah.
What he wanted him to tell.
One more example as a man. That example, maybe you remember a mother, maybe one of the disciples' mother came to Jesus saying, Jesus, if the hour comes, please let my son sit one on your right and one on your left. And do you still remember what Jesus answered? He said, it is not my right, so that there is no conspiracy. That's why Jesus says that, so that there's in his capacity as a man, so that there's no conspiracy, because they are his disciples. So it 100% they go to they go to heaven, even though they failed. Just like Judas, for instance. He loved Judas, but he failed, and he trade he what is it? He sold him. So that is what I meant as his capacity as a man. Jesus said, it is not my right to let you sit down on my left and on my right in his capacity as a man. It is his right. That's why it is he's going to become the just judge in the future, on the judgment day, because he is the one who
Yeah, but you
judges
see,
all
I
of us.
advise you
Yeah.
not to use those words, capacity. I believe it's wrong too, because you keep repeating it, because simply when Jesus, he says, because he is the one who will be sitting in the right of the Father. So the woman, she is asking for the wrong request, or the person who's asking
Exactly.
is asking.
Yes, because
It's not because it's not because his capacity. He never used that word. And in the same time, Jesus, as an example, when he was on the cross, he promised a man to be with him in heaven. Correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
But this is
yes.
but Jesus the man, the God in the same time. So Jesus the man is the same as Jesus the God. But God who come to us in the flesh, he humbled himself. So this is the humble image of God who humbled himself. But that did not make Jesus a change from being God. Still he can do what nobody can do. He can forgive sin. He can he promised heaven, and he take you to heaven. When he was resurrected, thousands of saints resurrected with him. So
that is what all Muslims people have tried to corner us, because as Muslim people or non-Christian people just look at Jesus as a man. They pretend not
you see,
to understand.
but I don't blame them then, because some Christians, when they try to explain who is Jesus, they use certain words which they should not use. So either we believe that Jesus is God and a man at the same time, or we believe that Jesus is a man when we want and Jesus is God when we want. This would be hypocrisy. No, Jesus is always God. Jesus, the God, the man, still he is the same. And Jesus, or the Muslim, because of their hypocrisy, they forgot that Jesus, who is the man, he can create from the mother bird, as the Quran said. He is the man, but he can tell you what you hide in your house, which nobody can do. He is the man, but he can heal the blind. He is the man, but he can make the leprosy healed. And then they say to you, this is all miracle from Allah. But there's no proof that Allah can do the same as Jesus. Can Allah, who is not a man, do what the man Jesus can do? If those things is given from Allah, then Allah should be able to do better. All what we have is a statement from such a person, his name is Allah, saying, I created, but there's no proof. I made, but there's no. And then when we check what he made, we find that this is scientifically wrong. As he explained, how the baby is made is wrong. How the earth is created is wrong. Where is the hail is coming from is wrong. So there's no way the originator of the earth and the heaven do not know how he made things. So Islam is a fraud. In the same time about the Messiah, the story is very simple. We believe in the Trinity. For the Father is for what the Father. For the Son is what for the Son. For the Holy Spirit is what for the Holy Spirit. So when the Holy Spirit join us and be between us, why it's a spirit? Because simply it's not supposed to be seen. Why the Son? Because he's supposed to be seen. So here we find that there's God who have he took a nature, or he have a nature of a man. Why? Because you're supposed to see him. This is his.
Oh yes, that is the correct one. Not capacity, but nature. Nature as a man. That is what I meant.
Even the nature is not.
Capacity,
I try to avoid word because simply English is not our first language. I think there's better words to use. But listen.
Yeah, because
but listen.
We have
God, he present himself in as he wish. We don't tell what God. We don't tell how God you should be. But the Muslim they do, because they are hypocrite. They decide to design God. Like God cannot have a son. Who said so? Are you telling God if he can have son or not? Hypocrisy.
What I'm trying to say is, I avoid using to evangelize them, to introduce them the correct Jesus. I avoid using the hard words to understand, just like what the disciples say, that I teach you just like a baby, and then when you need food, not hard one, but porridge, for instance. So that is what I'm using. That's why I use the word nature or capacity, so that they can understand, even though it is not the correct word for us,
No
because
problem.
we understand. Yeah, we understand as Christian. We know because it is hampering them to understand the Trinity, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's why it is hard for them to understand. So that's why I say, in his capacity, they always mock Jesus. Blasphemy like example, why your God eats or sleeps, and then I said, yes, in his capacity, because he is a man. Besides God, he is also a man. When he is tired, he needs a break. When he is sleepy, he needs some sleep. And when he is hungry, he eats. That is the nature of a
But in the
man.
same time,
So you
Jesus, he can stay
yeah,
without food for 40 days.
exactly. But that's
So
they don't know it. But
when Jesus
I
he
was
want, yeah,
explaining.
when
Yeah,
Jesus he want, he can exceed the nature of the man. He can beat that
yeah,
nature. The nature of the man, he gets sick. Jesus never gets sick. The nature of the man, that when you are in sleep, you are unaware of what's happening. But when the storm came and Jesus is supposed to sleep, still he is aware of everything and he controls the storm.
yes, perfect as God.
Jesus the
Yes,
man, Jesus the man, yet he is walking down street and he even knew what people think. That is impossible for the man. So we need to remember always that Jesus the man is still Jesus the God, for he do what God do.
Yeah.
If we, like the Bible have many places where it show us exactly, how to understand really the Messiah. Usually we try to understand just based on miracles, but the miracles actually is just to explain to us the ability of the person, not who is the person only. Because even the Messiah, he said that there's false Messiah will come after me and he will do wonder, right? So doing the wonder does not change the fact if Jesus is God or not. Doing the wonder can be done by Satan, right? But doing the wonder of the Son of God is different from the wonder of Satan. That's why Jesus, he said, from their fruits you shall know them.
Yes.
From their fruits.
And and in my not in my, but every single miracle that Jesus has done represents him as God.
Yeah.
That is what I conclude. But that is what Muslim people or non-Christian people cannot see, because they do not know our faith. They do not. It is they have been given the wrong spirit since they were baby. So that's why they can't understand our faith. Just like what you said, according to the Quran, the Trinity is wrong, taken by Muhammad or their God, that Allah, Mary, and Jesus, that is the Trinity in God. In Christianity, that is wrong. That is because they don't understand it. Because they have been given, since they were born, they have been given the wrong spirit, the Antichrist spirit. So that's why it is hard for them to understand. But I agree all of what you said, Christian Prince. I really, really agree. And I have been well educated by your what do you call this videos. I follow every single of your video from Australia. I really, really understand, and I have been fully now educated in Muslim religion, and I use these to evangelize my people. I will not mention where I come from, but I'm not from Australia, but I live in Australia. And thank you so much, Christian Prince.
You're welcome.
And I really appreciate that. And please keep working on this great job.
Thank you, my friend. God bless you, and thank you for calling. Take care.
God bless you too. Bye for now. Bye.
If we go to Matthew, just to show you, So that will help the Christians and the Muslims. But you know, the Muslims, they are not really asking to learn. They are asking to ask, and they will repeat the question. Doesn't matter what you explain. If you read in Matthew 11, you will see Jesus repeating over and over, all things are delivered into me of my Father. So if a Muslim want to say, well, how Jesus do not know the day of judgment? Well, Jesus himself, he just told you, all things is delivered to me from the Father. So if the judgment day is an order to be done, is going to be the Father too. So why they play dumb and why they play stupid? When we Christians believe that the Messiah is born of the Father, what does that mean? All the knowledge is from the Father. Everything. So they play dumb when they want, they play smart when they want. And no man knows the Son but the Father, which means all of you do not know me yet. Wait until I come back, and then you will see who I am really. No one know. No one, even his disciples, who they are next to him. This is one of his disciples, he says, why you don't show us the Father and that's it? The guy, he cannot take it no more. Okay, Father, Father, show us the Father. He said to him, well, I am with you all this time and you do not know me? But is that Jesus claiming to be the Father or no? He is saying to him that knowing me is knowing the Father. For I and the Father is one. And all the knowledge is revealed to the Son, is up to the Son to reveal to whoever he chooses. The word of Jesus is not a phrase we take and we ignore the rest. But what the Muslim they want you to take one phrase and ignore the rest. And if we do the same to them in their religion, they will say, oh, you are misquoting. Then we show them the interpretation. They say we don't accept interpretation. But if we show them interpretation for the verses here, they say we don't accept it. So they don't accept interpretation in the Quran because this is against what they're trying to play to us, deception. And then when we try to explain to them what we believe, this is our belief. You want to teach me my belief? Are you debating me about my belief or yours? And do you Muslims think really that the Christians do not know what Jesus says about the day of judgment? Do you think now, after all, it is us who preserve it. It's us who print it. It's us who made it published to the world. And you think that we do not know what it says there? Do you think that the disciples of Jesus do not know what Jesus said? And how come the disciples of Jesus did not get it? They are slow and you are smart? Oh, Jesus do not know the day. Dishonesty is the case. And then when we ask the Muslims, let us go with you. If you are saying that the one who do not know the day is not God, well, your prophet, he received information about the day, and obviously he is not God. Your God, he claimed that the moon is split and the sign is so near. You see, if a man in the street saying that, I would say he's a man. If a priest in a church, he said that, well, he's a priest. He is warning people about, but this guy, he gave a timing. The foolish Muhammad, he was trying to copy Jesus. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Jesus, he said, this generation, which means the last one who witnessed all those things, this generation before it passed, that day will come. Muhammad, he tried to copy Jesus. But Jesus, when he mentioned that, about that generation, he's talking about the last generation who witnessed all the signs come before. The sun stopped giving light. The moon light disappear. The stars collapse. The whole universe is in collapse. When those things happen, this and this and this and this generation is going to witness the day of judgment. So Muhammad, he decided to copy what Jesus said, and that make him look like a fool. He saw a young boy, and he told them, this boy will not live long. Before he get older, the judgment day will come. Okay, who is the one who said that to Muhammad? Allah. Muslims, who is the one who said that to Muhammad? Any Muslim can help me? Who is the one who said that to Muhammad? This statement here. Is Muhammad is making it from his own, or Muhammad is reading, or he is telling us what Allah told him? If you say Muhammad, he is making his own, well, that's mean he's a false prophet anyway. If you say that this is from Allah, that's mean Allah is a false God anyway. And then the Muslim, to fix this stupidity, they start adding things. They say, oh, he is saying that those guys in the front of him, they will die. Hold on, they are asking about the hour. The hour, the judgment day. Even the chapter in the top, it says the tribulation of the last hour. I mean, look how they try to fix it. But what the stupid Muhammad was doing? He was copying Mark 13. But because he's a fool, he got himself busted. In Mark 13, Jesus said, after counting all the signs of the day and the hour, as you see all those signs, he said, this generation which is this generation, will witness all those, the last thing will happen. What is the things will happen? The sun will collapse, light will go, the moon, stars will fall down apart, etc. When all those things happen, that generation who witnessed those things, which mean all the signs completed, so to say, the sunlight will go after 1 billion years, trillion years. This is not my generation, but their generation will come after that time, will witness that. When all the signs are completed, that generation, or this generation who witnessed those things, then the judgment day will be. And this is telling you that Jesus, he have great knowledge of the day of judgment. So what he is saying there is not for you, it's not for the man, the Son of Man, which means him is in the flesh, to tell you now, to inform, to share, even to know that day, the date when it's going to be, or this should be hidden from everybody, but it's not going to be hidden from Jesus, and it's not. For he gave us already great details about how that day will come. And here we need to remember that in Christianity we don't have a preset date for heaven, for Judgment Day. Why? Because if you remember, when the Bible, the Old Testament, speak about God destroying cities. What if there is 70 believers? You destroy the city? No. What about there's 15, 20? Destroy the city? No. What about if there's 10? No. So God destroy, because Judgment Day is destruction. Everything will be destroyed. Destruction will come upon us based in our behavior. It's not a preset date. The knowledge of God has nothing to do with the decision of the day of judgment. It is us who bring the judgment day on us, fast or slow. When the corruption reach a point of no return, when there's no righteous people, when everybody is corrupt, then that day will happen. So as long there is righteous people, the judgment day is not there yet. Which means it is us who is in charge of the day of judgment. Now somebody will say to me, oh, you are God then, huh? No, it is our sin, how fast we corrupt this earth, because we believe in free will, remember. And because we believe in free will will happen. It is us who bring destruction or not. Abu Bakr he is sending me a message. Let's call him, I don't know. Okay, Abu Bakr, let me call you, my friend. Well, Abu, it says you decline my call, so what do you want? I don't know. I'm not sure what do you want, my friend. Okay, no problem. You don't want to call, no problem. Sorry, guys, I'm coughing. My throat hurting. Well, here Abu Bakr is sharing with us a hadith. Maybe we should make different timing for this. This hadith. Let us see another person. Don't send me links, my friend. I don't open links. Doesn't matter who you are. I don't open links to anyone. You're still alive. Okay, somebody's asking. Be sure to add me to your list so I can call you, because if you don't add me, I will not be able to go through. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, my friend.
Hello. Hi, Christian Prince. God bless my brother. I was just calling to ask you a quick question.
All right.
First of all, just want to say I really pray that the Lord Jesus Christ blesses your ministry, continues to bless your ministry for his glory. I have two quick questions, and then I'm going to hang up because I'm working and there's a lot of noise. The first one, I kind of know what you're going to say, but I want to hear just in case you know, you have something else to say. There's a lot of like talk and like I'm sure you've heard of like Jay Smith and all these guys about how, you know, there's so much evidence that Muhammad might not have even existed. Do you ever pay attention to any of that? Did you listen to any of that? And like, I know for us, for sure, it's way better that we act like Muhammad did exist, because he's such a blessing for Christians, because we can just really destroy Islam with him. But just as far as like, you know, you personally, do you ever think about any of that stuff?
Yeah, you know, I saw some of those videos, but you need to ask yourself first, how you can prove that somebody does not exist. It's like saying to me, it's like an atheist saying to me, I'm going to prove to you that there's no God, but if he does not exist, you can't prove that he doesn't exist.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, like I can prove to you something is exist, but I cannot prove to you that it's not exist. If they are talking about the philosophy idea. However, all what they have is a theory. It can be true, it can be false, but why I want to waste my time and talk about something? I want to debate a Muslim, I debate him about what he believes.
Yes. Yeah.
If a person, he comes to you and he says, I want to prove to you that Jesus is not exist, never was exist, you laugh, correct? Okay, because we know, what are you talking about? We have history, we have historian, we have the computer run by the date of Jesus. So there is a study, it can be useful for people in the level of academy. You know, let us say I'm a person who's studying history, I am a scientist in history. That make it legitimate to go there, because simply this is my field and I'm trying to find out. But for average person, as a Christian, if I want to argue with Muslims, then I have to argue with them about what they believe, not what I think.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah,
a Muslim, he says a prophet. Okay, how your prophet is a prophet, but he do not know the future. How he says such a thing? If I start saying to him your prophet never exists, there's no point of talking. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree with that. Okay, and then so then the second question, this one I'll just hang up right afterwards. But the second question is, the other day or not too long ago, I saw some Ahmadiyya Muslims. They were out on the street. They were evangelizing, and I went up to them and I talked to them, and you know, I was trying to kind of tell them all the stuff that I learned from you, basically, right? So they you know, they have like this idea that Islam was basically corrupted by the Muslims, and that this guy Ahmad came and pretty much made it into the peaceful religion that it was supposed to be, and they definitely, like, you know, the guys that I talked to anyway, they acted like this guy was like a prophet, and they called him a prophet, they called him a Messiah, and this and that. So basically the question is, these guys, they you know, we talked for a while. The one guy, I gave him my email and things like that, and he reached out and he invited me to go to like a Ramadan dinner with them, and a mosque. And you know, for me, it's like one side of me is like saying, hey, this is a great chance to keep talking to these guys about Christ. But another side of me is thinking, well, you know, that's like an invitation to walk into the devil's mouth. So if you don't mind just talking to me about like how do you approach Ahmadiyya Muslims, first of all, and second, like, you know, what should I do?
You see, first of all, before we speak to people, we need to know what they believe, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, Ahmadiyya, they believe in what? Do you know?
Yeah, they believe that this guy from India came 150 years ago, and he claimed to be the Messiah.
Exactly. So he came first.
Like that,
he came first. First, he was married for 3 years. So he was married, and then he became a man. His name is the Ahmad Mirza Ghulam, and he claimed to be the Messiah, which is very funny. However, I don't want to waste their time and my time. How the Ahmad Mirza Ghulam, who claimed to be the Messiah, he died? I asked them. They will say he died because of cholera.
Yeah.
Specifically, he died because of shit. He was shitting a lot. Okay. How somebody, he claimed to be the Messiah. and then he died because of shit. Not only that, he died in the top of his shit. He fell down in his shit. This is a website. I will show it to you on the screen. And this is an Ahmadiyya website. They are trying here to refute us. You know, they will refute the death of the Messiah, Ahmad Mirza Ghulam, peace be upon him. Some they say, they are saying here, some they say that the Messiah, he died in a certain way, which is like, you know, supposed to prove that he is not the Messiah. So they are going to refute us. How the Messiah he died? Did he die because of diarrhea? The question. Those who they are the enemy of the true Messiah, the promised Messiah, peace be upon him, because his death arrived while he was sick with diarrhea. Obviously, they are ignorant about the religion of Allah, of Islam. Because such a death is a certification from Allah proving that he is from Allah. So look at the logic of those Ahmadiyya. I will use a translation. Ahmad Mirza Ghulam, the proof that he is the Messiah, that he died because of diarrhea. You know, they are claiming that this is Allah. He became a martyr. He became a martyr to Allah. Those who they are saying how he can be the Messiah and he died because of diarrhea, their ignorance of religion of Islam, they should know that this is how Allah, he proved that he is a martyr for Allah, and this is a proof that he is the Messiah. So the Messiah, how we can recognize the Messiah for Ahmadiyya? It's by his shit. This is the false Messiah. So those people, they are very, very deceiving. They're Ahmad Mirza Ghulam. He claimed that he came to destroy the cross, and he claimed he destroyed the cross already. And how he destroyed the cross? Ahmad Mirza Ghulam, he mentioned the story of Mary in the Bible, where she was wiping the feet of Jesus by her tears and her hair. He said that Jesus, he loved prostitutes, and he was a drinking person, and he's not talking about himself. Remember, he's saying he is the Messiah. So he's saying the Messiah of the Christian is a Messiah who loved prostitute. But all of us, we knew that this is a very low class, stupid statement, because this is not what happened. The woman, she was crying, asking for forgiveness, and Jesus, he forgave her sin. Ahmad Mirza Ghulam, he took that story and he claimed that the Messiah, because he was young, and he is, according to him, this is the Messiah in the Bible, not him. He will not do that, you know. So he is a false man. He's a very hypocrite. So I advise you, before you speak to them, learn more about them so you can refute them with something heavy duty. Not because they will try to use the Bible, and then you ask them, what is the proof that this guy is the Messiah? How the Messiah can be the Messiah, or the true Messiah, and yet he cannot heal himself. Christians, they came to this guy and they said to him, you know, once in the morning, they come to his door and they have blind people, sick people in their chairs, and they said to him, well, can you heal them as the Messiah do? He closed his door and he ran away. I hope I answered you. Anything else?
Yeah. So basically, just for when it comes to them, you attack the man, not Islam itself.
Well, Ahmadiyya is just another form of a stupid religion, and Ahmad Mirza Ghulam, he have zero. I believe Ahmad Mirza Ghulam is made by the British intelligence. They needed somebody who made Muslims agree to join the British army, so they created this cult just to make the Muslims join them. And that's why you see a lot of Ahmadiyya, they came to England after the war, because simply they are the one who was serving in the British army. And actually, Ahmad Mirza Ghulam himself, he used to work in the post office of Her Majesty the Queen. So imagine the Messiah himself getting paid from the Queen of England.
Yeah, to
Makes
deliver
sense.
mail, imagine.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
Well,
my
thank
friend.
you very much, Chris and Chris. You've been going for a lot of hours, man. God bless you, brother. Have
Thank
a
you.
great day.
Thank you. Well, it's a special occasion, and we are happy to see more people learning.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Thank you.
All right.
God bless. The Messiah, he warned us about false Messiah. They will come. They will say to you, the Messiah is here. The Messiah is there. Don't believe them. How we know the Messiah, the true Messiah? Well, the same chapter today, the Muslim, they came to us to read. In the book of Mark, it says, and the whole Bible actually confirms, that the Messiah will come with the glory of his angels. This is how he will come. He's not going to come like any human being. I mean, even when the Messiah, he came first time, he was different. He was born of a virgin. He have a power over death. He have power over sickness, have power over blindness. He is, you know, a power, like godly power in this earth. He is the walking, talking, living word of God. Who is this false Messiah, Ahmad Mirza Ghulam? You will see the Muslim website explain to you that doctors were coming one after one, trying to stop his diarrhea. As simple as that. I mean, do even you need somebody to convince you that this is a stupid cult? And you notice that all those who claim to be the Messiah, they end in a very horrible death as a penalty. As an example, Muhammad, he changed his name. He called himself Muhammad, which means the praised one. But the praised one is the Messiah. How Muhammad he died? He died by poison from Walmart. A Jewish woman she bought from Home Depot. Some they say Walmart. This person who claimed to be the Messiah, he died his death exposing his lies very easy. So even if you are a farmer, even if you are a person who do not know how to read, how to write, you know that the Messiah, he do not die because of sickness. And there is no way the one who can make the blind see die because of diarrhea. I mean, what happened to your power? What happened to the power of Muhammad? What happened to the power of Allah? What happened to the power of Ahmad Mirza? How come they cannot do what Jesus can do? Jesus, he came, there's a dead man, he is dead already for a day, 2, 3 days. He took him from the grave. Muhammad is suffering from a poison, cheap poison, $2 from Home Depot. Rat poison. His God could not save him. Jesus is the only one who no grave can hold him, no death can take him, and no sword can kill him. Because the death of Jesus was very temporary death. For God is always alive. That's why we say resurrection. Jesus said, before Abraham I am. So when they killed who? They killed the flesh. But God the Son is always exist. Because his existence have nothing to do with the flesh. Do we understand, people? God the Son is exist before his birth. How we can prove that easy? From the word of Jesus, before Abraham I am. The Jews, they said to him, how you can say such a thing? You are not even like 40, 50 years old. How you say such a thing? He said, truly, truly, I say to you, that I was before Abraham, and Abraham, he witnessed my day. So when a Muslim, he complained, he says, how he is God, and do God die? The same reasoning is the same reason to prove that Jesus is God. Because if a Muhammadan trying to make me believe that Jesus cannot be God because he died, well, in his religion, he did not die. So Jesus must be God then. This is to show you the hypocrisy of this logic. And Jesus' death, it was for the flesh. But even that was resurrected. And when Jesus came to his disciple, even his disciple, they could not believe. I mean, they heard Jesus saying, you can destroy this temple and I will rebuild it in 3 days. But at that time, they did not understand. They thought he's talking about the temple, the real temple, the stones. But when he came to them after the crucifixion, then they understood exactly what does that mean. Don't forget, please, to subscribe to our Patreon so you can get notified. I see admins, they are not posting Patreon no more. Subscribe there because many of you complain, how come when you go on live, we do not get notification? If you subscribe to the Patreon, regardless if you donate or not, you will receive an email from Patreon saying to you, Christian Prince going live, and this is the link. So you will receive notification. YouTube is not. YouTube always try to oppress our channel. Do we have any Abdul? Any other Muhammadan? Anyone? Any Muhammadan have anything to say? Are you out of all your tricks? But we are happy today that the Muslims, they agree for the sake of their taqiyya that Jesus is the wisdom of God. That is amazing. Wisdom of God is perfect. Wisdom. In order to be the wisdom of God, you have to be the perfection of God. For wisdom of God have zero error, zero defect, zero wrong. It is wisdom of God. The Bible says that the wisdom of God, or let us say that the wisdom of the man is a foolishness. This is how our wisdom is limited. But the wisdom of God, never foolishness. Why? Due to his perfection. The perfect God has the perfect wisdom. Any Abdul? Are we out of them today? They look like we are out of them. I don't know. I'm not seeing any more comment in Skype. You know, when we speak of, as an example of a person who is old, and usually old bring wisdom, right? Because people, they have wisdom. But all of us, we knew that God is the one who gives wisdom. And that's why Jesus, he came. So to save us from our foolishness. I can be what? Okay, we have another Muslim. Let us see this guy. Some of them, they change their nickname in Skype. Even though you are not blocked, you do not need to change your name. Just call me again with the same account. Let us see this, Abdul. Yes, my friend, I hear you. Go ahead. Speak to me in English, please.
How are you, man? How are you? I called you. I didn't know this was actually you.
Yeah, no
You
problem.
still live? You still live on YouTube?
Yes, I'm live on YouTube.
Oh, wow. I was watching your live when I was eating lunch. Now I'm driving, but we can still talk here.
All right, what do you want to say to us? Are you a Muslim, my friend?
Well, I'm an ex-Muslim. I left Islam.
Oh, okay. Why you left Islam?
Well, it's because I can't defend the obvious false prophet in history. That's why I left Islam. I'm a born Arab. I'm from Iraq, so I speak Arabic fluently. So I was born Muslim, but I was never like a real practicing Muslim. But I was always skeptical of Islam. And once I started watching David Wood videos and Christian Prince videos and Rob Christian videos, I'm like, I gotta leave this cult, man.
So now you will not get the virgins. Do you know what you did to yourself now?
Now, I don't. The virgins doesn't exist, Habibi. The virgins don't exist.
How you know? I mean, listen, they are sexy and they are beautiful, and you know it.
That is, bro. That's just the lustful brain of a human. That's all that is.
But what about
because only the men think about his penis.
What about the 80,000 boys he will get? Don't you want to get the boys?
No, man. I'm not gay.
Okay.
I don't want sex in heaven. First of all.
Okay. What about Allah will give you a banana in the heaven? Don't you like banana?
I can have a banana here.
Oh, from Walmart. You are right. Okay. What about Allah will give you a bracelet from gold? Of gold.
A breast of gold.
Bracelet.
All that stuff is materialistic stuff, man. That's why our God is so unique, because he's a God of spirit. Our God is spirit.
So you are saying to me, you left Islam to believe in Jesus, who promised you no virgins. What's wrong with you?
He promised me eternal life, and he promised me a forever relationship with the Father, and that's all I could ask for, an eternal relationship with the Father.
Okay, so which one is better? The promise of Allah, as an example, in chapter 78, verse number 33, where Allah, he promised you women with big boobs, or the promise of Jesus?
First of all, Jesus is better even Jesus is better than Islam. In Islam, Isa is better than Muhammad tenfold. Even if I was a Muslim, I would say Muhammad is a better example than Muhammad. Isa is a better example than Muhammad. That's what I would say, because that's just the obvious. But me, I don't want virgins in heaven. That's what a man who thinks about his zib. You feel me? That's a man who thinks only about his sexual pleasures. Even in hadith, it says that your God is hastened to fulfill your desires on earth. And that's how I see it. Muhammad was just a lustful man, and his disobedience to God's law is suddenly the perfect commandments, the perfect command for every human to follow, which is a contradiction.
So in your opinion, Muhammad, he was using God as a tool to control people around him and make them his slaves.
No, he was using God to fulfill his desires,
which is a sexual or money or power, right?
He was using it for political, economical, and physical gain.
Exactly.
He was using it. He was using God.
But what made you come to this conclusion? I mean, if you can share with the people that are listening, you know, you are born in Iraq, as you said, and you are born in a Muslim family. I'm not going to say your name, but you can say your name if you want. What made you move from that direction? What was the start?
It all started off with Muhammad in Surah 33, verse 21, being the perfect example for all mankind, and then Muhammad marrying Aisha when she was 6. That's where it all started. And then I digged a little deeper, and then it said in Surah 65, verse 4, وَاللَّائِ لَمْ يَحِضْنَ. And then I And then that was the start. And then Sophia and Muhammad killed her husband, her father, her family, and then he married her. He bought her and then married her. What type of prophet is this? What type of perfect man is this? I thought to myself. I also the captives. Jesus came to set the captives free, but Muhammad came to take more captives, get more captives, you know?
Yeah.
And that's just I just thought to myself, like, I just thought to myself that if there was really if there was really a perfect God in the world, which I 100% believe in, there's a perfect God, because you know, when I was in my mother's womb, okay, I felt the spirit of God. I felt the spirit of God in my mother's womb, and that's how I still believe in God to this day. Because if it wasn't for the spirit of God meeting me in my mother's womb, I would probably be an atheist right now. But just because God was there because God was there and He chose me, I felt obliged to do His commandments, to follow His commandments, because they're written on my heart. Like,
Did you find any good commandment in Islam? Did you find anything to be good?
No, maybe some. I mean, some Muslims are not like as me, as a Muslim, as an ex-Muslim. Hold on, as an ex-Muslim, growing up from a Muslim family, you see that these Muslims, they're really genuine and they're really friendly. They're really nice people. I really love Muslims. You know. My dad. Hold on. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. You see, but you know, you grow up. I don't know if you grow up in the Middle East. I grew up in the Middle East. I could not find genuine Muslims. Because
hello?
What genuine Muslim mean when you say genuine Muslim?
اي وراك يا روح قدامي يلا تعال. Hello, I'm sorry, my dad. I was talking to my dad.
Yeah, it's all right.
Driving.
You can finish with him and you call me later. No problem.
No. I'm finished. I told him to drive in front of me, but I'm finished.
All right.
But I'm telling, I only feel that way is because my mom and my dad and my whole family is Muslim. I'm the only one.
I want you to remember what genuine mean. Genuine doesn't mean I'm saying they are bad. Genuine is somebody he follow Muhammad, but obviously your mother and your father don't follow Muhammad.
Huh? You said, excuse me, what did you say?
Genuine Muslim, when we say genuine Muslim, we are talking about someone genuine according to Islam. And according to Islam, a genuine Muslim is somebody is a pervert. He like to have sex with the children. A person who like to practice taqiyya.
My parents, let's say they claim to be Sunni Islam, but they're the munafiqun. They say we're Muslim, but they live more like a Western.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying to you. So they are not genuine Muslim. They are good people. They are good people. But
they have a good heart.
They have a good heart. Why? Because they are not following Islam.
Yeah.
If they follow Islam, they will hate everybody.
And that's the thing also. Allah hates Jews, al-Yahud, wal-Masih, the Jews and the Christians, and He hates mushrikeen, but the God of the Bible loves those people that Allah hates, you know.
The Quran says that you will not find one person between the believers love even those who they are his own family if they oppose Islam. Chapter 58, verse number 22.
My family is not like that. My family, even though I'm a Christian and I left Islam, they still love me and they still care about me.
Wonderful. You know? Maybe you know you should let your family join us here, and maybe we can help them to accept the Messiah. What do you think?
I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I like that request. I was talking to my father about Surah 65 verse 4, and then he got confused. He didn't understand. He said this is complicated to understand. I'm like, no, it's not. You just read the ayah and understand. I feel like every time I try to show my mom and dad a hadith about Bukhari or Muslim or Tirmidhi, they like to say this is mahroof. They don't like to listen. They don't like to listen
to
it.
Yeah, they're trying to escape the embarrassment of the stupid Muhammad. I understand. It's not easy. You grow up all your life believing in something or trying to make yourself thinking that this is a prophet. And then you find somebody coming to you, especially from your own household, showing you how stupid this cult is. It's not easy. But you are doing a great job. You know, I encourage you not to give up.
It's because of your work and people like you. Strong people, people who risk their lives for the truth. I ask for Jesus to bless you, brother. I don't even know your name, but brother Prince. I ask Jesus to bless you because people like you who expose the truth and who are not afraid, who risk their life, because I know what you're doing is not easy, especially if you're risking your life for it. And of course, if we talk about Islam, we are risking our lives. That's and if we show our face, it's an even more risk. So for anyone who does this for the truth, I applaud you because you are a true soldier who is risking their life for the truth. And that's something that I have in my heart too.
You know, if we don't do what we do, then we will not have someone like you, a good-hearted person, being saved. If we say, okay, you know what, there's no hope, Muslims, they hate us, Islam is an evil cult, we will not try to help the Muslims because they don't even deserve our help. That is not what Jesus said. Jesus, he said, I came for the sick, not for the healthy, right? And Jesus, he gave us an example about a shepherd who have like 1,000 sheep, and then one of them is gone. What the shepherd will do? Will leave the 1,000 and go after the one is lost. This is what we do, my friend. We are here to save the Muslims because we love them, and this is why I'm asking you. If you like, you can ask your parents to join us. I will speak to them in a very special patient, you know, and we will try, me and you together, to help them to see, to make them see the truth, and the truth will set them free.
Amen. And actually, you can message me, and I would actually love to do that.
Well, I don't go in Skype unless I am live. So if you want to talk, if you want it in a private, I can do it, but you need to tell me, you know, sometime. But if you like them to go live on air, we can go live on air.
I mean, my mom. You want to know something?
Yeah.
My mom said in the past that the Quran was mahroof. So I think that's a step, you know?
Yeah.
She said the Quran was corrupted. The Quran was corrupted. She said the Quran was corrupted. So I think that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, that means she knew that this is going to be the book of God. And she is trying to give it explanation why it is not. It's corrupted. But this means that now she already reject whatever is in this book. And this is a good sign, as you said.
Yeah, that was a good sign. My mom, she also threw out the hijab. So that's also a good
You see, do you know what the hijab was for?
To not get molested. Surah 33, verse 59.
Sauda bint Dhama, she went out to do poo-poo.
I've never heard about that story though, but I just know the Quran says to wear hijab so a guy won't.
Yeah, but this is because of this is the one who made this verse is not Muhammad, it was Umar. So Umar, Sauda, she went out.
I've heard this argument before. Yeah, I've heard this argument before.
This is not argument. This is what the Muslim says. It's not me. This is in the Sahih Hadith, you know, and this is here. This is Al-Bukhari, and this is Sahih Muslim. So Sauda, the old wife of Muhammad, she went out to do poo-poo, and she took off her pant, or let's say,
pull up the hadith.
Yeah, it's in the screen. I have it already.
Oh,
Sahih Bukhari. Just be careful, my friend. You are driving, right? I don't want you to look. Don't look at the screen. Yeah, later you can look. Sahih Bukhari, hadith number 146. Al-Bukhari 146. Okay. So Sauda, she went out, and she is not wearing a veil at that time. There's no veil, and she is doing poo-poo. So Omar, he says, I have recognized you, Sauda. I mean, look how filthy he is. A woman, she is doing poo-poo. Why even you bother her, and why you say that? So he's like, we got you busted. I saw your ass. So then Omar, he knew now the wife, she will go to Muhammad. She will tell him. So Omar, he said to Muhammad, you know, man, why you don't ask your wife to cover themselves, man? Like, come on. Okay. And then Muhammad, he took exactly what Umar said, and he made it a Quran. So when you say this is in the Quran was given from Umar. This is why Umar, he says, وَافَقَنِي رَبِّي فِي ثَلَاث. My Lord agreed with me in 3 things. Some hadith says 10 things. And one of them is the chapter of Al-Hijab, and he says, Allah, he sent it as I said. As I said. Imagine. Exactly, one word by word. And here you ask yourself, who is the prophet here? Allah? Oh, sorry, who is the God? Allah or Umar? And why Muhammad, he claimed that nobody can make Quran, and then Allah, he take the Quran from Umar. You know?
Yeah, I've heard this. I've heard someone say this before, and I think you're right, because I've had a conversation with a Muslim guy on Instagram. It was like a group chat. They were talking about the same thing that you was talking about, but I was never really like in this with it. You understand? Like I was never really.
Yeah.
I hear dogs. Is that your dogs in the background?
You know, everybody here have dogs. Don't worry about it. You are safe.
I'm not scared of dogs. I actually love dogs.
Yeah. Anyway, so you know, obviously, what kind of a prophet he received his religion from a man who saw his wife bum, and what kind of God he take what Umar he said, and obviously Umar is a bad person. He take it and he put it as it is in the Quran.
Umar said, you know what surprised me about Umar? And in another hadith, Umar said that the stone cannot benefit me or harm me, right? But in another hadith, Allah's messenger said that the black stone will become like, it will have a mouth and will have an eye, and on the day of resurrection it will testify. So we can clearly see that Umar and Muhammad contradict each other.
Well, you see, Umar here is exposing the stupidity of Muhammad. But here you notice how coward Muhammad is. He feared Umar. Because when Umar, he said that, is it possible that Muhammad did not hear that? There's no way.
Hear what? Hear what? I don't understand.
Like when Umar, he says, I know that you are a stone. You don't hurt and you don't do benefit, correct?
Yeah.
Shouldn't Muhammad right away says to him, what are you talking about? I am the prophet and I know what is right. You are wrong.
Yeah.
Muhammad, he never answered him. He never said this is not true.
Muslims use the specific hadith to contradict their idolatry, but in the same like, if you do some more research like I've done, you can see that they clearly contradict each other. Umar and Muhammad.
Because if the black stone is going to be a witness in the day of judgment, as Muhammad said, then Umar is lying. So which one of them is lying? So the Muslim, as you said, they use that hadith just to win a point that we don't worship the stone, but they ignore what Muhammad said about that the stone will witness for you, will have mouth, will have ears, will have eyes.
Exactly. And then the thing is that it will. There's another hadith in Al-Tirmidhi, Jama' Al-Tirmidhi. It says that it will erase your sin, something like that.
Yeah.
I read it.
Yeah. The black stone and the Yemeni corner, both of them, when you touch them, they erase your sin.
Yeah. And I've seen hadith from Ibn Abbas himself that Khair al-Ummah, they call him Khair al-Ummah, something like that.
Hibru Ummah. Hibru.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I can't even say it correctly. But anyway,
yeah.
I saw hadith from him. They say that that Al-Safa and Al-Marwa were not Sunnah until after Muhammad's death, and they were like, the pagans used to go back and forth from Al-Safa and Al-Marwa and stuff like that. So it's like full of paganism. Like you can clearly
even the Quran explained that. Yeah, Al-Quran explained that Al-Safa and Al-Marwa is a pagan thing, because if you read the story.
In the Quran, it says Al-Safa and Al-Marwa are the signs of Allah, but in the Hadith, we see that the pagans used to run back and forth.
Yeah, but if you notice, in there it says that there is no sin to practice it. Did you ask yourself why it says no sin?
I have not read that before, so I don't know.
Chapter 2, verse number 158. It says that Al-Safa and Al-Marwa, they are among the symbol of Allah, or the shrine of Allah. So those who visit the house and they do the Safa and Marwa, there is no sin for them to do so. Why? Because Muslims, they said to Muhammad, well, as long now we are not going to follow those, why we are practicing as Safa and Marwa, which was the pagan shrine from before Islam. Muhammad, he have a group of the Arab who became a Muslim. They refused to stop worshipping or acting the Safa and Marwa. So Muhammad, he don't want to lose them. So he said, you know what? A Safa and Marwa is from the shrine of Allah. Practice it, and there is no sin in that. Don't worry about sin. Go and do it. So Muhammad the hypocrite, he followed us. What is a Safa and Marwa? There is a guy, he had sex with the women in the Kaaba, and Allah, he made them stones. And then they placed the two stones as let us say, idols. One in a hill and the other one in the other side of the hill. And the pagan, they used to go and walk between them and touch their private parts. So Muhammad, he kept that practice as part of his religion, and there is no excuse and there is no explain why in the world how this has become part of the shrine of Allah. Simply because it is the shrine of Allah, because simply Allah is a pagan god from before Islam, and it's what they have.
Well, simply I would say that Islam was adopting stories and adopting things that were, how I should say, fabrications and fairy tales from agnostics, from all a sect of Judaism, all these things. Like Muhammad was adopting stories, like the Trinity. As you said, it was the Father, Jesus, and Mary. If your God can't even represent an ideology correctly, how do you know that's the true God? Like, that's how I was thinking to myself. Like,
you know, this will remind me when I decided to work as an English teacher. So I applied to Stanford, and I told them I want to work as an English teacher. Then they asked me to write some information about myself, and then I wrote that I wrote some information, and then they look at my writing. They says, "But look like you do not know English." I said, "Well, do I need to know English to teach English?"
Yes, of course.
Well, this is Muhammad. Muhammad did not know what the Trinity. He want to teach the Christians not to follow the Trinity. Muhammad, he is a knowledgeable person about, suddenly he is a person who knows how the baby is made, how the universe is made. Muhammad is a doctor. Muhammad is a professor. Muhammad, the Jews, they keep getting him busted. They told him, okay, there's a prophet, his name is Zulqarnain, tell us about him. Muhammad, he got the trap. He told them, oh, Jibreel just told me. And he started telling them about Zulqarnain. He found where the sun set. So this idiot is an idiot.
I remember a jihadi left Islam because of that story. I saw it on David Lewis' channel. I saw a jihadi left Islam because of the stories of the But Muslims, we don't know who he is. Allah knows best.
Allah knows best. Anyway, my friend, I'm happy to have you. Feel free to let your parents join us one day if you like, and I will be happy to talk to them.
Of course. And I would like to send a message to all my Christians out there in the world. Christian Prince, do you know what the Bible, when the Bible talks about the New World Order, do you know what it's talking about exactly?
Well, you know, the New World Order is to be hypocrite, is to follow a Satan, and is to be Well,
I would like you to for your Christian audience, I would like you to do I would like you to watch a video on YouTube. It's about the one world government, one world order. So major people around the world, like major figures, like very important people, very rich,
like Biden, Putin, rich people.
Important rich people. Yes, they went to Saudi Arabia to have a meeting about the New World Order. Did you know that? And
they can try. I mean, but
you can look it up. It wasn't about. Putin was not there. Biden was not there. But it was important people there. They were discussing the new world order. They were discussing the new world government because the reason why I tell you that is because our economy, our West, is breaking down. We are in debt, and inflation is increasing our price of living. So we're not going to have enough money to live soon because of prices going up.
Well, this is happening now for the whole world.
Yes.
And we pray that, you know, I mean, you see, when people abandon God, then people will become by their own.
Hold on. Remember in Revelation 13 when it says the mark of the beast.
Yeah.
It says if you don't have it, you shall not buy or sell without it. So I believe that these people are going to use a digital currency, and they're going to call it an FRID chip, and they're going to put a chip implanted in your forehead or in your hand. And you know, these are signs of intelligence and work, because without work you cannot live. As simple as that. So if I've watched some videos on YouTube about Bible prophecy and about are we living in the end times, and I've seen so much similarities. I believe that God is calling people to His ministry to before the tribulation, because I know the end is near, and I know Jesus is coming back. So there's no more, like, how I should say, there's no more games anymore, because the times that we're living in Timothy, 2 Timothy chapter 3, it talks about people that are going to be living in the last days. And you know, this is such a clear prophecy. I feel like Paul made a better prophecy than Muhammad in 2 Timothy chapter 3.
Well, you know, we cannot compare between the false and the true. But anyway,
I compare. Trust me, I compare.
No, I know. I compare too, but I compare just to show the difference between the dirt and the clean. But for me, I want to advise you something. Many things will happen. Bad things will happen. But we don't need to make assumption, and we do not need to follow like our own thinking that okay, that's the day of judgment is coming. God is in charge. Remember that God is in charge, right? And for us as a believer, we have no worry. You know, we have no worry. So whatever will happen, let it happen. For us, we stand for the truth, and the truth will set you free. There's people who want to follow the world order. They want to follow the devil. This is their business. A true believer, he said, I know my sheep, and my sheep, they knew me. Right?
Yeah.
So we are safe and secure. And even if the world go hungry, we will not. We will not.
Amen.
Yeah.
Because I believe that even our Father, one day He will feed us manna, as He did people of Israel when they were leaving Egypt.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, my friend. I'm happy that to have your call today, and maybe you can share with us in some other day too. All right?
I'm happy that you answered. Man. I appreciate you very much, and I appreciate your work in it, and it actually works, man. So keep doing what you're doing, bro.
Thank you. God bless you. And say hello to your family, please.
God bless you.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Have a great day.
You too. We pray for this brother that his parents, I don't know if he's married or not, I hope that all his family, they will accept the Messiah and they will be saved. You see, in Christianity, if somebody he don't believe in Jesus, you don't hate him for that reason, but you try to save him as much as you can. A Christian person, he is not even allowed to let hate go inside him, for that is from the devil. When Jesus was on the cross, he said, forgive them, Father. He say what he do, and he do what he say. He was teaching us how to forgive, but imagine if he himself don't want to forgive. So he gave us the great example. This is why the Lord, he says, from their fruits you shall know them. Imagine if the Messiah, he was on the cross, and instead of forgiving, what he taught us to do. When they ask him how we pray to the Father, he says, our Father art of heaven, and right away said, forgive to us as we forgive to others. So it's a condition, it's a must, which is the way. It is unacceptable for us to be Christian and not to forgive. So the way of salvation through Christ is to forgive. And Christ is not the same as the filthy Muhammad. He do what he say, and he say what he do. Muhammad, he curse people for no reason. He kill people for no reason. He rape people just for the sake of sex. He take the life. He take freedom. He even go after children's because he have zero ethic. With the Messiah, his ethic is not even something you can describe, because there's no ethic compared to Jesus. Imagine if you are a person who live in the time of the Messiah, and now not in the time of Messiah, and you can bring the dead to life. How many kingdoms you can control? How many kings they will bow down to you? How many rich they will give you all the money to just make them 17 years old again? How many? People would do anything. Anything. He took no penny. He took no wages. He did not say what Muhammad said. Any woman, she want to give herself to the Prophet. When somebody says to me about the Messiah, I do not need really to examine for long. If the Messiah was not the true God, then the Messiah should do what every man do. If I have the power of the Messiah, I will be so proud. I will not even let kings kiss my hands. If I have his power, if I can walk over water, if I can tell you the future, if I can heal the sick and make the blind see, if I can resurrect the dead, how proud I will be. How that power will make me lose my mind. I will never be humble. For this cannot be given to a man, and he stay humble after all of this. This is only God act, and God talk, and God fruits. For he is the Lord of the heaven and the earth, yet he insists to wash the feet of his followers. Imagine you have all this power. And then you want to wash the feet of your followers, and you say to them, you warn them, if you don't let me do it, you don't belong to me. I do not know you. How he can do that? And why he do that? Those two questions can tell you who is Jesus. If you are a Muslim trying to find an answer, who is the Messiah? Why he do such a thing? Why a person who his followers believe in him as God, even if you think he's not? Why he want to wash their feet? And why, if they reject or try to refuse to accept, to let him do it? He told them, you will not, and you don't belong to me. One of the things you will notice, that even the disciple of Jesus, even Peter, when Peter, he says to the Messiah, are you going to wash my feet? Jesus replied, you do not realize now what I am doing, but later you will understand. Peter, he said, no, you shall never wash my feet. why someone like the Messiah washing the feet of his disciple. He taught you that being proud is a sign of foolishness. Being proud is not a Christian act. Being proud is not a Christ-like. The master is the one who humbled himself. And if the Lord himself, he washed the feet, who is the bishop? Who is the patriarch? Today we see many of those people wearing jewels, gold cross, drive nice cars, even they have bodyguards. They are not following Jesus. That is Jesus. And those who they try to make himself look like acting like Jesus, washing the feet of few poor people. Well, this is still not what Jesus did. Jesus, he did it literally. You are doing it in a symbolic way. You are doing it in your palace. You are doing it in your fantasy palace. You are doing it because there's cameras and there is people watching. Jesus, he didn't know for none of that. Jesus says to him, unless I wash you, which means your feet, you have no part with me. And then Peter, then he said, well, if this is the case, not only you can wash my feet, my head as well. And then the Messiah, he said, those who have had bath need only to wash their feet, their whole body is clean. And you are clean. Thought not every one of you. And here Jesus is telling us about there is people later or someone who is going to betray him. Not all of you. You cannot hide the truth from Jesus. You cannot lie to him. Not all of you. For he knows, or he knew, who was going to betray him. And that was why he said, not everyone was clean. Read the Bible, my friend. I am sorry that I spent too much time speaking about the garbage of Muhammad, when the important is one, which is the Messiah. But as you know, somebody have to clean the garbage from the street. And obviously, it is me. Otherwise, I wish that time will come and I will never say one word about the faith of Islam. But somebody have to clean the garbage. If all of us will say, I'm not going to work in the, like with those guys who clean the garbage in the street, you are so proud of yourself. Like, no, not me. You know, I mean, come on, this is a down job. This is not a job for me. But in case you do not know, if those guys are not exist and they are not doing their job, your life will become filthy. So you should really appreciate them. More than the doctor, because if not them, you will visit the doctor every day. When the Messiah, he said, I came for the sick, not for the healthy. Nothing changed. The world was sick before, and the world is sick today. When we heard our brother speaking about the one world order, I say to you, my friend, it's always like that. The world is sick. How many people they kill each other over a penny, over $1? How many women they take off their clothes just for money? How many men they use money to control women? How many filthy men they are child molesters? How many men who they are kings, famous, rich people? They show themselves wearing shiny suits, but they are the devil himself inside them. Even they give donations so everybody can see, I am a good person. I donated $1 million. They accept a camel to go, they force a camel to go inside the needle eye. Nothing changed. But there is only one thing making a difference. Is those who believe in the Messiah and the true believers. So we struggle with this life. We struggle with the people around us. We struggle with the sin of mankind. And we struggle with our sin. But who said that struggling is a bad thing? The best thing a human being, make him a human, that he struggle with his moral. Otherwise, we are just a bunch of animals. We don't care. An animal, each one of them think about him as an individual. The dog bite the dog. The fish eat the fish. They fight over livestock, over a piece of meat, over some bones, or over a female. With the Messiah, we are none of that. So to make it simple, the Messiah, he brings us back to our humanity. When God, he created Adam and Eve, he did not create the devil. Same as when he created the angel, who later became a devil. That was not the purpose of God. God gave us a free will. So by the free will, you will be judged. If we have no free will, then there is no just in the judgment. For you don't punish me for something you force on me. So your free will is a trial. Your free will is the exam. Your free will is your destiny made by your own hands. It is you who write your map by your free will. So I say, I believe in the Messiah as Savior. You believe in Muhammad, the child molester, the one who said that even your free will is taken away from you, the one who said that even when you commit adultery is not your decision. So why he want to punish you for a decision you did not make? He is the one who said that even Adam, when he commits sin, he did not choose to commit sin. He is the same person who said that if you don't commit sin, Allah will destroy you. What kind of God this God is? Why he will destroy me if I don't commit sin? I thought Allah is against sin. But the fact is that the God of Islam, he is the devil. And this devil, he wants you to commit sin and bow down to him. Actually, this hadith here explains a lot about Islam. If you want to have a conversation with a Muhammadan, this hadith here is enough to prove that Allah is the devil himself. Here you understand the nature of the God Muhammad trying to bring to us, which is himself. Muhammad, he said, by Allah, by the one who is my soul is in his hand, where if you were not to commit sin, Allah would replace you, will destroy you with people who commit sin and ask for forgiveness. So this God, he have a special pleasure, and the pleasure is to be begging for forgiveness. And if you don't commit sin, well, that pleasure will not happen because you will not ask for forgiveness. You know, there's many English words fit to describe this case, especially if you are a person who study physiology. I don't know if that word correctly, I'm saying it. This is a sickness. This is a person, he's suffering from sickness. So imagine there is somebody, he have power to create, and he decide to create you. But if you are good, he will kill you. The condition to stay is to commit sin. And therefore, you ask for forgiveness. So the purpose of your creation, according to Islam, is you begging for forgiveness. This is the joy of Allah. He like to look and he see millions of people, please Allah, forgive us. And if you don't commit sin, he will destroy you. So now you are like, what I'm going to do? If I don't commit sin, he will destroy me. If I commit sin, I have to ask for forgiveness. Otherwise, I will be destroyed anyway. So this filthy God, hypocrite God, evil God, is playing you. He is the devil himself. The devil, he wants you to commit sin. And then you will ask for forgiveness from the devil. The God of the Christians, he don't want you to commit sin. Actually, all the mission of Jesus is you following him and not to commit sin. And this is how you see how huge the difference is between Islam and Christianity. Islam is a pure evil. The devil himself is not even evil like Islam. What do you think if you see a father, let's say you have a kid, and then your kid is not doing anything wrong. So you take a gun and you say, you know what, I'm going to shoot you. And the other kids are watching. Oh, why, father? Why you want to shoot me? Because you did not commit sin. You did nothing wrong. So what I should do? You should commit sin and beg me for forgiveness. Me. All of this creation in Islam based on what? And there's a person, his name is Allah. He'd love to see people begging him. Allah created you, according to Islam, just for his own joy, enjoying you begging for forgiveness. Allah, he feel like he is majestic when you do that. A billion human being bowing down, please Allah, he love it. But if the billion human being committing no sin, then they will not ask for forgiveness. For no wrong they did. That will make Allah, the devil, so angry. And you want more proof that Islam is false? I don't know if this proof is not going to be enough for you, so I'm not sure really how any other proof can be enough. I want to say thank you all for being here. We are here for many hours today, as you know. I'm not sure how many hours. Let us see. We are here for 5 hours and 33 minutes. Time goes so fast. I wish I can stay more. But I used to stay actually way more than 5 hours. We used to stay 12, 13, 16. And we enjoy it really, because the more you see people leaving Islam, accepting Jesus, the more that your tiredness goes. You feel good, you feel strong again. You are you have the energy. And today was a great day. We have a lot of people who out of Islam. We listened to many testimony, and we heard the Muslims trying to deduct tape their prophet and his religion. And the only thing you notice with Muslims, when they call me, they make an argument about the Bible, but they refuse to read their books. And the reason I use their books, because this is the best way to get them busted, and they hate it. They don't want their books. Why you are reading my book? I'm speaking about the Bible. But he knew that this channel is only about Islam anyway. But because his book is a book of shame, and he knew, they knew. And this is why they don't want to read it. Your prophet, he received wisdom in dishes. Oh, this is a fabrication. So he thought by saying that, that's it. The problem is solved. But this is telling us the nature of this cult. Muslims themselves, they agree that their religion is a pure fabrication. What their prophet said is not what their prophet said. This is what they say to us. When we show them what their prophet says and they deny it, it means they deny everything about Islam. So how we can listen to someone, he's a Muslim, who wash his hands from his own books? And if the books of Muslims full of lies, how we can trust Islam anyway? When a Muslim himself, he says to you, those are fabrication. Well, you just told me that everything in Islam is possible to be fabrication too. And if it is fabrication, why it is there for 1400 years ago, and nobody until now discovered it is fabrication? You discover it fabrication? Yeah, me. Because simply I'm trying to avoid the embarrassment. So I deny it. A true believer, he don't feel embarrassed with his belief. Only fake ones. So when a Muslim, he call and he say, your Bible say this? I say, yeah. I say to him, your Quran says this? He says, no. It is there. For they are ashamed. And shame is a great sign of people leaving this cult. They fight it, they try to reject it, but for how long? You are just fooling and lying to yourself. I want to say thank you guys for being here. May the Lord bless you. We will be back on air again this Sunday. I don't know if you guys like me to come back. As you know, every Friday in the morning and every Sunday, morning time, New York time, 10:30 a.m., we have fixed date, fixed time to come and join. And for me, every day is Easter, so don't worry, it's about being a holiday. For all days belong to the Lord, and all days are holidays, and all days are Sabbath. It's about you, how you designate your day. Every day the Bible teach, every day you designate to the Lord is a Sabbath. And this is why, when the Bible speaks about the crucifixion of Jesus, they were talking about there is a day after that is the Sabbath. But it's not Saturday. Sabbath is any holiday the Jews, they practice. Any holiday. It doesn't matter what it is. It is Sabbath. And because it's holiday, it's called Sabbath. So we don't care really if it's Friday, when Jesus was crucified, or it was Wednesday. What we care for, what Jesus did to us. For all as we know, time never repeats itself. And calendar, Even the same calendar we use, it will make it in a certain day because the year keep changing and the days keep changing and the calendar is not perfect. So we don't celebrate a date, but we celebrate an occasion. We celebrate what Jesus did. And even though this is his death, so how we celebrate? How we celebrate the death? In fact, we are celebrating how the Lord overcome death, not the death itself. For the Messiah, he overcome death by death, not by avoiding death. He overcome death, for he is the Almighty God. Thank you all. Until we see you soon again, I hope in Sunday. Have a great time with your family. Pray to everybody. Pray for those who call us, whoever need a prayer. Be a family of Christ. Pray for people of Ukraine who they are suffering from war. We pray too for people of Russia because this filthy Putin, he caused many Russians to die in a war is useless. No point of it, just for his ego. And those who they are in charge of the game, they are causing the death of the poor one. Old women, they lose their houses. Old men, those people are already poor. They hardly can survive normal life. What those evil people did. What those evil people did. The evil ones, they live in their palaces. They enjoy their fancy food. They enjoy their gold and silver. Investment is working so good. Manufacturer for weapon making a lot of money. Who is the one who will die? The poor. Rich don't. Rich fly. People die. And the people is the poor. So pray for them, support them, and pray that the Lord will avoid you from having such a day, that such an evil man, he is your neighbor. Like Putin, he decided that you cannot take this person as a friend, and he want to enforce you to be his slave. Pray that someone like Muhammad will not come to us, and history repeat itself. Somebody saying the Bible is so clear about a flat earth. My friend is Swedish flat earth. I think you have a flat brain. Nowhere in the Bible says that the earth is a flat. When the Bible says the edges of the earth, this is a figure of speech. Flat earth. As you see, we have, pray for this person to have a brain. No, the Bible never says that the earth is a flat. You are an idiot. The Bible in the book of Job says it clearly, the globe of the earth, the ball of the earth, the sphere of the earth. So what are you talking about? The Bible is the one who says that the earth is hanged on nothing. Be aware of people who claim falsely to be Christians. You have a flat brain. It's not the Bible teach flat earth. It is the first book ever who mentioned that the earth is in a shape of round. Ever. Before scientists exist. Before your science was exist. It is the first book who says the earth hanged on nothing. Nothing. Which is hard to understand. Somebody saying to me the earth is hanged on nothing? How it is hanged? How it is on nothing? That is interesting. Yet we don't believe on the Bible because of that. It's not what science we follow. It is God. So it's possible for God to do what is impossible for science to do. There is always weird people, funny people, stupid people, but I believe that God, he gave us a gift. Even the one Who is very simple. He should understand that God, he loves him, and he will accept him with his decency. The problem is that we decide to lie to ourselves and to lose our decency. You don't go to heaven because you have a PhD in the Bible. You go to heaven if you are a farmer and you see someone hungry and you feed him and you believe in Jesus. It's not education, it's not science, it's not power, it's not money. The Lord, he said, from their fruits you shall know them. This is a question we should ask ourselves every day. What was our fruit for today? Today, I did share with you some of my fruits. I hope they were good. I hope so. We pray. Until we see you again, may the Lord bless you. Christ is Lord. Islam is false. And Islam without lies dies. Jesus is the Lord of resurrection. He himself is the resurrection. And the one who believes in me, the Lord said, and I will ever live. Believe in Jesus and live forever. Thank you.
But I mean, again, he doesn't know who Gabriel is, right? Because he didn't come from an Abrahamic faith. The people of Mecca were pagan.
Quran is mentioned, if this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are inerrant, but I certainly don't think God gave them.
That we believe without understanding.
The brother asked a very important question, that most of the scholars say that listening to music, watching movies, and most of the television programs, they're haram. So how can we have fun? Let me tell you, brother, at the outset, that having fun is permitted in Islam as long as the fun is halal fun.
That the standard narrative has holes in it.
The Prophet tells us because Satan or the devil sleeps over our nostrils. Those who oversleep and not pray Fajr on time, Satan urinates in their ears.
I really do think Jesus was crucified and that he really was dead and buried. He thought that he was a son of God in the sense that he was specially chosen by God. I think Jesus really did think he was going to be the Messiah, the future king of Israel. I mean, that is, after all, why they crucified him,